Land of Waves, Zabuza's and Haku's gravesite. A sad sigh was heard, originating from the slumped figure of a young boy. Naruto was usually an energetic, happy-go-lucky, blonde idiot. That is at least what most of the people who knew him thought. He sadly watched over the 2 fresh graves he had dug, and reminded himself of the bodies buried beneath. To protect someone precious. The thought lingered in his mind. As much as Zabuza denied it, Haku had been precious to him, and Haku had gladly given up his life to protect Zabuza. The words, surprisingly, made quite a lot of sense, and he had decided to accept them as his own. But there was one more thing from that battle that hit home. He wasn't strong enough. Plain and simple, if it wasn't for the fact that Haku didn't want to kill him, he would have died. Conclusion? The way he was doing things so far wasn't good enough, he needed to be better. Mopping around achieved nothing, he knew that much. He pulled a small amulet from his pocket. A gift given to him by Haku a few days ago, when they had met in the forest. Would he be strong enough to do what he did? His face turned serious, and he took a long, hard look at the graves, considering his options and making a decision. No more, he said in a voice that oozed determination as he drew a kunai and proceeded to cut his right palm, ignoring the sharp pain, his blood dripping on the grave. I will no longer be weak, and I will protect those who are precious to me. I swear to you, Haku. Thank you. I will honor what you have taught me, Demon of the Mist. Naruto silently stood for a minute, paying his respect to the pair that taught him perhaps the most important lesson so far. He walked behind the grave and pulled out the Kabikari Hucho out of the ground. Much to his dismay, he finds the blade quite heavy, but Naruto still manages to hold it. Deciding that it would be impractical to simply haul it around, he pulls out a storage scroll from his backpack. He always carried one around, should it be needed, although so far, there was little use for it. Before sealing it in the scroll, he carefully examined the blade. The blade was actually longer than he was tall, with an elongated handle. The blade had a slight curve at the top along with a circular hole near the top and a semicircular near the guard. But what surprised him most was the number of different seals he found on the surface of the blade. He cussed at his own lack of knowledge and swore to look up things when he got home. A small amount of blood and a few quick hand seals later, and the sword was sealed. He quickly placed the scroll into his orange jacket and went back to the others. Tomorrow morning, Team 7 left Wave. A week later, Hokage's office. After Team 7 finished their report, omitting some details, Naruto and Kakashi stayed behind to give a full report. So, now that the others are gone, what happened at the bridge? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked curiously. Kakashi shrugged, and Naruto seemed nervous. It was, however, Naruto who explained. I used Kyuubi's chakra, he said shortly, startling Sarutobi. Quick worries about the fox being released if the seal failed flashed through the old man's eyes, but Naruto only chuckled. Don't worry, Gigi, the seal is still there, and the fox isn't coming out. Of all the weird things in the world, he offered to help me. In fact, he gave his word to do so. At these words, both of the men looked confused. Sighing, he started to explain. Flashback, Naruto's mindscape. During the battle at the bridge, Naruto found himself in a very familiar sewer. He was in the middle of a battle for Kami's sake. He didn't have time to lounge about speaking to giant demon foxes. Still, he knew that until he finished here, he couldn't go back. What do you want, no fox? He asked in a tired voice. The great demon fox looked at him through the bars of his cage. Much to his surprise, there was not the usual malevolence or rage, just an equally tired look aimed in his direction. Relax, child, I am too tired to fight you now, he started in a serious voice. I'm in a bit of a hurry, Kyuubi. I really don't have the time to sit around. The great fox laughed for a moment at the fact that the child in front of him wasn't in the least intimidated by the greatest and most powerful demon in existence. The thought was entertaining. I know, and I like ya, kid. I'm willing to offer you a part of my power, if you're willing. Naruto stood silent for a moment. He might not have been a genius, but he knew foxes were known to be cunning, for the lack of a better term. What do you want in return? Clever boy, the fox near purred. I ask that you let me access your senses and that you talk to me. I might even help you with your training. Deal, Naruto said shortly. You trust a demon too much, boy, but you're a good judge of character. I give you my word that I will do all in my power to help you. Flashback end. After that, Kyuubi leaked a decent amount of chakra through the seal and helped me out. I managed to defeat Haku, but he gave up his life to intercept Kakashi Sensei's Chidori. Sarutobi rubbed his temples at Naruto's story. It made sense, and all demons were bound by their word, so he'd let the mater rest for the time being. Okay, dismissed. If anything else happens, inform me at once, alright? Both nodded, and Kakashi went to leave, but Naruto stayed. What else can I do for you, Naruto? He asked in a somewhat tired voice. After all, he had spent most of the day fighting the greatest enemy of any cage, paperwork. Ah, Naruto started, mildly uncertain. I was wondering if you could help me with something, old man. Sarutobi raised a curious eyebrow at his question, silently motioning the boy to continue. He was one of the few people in front of whom the boy didn't act like an idiot, and he knew full well that he felt uncomfortable about asking for help. I'm looking for someone to teach me how to use a sword, he stated. That shouldn't be much of a problem, so why are you asking me? The older man asked, with a small smile. Grinning, the boy pulled out his scroll and unsealed the blade. 'Cause I doubt most people would know how to wield this one. For a moment, the third Hokage's eyes widened as he recognized the blade in front of him. He quickly calmed down, and after a short thought on the subject, sadly shook his head. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, but there are no swordmasters in Konoha who use Zanbatsu, although I might have a scroll or two on a style using them. He quickly explained to a widely grinning Naruto. Also, you wouldn't have something on seals? I finished that basic book you gave me before we left. You finished the basics on seals in a week? Hiruzen asked curiously. The boy was always full of surprises. Yeah, it was easy. Besides, the sword has some strange seals on it, and I can't recognize even one of them. Here, the old man mentally chuckled at his plan. He had been hoping that the boy would grow interested in seals, as they were something that ran in his family. He had prepared a special book for him on sealing for as soon as he completed the basics. Slowly getting up from his chair, he walked over to a nearby bookshelf and took out a small black book, gently flipping a few pages before handing it over to Naruto. I think you will find this book to be inspirational, to say the least, he said with a wide smile. Naruto took the book. It was a simple black leather tome, with the words, Advanced Seal Theory, imprinted. He flipped the first few pages, and was promptly surprised. It was quite an ordinary book on sealing, until you looked at the various notes scribbled along the sides. Every single page had multiple notes, chart and graphs on existing seals had explanations on their functionality as well as ideas to their use. What had him puzzled were the initials written on the first page, MN. Whoever it was, sure knew a lot about seals. He would have to read it later. Right now, he wanted to give his adoptive grandfather a thank you gift. It was the least he could do. Oh, and Gigi, I have a gift for ya, he said, the fox-like grin prominent as ever. I know how to solve your paperwork problem. At those words, Sarutobi dropped his pipe and went wide-eyed. 2 words. Shadow clones, he said, and left the office with his scrolls and book, hearing a loud thump as Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his head into his desk, cursing his own stupidity. Naruto laughed and went home. It was time to train. 3 weeks later, 7 o'clock, outskirts of Konoha. After the last mission, Team 7 was given a week off to recover and relax. Naruto decided to use his time to train outside the village. After informing Sarutobi, and placing a tracking seal on himself that only the old man could follow, he packed the necessities and went to train. But training wasn't the only reason Naruto wanted to be out of the village. Today was October 9th and tomorrow was the Kyuubi festival, a celebration of Minato Namikaze's victory and subsequent martyr to defeat said fox. That day meant something far different for Naruto. For the past 5 years, whenever this date came by, Naruto would leave the village to avoid the mob that would gather and try and kill him, again. He smirked as he passed the gates. He was free for now, and even better, thanks to the book the old man gave him, he managed to place multiple protective seals that only reacted to his chakra, so no one else could enter the apartment. That would hopefully keep the interior safe from those that would break in. He left the gates peacefully after he showed his documents to Katetsu and Azumo, the ever-present Chunin pair, usually stuck doing guard duty. Decent people they are, they never gave him trouble, and he appreciated it. As he walked towards his preferred training ground, a small clearing at 2 hours running from Konoha, he thought of the past 3 weeks. They pulled another C-rank mission and a few D ranks as well, providing him with enough money to buy a good supply of materials for seal making and sword maintenance. He hid his newfound training very carefully, although he told his sensei everything about it and asked him to keep silent. Kakashi had thankfully agreed once he heard that the Hokage was in on it and merely added one of his usual eye smiles. Sakura was clueless about his new skills, but Sasuke, he was certain that he managed to notice that he was acting a bit differently. Still, he needed more training. He was to master this rather interesting style he planned out with Kyuubi's help. After an hour's walk, he left from the road and walked towards the small clearing where he camped every year. He found that he very much enjoyed the tranquility of the forest. For one, there were no screaming people. He wondered what was it that he saw in Sakura. The woman was a pink banshee. He also considered that that might be the actual reason that Sasuke acted like the way he does to keep his fangirls, Shudder, at bay. He'd have to talk with him about it. Not that he'd likely say anything, but still. The familiar clearing came into sight, and Naruto cleared his mind of all thought. It was time to begin his training once more. He put down his backpack and started unpacking. Carefully the few pieces of equipment he would need. He prepared to start his week-long training regimen. A week's supply of food pills, along with a small box containing 10 chakra soldier pills. These, while expensive, were a failsafe for the unpleasant possibility of attack or healing. He made mistakes with his jutsu at times, so he learned to be careful. Okay, time to start. He got up. Let's see if I got it done by now. Shadow clone jutsu, he cried, for the first time managing a sealless jutsu. Each and every one of his 100 clones grinned. Listen up, I want 50 of you doing tree climbing while spinning leaves on all of their fingers, 30 doing water walking while practicing the same. As for the rest, grab one of the books or scrolls and start reading. While the clones distanced themselves from the clearing to practice, Naruto sat down in his meditative position. It was time to once more start sharpening his senses. Tying his hite-8 over his eyes, he started focusing. First on the strongest sensation, the sound of the nearby river as it coursed its way through the rocks and ground. He counted all the rocks he could hear, slowly but surely separating each sound from the other. Next, came the sound of the leaves. He tried to separate the number of different species of trees nearby. Kyuubi's training was strange to say the least, but he had already seen the effects. Zabuza's silent killing technique was brutally efficient, but the style he was building would be even better. Focusing a small amount of his chakra to his ears, he felt his sense of hearing expand even further. Sharpened by training and enhanced by chakra, he carefully let his mind process more information. The first time he tried this, he nearly lost consciousness from the input. It was a strange feeling, to say the least. He could actually separate sounds of individual leaves rustling in the wind. He could actually hear the wind howling around the trees. The sound was weak, but it was there. Leaving his sense of hearing in the background, he focused on each and every one of his senses except for sight. Unlike the other senses, sight took up much more of his concentration, and he wouldn't be ready for it in a long time. After this exercise was completed, he got up and summoned another clone, ordering him to grab a bunch of leaves, while he unsealed his sword from a seal on his arm. Its careful placement made sure he could retrieve the sword directly into his waiting hand with very little movement and a small amount of chakra and blood. Now came the hard part. Only 2 of his normal senses were needed, sight and scent. He let all other sensation leave his mind, as he slowly began reaching the outside world with his chakra. Within a limited, for now, range of 5 feet, he formed an invisible sphere that supplemented his normal chakra sensing abilities. That, combined with battle instincts improved by training with clones that were out for your blood, made sure that within those 5 feet around him he knew everything exactly for what it was. No genjutsu or deception worked. He even managed to see through chakra-filled constructs such as the hidden mist jutsu. Radiance was a style of combat he found to enjoy very much. It wasn't just kenjutsu, it was also brutally efficient as a supplement for taijutsu and infiltration. Over his several weeks of training, he had trained this 6th sense to the point that he had to consciously suppress it to stop using it, which he found out he'd have to since the sense, when properly applied, could easily see through clothes. Start with 1 leaf, he whispered to the clone who stood outside his range, while keeping on hand on the sword now sheathed diagonally across his back. After a lot of training and a bit of chakra, he was finally able to draw the sword single-handedly, but it was still quite impossible to wield it so in combat. Focused perfectly, he heard the leaf begin to fall and discerned its location before it entered his range. As soon as the leaf touched the sphere, he drew the sword, while adding a second hand to the hilt and cutting the leaf in half. 2 leaves, he said in an emotionless voice that betrayed his concentration. Several kilometers east, sundown. This was not a good day, though one Anko Mitarashi as she limped through the forest. Incorrect information is deadly in her line of work, and her entire mission was almost a failure because of it. She gripped her Junin vest as she tried to retain a grip on her rapidly failing mind. Anko paid little attention to her near-shredded clothes or wounds. She was still a long way from Konoha, and unless she reached there she was dead. She was sent alone on an assassination mission, but that had been a trap, and she could bet her ass that someone from the damnable civilian council once more tried to get rid of her. Silently cursing her fate, she continued limping. Is this how it's gonna end? Fuck, I don't want to die yet, she cursed, doing anything she could to keep herself awake, but it wasn't helping. The last thing she saw as she fell was a barely visible figure rushing towards her as her world went black. Damn, for a while all she knew was darkness. Is this death? She idly wondered as some semblance of consciousness returned to her. She didn't feel any pain or tiredness, only a soft warmth. But the feeling was soon lost to a wave of pain. She was certainly alive. She groaned as she opened her eyes. She tried getting up, but failed miserably as she was too weak. Nearby, she spotted a boy, about 5 years younger than her. She noted the spiky blonde hair, kept up by his Hite 8 with a leaf symbol and pronounced whisker marks on his cheeks. Where did I see those before? His clothes were simple, black cargo pants with a lot of pockets over equally black steel-toed boot, and a red shirt. She quickly realized that she was covered with a long white-black trenchcoat, which most likely belonged to him. The boy was fast asleep. What drew her attention, however, were a number of tattoos on his arms, most likely covered by the trenchcoat sleeves normally. After looking at him, she took a look at her surroundings. She was in a tent, her belongings carefully sorted and placed within reach, at least what could be salvaged. You're awake, she heard the boy say without opening his eyes. She opened her mouth to say something but was instantly interrupted. Don't try to speak yet and don't move. Your body is too tired to work normally. Go back to sleep, you're safe here, we'll talk tomorrow. While mildly annoyed by the boy's comment, she knew he was right, and went back to sleep. What do you make of that seal on her shoulder, Q? Naruto asked curiously as he looked at his copy of said seal, referencing the array to everything he could think of. Cursed seal. Life category, Kyuubi answered quickly. Damn, I'm not good with those yet, but I've identified a few of the components. A part of it is similar to mine. One is a chakra conversion seal, but it has some rather unique components. Another seems similar to those torture seals I read about in the book. Do you think I should ask her about it? I doubt it's a pleasant subject for her though. Try, but don't pressure her too much. Naruto stopped this conversation when he felt the woman before him moved. Although he didn't know her by name, she was a Konoha Junin, that much was certain from her uniform and symbol. From her equipment he could assume that she wasn't Anbu, and that she was very likely on an assassination mission. Having several vials of various poisons, along with precision weapons such as Senbon, left little room for speculation. Unlike many of his generation, after the events on that bridge, Naruto wasn't in the least naive when it came to concepts such as good and evil. He knew all too well that in the shinobi world everything was just a shade of gray. Therefore it would be foolish to judge another because of it. He was grateful that Kyuubi had pressured him into analyzing things whenever he had the chance. He now understood that it could grant him an edge over his enemies even outside of combat. He picked up a bowl of stew he was preparing and walked over to her, as she was just waking up. Food? He asked politely, offering her the metal bowl and spoon. Thanks, she took the food and ate gladly, while Naruto joined her. They ate in silence, both parties spending their time studying the other. Naruto, of course, had to control himself and not devour food. Instead he ate rather normally, his normal manners, or lack thereof, currently absent. For some reason, Naruto felt a need to behave. So, Naruto tried to start as they both finished their meal. She seemed nervous. Thanks for saving my hide, she said, with her head down. Anko Mitarashi hated to be weak and to need rescue, but she was saved regardless. The least she could do was to try and be nice. No need to thank me, he said with a small smile. After all, we're both Leaf Ninja, right? He added, sheepishly grinning while he put both his hands behind his head. At that time he didn't know why, but she looked at him strangely. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said as he offered her a hand. Anko Mitarashi, she answered, accepting his handshake. This small gesture seemed to break the tension between them. It seemed that at this moment, rank and position didn't mean anything as the pair sat with food and tea and chatted for several hours. A casual observer would notice a large number of clones training in the background. Naruto found that he enjoyed talking to Anko. She was somewhat rough around the edges, and could be downright scary if she wanted to, but he was sure that she was a good person. Now, there was just one thing more he wanted to ask her about. He knew it wasn't right, but his damnable curiosity for seals was getting to him. "Nay, Anko-san, I was wondering about something," he said, his face turning serious. What the hell, he'd ask, and if it was as bad as he thought, he'd tell her about his own seal. "Oh," she said in a teasing tone, but noticing his face, realized something. "So you've seen it?" "Hi, I don't want to pressure you, but I was wondering if you could answer a few questions about that cursed seal." She looked at him, a hard expression on her face as she studied his intentions. She wasn't certain what to expect, but what she found surprised her. It was innocent curiosity, the kind little children have when they start asking parents questions about something new they saw and didn't understand. She sighed and shook her head, wondering why she was even considering doing this. "Shoot," she said shortly. But much to her surprise, Naruto took out a scroll and a pen, preparing to write down what she said. "First, who made the seal?" he asked, immediately cursing himself when he saw her wince. "Orochimaru," she answered venomously. "What does it do exactly? I felt corrupted chakra, and several other arrays, but I can't identify most of them." "It allows a person to forcibly draw chakra, and then corrupts it, making it stronger but damaging the body and mind in the process. It also allows Orochimaru to burn that chakra and directly damage the bearer," she explained, and Naruto scribbled furiously. He decided that he certainly didn't like Orochimaru. "Well, I can tell you two things. Orochimaru is a genius and I hate his guts." He deadpanned, while Anko watched him, somewhat amused but mostly curious about him. She really didn't want to talk about it, but the way he followed her voice and wrote, she knew he was really interested in it. She didn't know why, but she couldn't see him place such a mark on someone. "So, what did you figure out about the seal Gaki?" she asked him, her curiosity still evident. "Okay, here goes, you're in for a small lecture. The seal is in reality a massive array consisting of several smaller arrays which each accomplish a function. First, there is a chakra converter coupled with an amplifier and a soul container. If I had to guess, it contains a small piece of snakeshit's soul which is used to corrupt the chakra and keep the bearer in check. Second, there is that thing with the punishment, it's a somewhat complex torture seal, I haven't yet mastered those. We use those in interrogations," Anko added, trying to get into the lecture. She felt like the roles were reversed, that she was the little kid and not him, even though he was only about 5 years younger. "Most likely one like that. The third array affects your mind, it's probably the part that corrupts the mind. Now, there was a fourth array, but it is completely dormant. I have no idea as to what exactly it is, but I can tell it's powerful. There are a few transformation seals in the array, but I can't figure it out. And last, but not least, you have a demon mate mark on top of it all, which is probably what scares people." She stared at the boy in front of her, wondering how the hell he knew that much. Not even the Hokage figured out that much, and he simply listened to what I told him and with a short look figured most of it out. "Why are you looking at me like I grew a second head? Even a half-decent seal user should be able to identify all of these seals. You made the job easier by telling me what they do. Removing it, however, is a different matter entirely." Anko shrugged sadly. "I know. No one knows how to remove it. They say it's impossible." Naruto snorts at the comment. "To remove? True, but it can be altered. Any seal can be altered," he tried to explain. Anko looked at him somewhat suspiciously. "Look, the chakra amplifier is stuck there, but the part that contains his soul is removable, as is the torture seal, along with that fourth seal, as long as you don't activate it. As for the mating mark, that's a bit harder." For a moment, Naruto noticed that the woman before him had dropped her guard. For a moment he looked into her brown eyes and what he saw shocked him. Betrayal, pain, loneliness, sadness. It was like looking at a mirror. But the moment passed, and those eyes were gone. He smiled sadly. "Want to know a secret?" he asked, still smiling sadly. Anko, who had been silent for a while now, nodded. Naruto gave a real smile this time as he raised his red shirt. "Watch." He started focusing his chakra slightly on his torso, and to Anko's surprise, a large seal appeared over his belly. Anko watched in fascination, quickly remembering what it all meant. "You're the container for Kyuubi," she said quietly. Naruto nodded. "So, do you hate me now?" he asked dejectedly. He was almost sure of what was to come, but what happened surprised him. She slapped his face. "Idiot," she said softly, "you saved my life. How the fuck can I hate you?" For a second time stood still. Then he laughed, and she joined in. It was funny, but neither of them laughed because of it. There was something liberating about the fact that you weren't alone in the world. After Haku had died, Naruto didn't expect to meet someone like that again. It was not that he wished such a fate upon anyone, but it felt nice to share it with someone. After a few minutes of laughing, they both sat in a relaxed silence, each eyeing and studying the other. There was no more tension between them. It was nearly noon by the time they finished their conversation. "Hey, I need to do some physical training. I'll take you back to the village later today, okay?" Naruto kindly asked. He wasn't assuming anything, but apparently, Anko had other ideas. "I'm not a damsel in distress, Naruto. I can take care of myself," she answered him while pouting. While she was a bit angry, Naruto couldn't help but laugh, which annoyed her even more. She didn't like being handled with care. His smile faded. It was somewhat worrying how similar they were. He tried his hardest to look stern and serious. "Not until you are in a condition to safely get home. I'll send a message to the old man that you are safely recovering here with me and get you home by tonight." Fair, of course. The stern look didn't really work, but the message was clear, and, while still pouting, she agreed. While Naruto returned to physical exercises, he left a clone to see to her needs. Anko decided to spend the time relaxing. A soldier pill and a blood pill, along with food and rest, were all she really needed to recover. She was glad, nonetheless, that her wounds were cleaned and bandaged. Not a bad job, she thought. She had taken a look at the clones that were training nearby. Chakra control, jutsu, reading, all that while Naruto was training his body. "Why does he push himself so hard?" she muttered under her breath. The clone reading next to her didn't hear her, thankfully. She was painfully aware that her own training regiment had nothing on this boy's. After a few seconds, the clone next to her closed his book and turned to her. "You'll have to ask the boss that yourself," he said softly before poofing out of existence. Well, I did answer his questions, she thought gingerly as she began cleaning her fingernails with a kunai. She spent the rest of the day watching the boy train, eating and resting. She didn't know why, but just watching him was relaxing. He had a drive she saw in very few people. She was a good judge of character. She had to be ever since her sensei betrayed her just to survive. It was weird, the boy was much like her, but he didn't give in to hate and anger. Her? She became a sadistic bitch to keep people away. She had only a few friends, and she doubted he was in a much better situation, but there was one thing she was sure of. The boy in front of her was much stronger than her. Sighing in resignation, she made her decision. She drew out a small scroll to write down her report. Quickly finishing her action, she bit her thumb to draw blood for her next move, a summoning jutsu. A few quick hand seals later, a 3-feet-long snake appeared from the cloud of smoke. Its grayish-brown scales blended well with the earth and its slitted golden eyes stared into Anko's own. "Yes, mistress?" the small snake asked, its forked tongue flicking. Anko rolled up the scroll and offered it to the snake, who coiled around it. "Sheraz, I need you to deliver this scroll to the Hokage. Hand it to no one but him, understood? If he has a reply, bring it over." "Yes," and the snake vanished as it unsummoned itself. Well, that takes care of that. She could now calmly spend the rest of her day recovering and studying this blonde enigma that was before her. Naruto was currently busy trying to develop a new move with his oversized sword. He was painfully aware that simple swinging couldn't get the job done, but the collection of seals on the sword were amazing. It was truly a fascinating weapon, and if what he analyzed was correct, Zabuza had only scratched the surface of the weapon's power. The chakra reinforcement and sharpening seals kept the weapon in perfect shape without any need for maintenance, while allowing it to near effortlessly slice through armor and flesh. Most of the seals dealt with the use of chakra on one level or the other, but the most interesting ones were one that allowed a chakra shell to be formed around the weapon, and another, but this one was strange to say the least. Naruto knew how to identify most basic seals and even quite a few complex ones, but he was nowhere near seal master material. Identification was all nice, but if you couldn't break apart a seal or build it from scratch, it was near useless. The last array was a simple chakra channeling seal coupled with something he most certainly didn't know how to identify. He needed an expert on this. The move he was planning to pull focused on gathering a high amount of chakra to form a solid shell around the sword, and unleash it on impact, causing a localized explosion. He had thankfully figured out how to control the seal to release the chakra, so all that was left was to figure out how to do it without killing himself in the process. Anko curiously watched as Naruto took off his shirt and proceeded to draw his sword from its seal, much to her amazement. Everyone above Genin level read bingo books, and it was easy to recognize one of the swords of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. And what's worse, before her was a kid of 13 carrying it. "Hey Gaki, where did you get that sword?" she asked curiously. From its previous owner, Naruto deadpanned, which in turn caused Anko to sweat drop. "Actually Anko, could you help me out a little bit?" She raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. "I need you to throw kunai and shuriken at me," he explained in a serious voice as he dragged his headband over his eyes. For a moment, Anko questioned his sanity, but she didn't have any fun for quite a while. "Sure," she said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "Any rules?" Naruto swallowed hard, wondering whether this was such a good idea after all. "One at a time with 3-second intervals, from when I say now till I say stop," he quickly explained, turning towards her chakra signature with a ready blade. "Use my supplies if you're low on them." Anko chuckled. Naruto on the other hand was now positively worried, and hoped that she wouldn't kill him. Still, he expected her to at least try, or this entire training had no purpose. "Now," he yelled, and for a second nothing happened. But then, he quickly felt a kunai enter the field of radiance around him, aimed at his head. A rapid move from his sword deflected it. 2 seconds later, a shuriken followed behind it, this one aimed at his throat. This kept going for a few more minutes until Anko had exhausted his supplies. Anko was curious as to how the boy managed to block every projectile she threw at him, since he was blindfolded. He didn't look like a Hyuga, so Byakugan was out of the question. So far she had squat on his skill. They gathered the shuriken and kunai. 2 at the same time now, with a second break. "Okay?" he asked her. Anko winced at his determined voice. He could easily get killed like this, and he was tired from the last run. Even thought his eyes were still covered, he seemed to see perfectly. "Don't worry, I'm playing it seriously this time. And I'll be moving this time. Can you do it?" "Sure, but it's your funeral Gaki," she answered in a mildly worried tone. The kid was fun, it would be a shame if he died, but still he did ask for it. Oh well, Naruto took a long breath to calm himself. Now was the time to test his growth so far. Now, instantly, 2 kunai flew at him. With minimal movement, he positioned the sword to block the 2 projectiles, which were quickly followed by 2 speeding kunai. Anko wasn't playing around. He smirked and moved slightly to his left, raising his sword to block the shuriken. He barely had enough time to do so when another pair of kunai followed them, one aiming for his head and another at his leg. He silently cursed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to block both, so he sidestepped the nae aimed at his leg and blocked the one going for his head. This went on for no more than a few minutes, but Naruto was exhausted by it. It was harder than he expected it to be, but he was also much better than he hoped. He raised his hite-8 back to his forehead and gave Anko a genuine smile. Anko, on the other hand, was watching him with a mixture of awe, wonder and surprise. "Damn Gaki, you're good," he almost reverently whispered. "Thanks for helping me Anko-san. If there's anything you need," he trailed off there. "Tell me how you did that thing with the blocking." Naruto smirked. "If you promise not to tell anyone except for the old man," he replied quickly. Anko grinned and nodded. "All right, now listen carefully," he quietly said, and Anko nodded conspiratorially. "I use my chakra to project a thin field around me. It works as a sixth sense when combined with my well-trained chakra tracing skills and enhanced hearing." Anko's eyes widened from hearing it. It was remarkably simple, but freaking brilliant. "Now, don't go around spreading that. It's only a part of the skill itself and I need an edge over my enemies. That thing won't go down in my record. And it's incomplete anyway," he added the last part sadly. "Incomplete?" she asked him, once more surprised. "Yeah, I can't use my eyes," he explained sadly. "My mind is trained enough yet." "That makes sense," she thought. "Use 6 chakra-enhanced senses and you have almost no blind spots." Her train of thought on Naruto's techniques was rudely interrupted. "We should get going," he said quietly, drawing her attention. "Yeah," she answered, a slightly forlorn look in her eyes. Naruto quickly packed up his belongings and began escorting Anko back to Konoha. He hadn't planned to return yet, but still, he needed to ask Kakashi and Sarutobi something anyway. Answers to reviews. Train when I try to update as fast as I can, but that only goes for as long as the wave of inspiration holds me. Challenger. I appreciate the suggestions for the clothes, I found a few interesting ones. Check your pictures for the description of one of the birthday gifts. Cheeky smiley face. Death MVP. Thanks for the seal suggestion, but at this point I'm going for the complete stealth approach, in other words, hiding all of his skills from his enemies, or appearing harmless, and as the authors of Devil May Cry would put it, stylish cheeky smiley face. Queen of Thorn, thanks. I tried cheeky smiley face. Dakar revolutionist to come. I don't plan on making Sasuke a simple character, as I'm somewhat disappointed by the emo king of the Avengers as he is often portrayed, but we shall see. Cheeky smiley face. Harry Peru, short and simple, no harems, I don't write stuff like that. Otto Nix, unlike the previous comment, this one is more sensible. I might go for the idea, and as for the sadism, I am not sure. Well, except on Tora the cat, if she makes an appearance, there will be sadism there. Laughing face. Anime Invasion 93. Here's the update. Cheeky smiley face. Blue Beluga, why, thank you very much. I found that was probably the single point in Naruto's life which affected him the most, so I chose it. Kusunya Kushiki. He will not become a godlike shinobi except perhaps at the very end of the story. I intend to focus Naruto to more efficient skills such as seals, poisons and tactics, rather than overpowering people through flashy ninjutsu, although I have little doubt that there will be quite a few of those. Can't fight Orochimaru with a butter knife, no? Omi, aka Wandering Maverick. To answer your question, that was more one of those, duh. Slap yourself in the face, moments. It's quite normal not to remember something at a point. Besides, Naruto has just changed from his usual kill me orange clothing to something more professional. She simply didn't connect the dots at the time. Don't tell me it never happened to you? Laughing face. Anyhow, Naruto also can't assume who knows and who doesn't, but it's more of an act of trust than anything else. Outlaw Knight. I'm not gonna reveal too much, but I have a few things in store for that sword. Cheeky smiley face. Enemy Ace. Now, where would be the fun in that? Anyhow, on to the story. Chapter 2. First Blood. Along their journey back, Naruto had taken every precaution to hide his training equipment and skills. Anko curiously watched as the boy tied bandages over his arms to cover the seals. His Hite-8 was normally tied around his forehead, keeping his blonde bangs from falling on his face, and there was nothing to point that the boy was carrying many scrolls or an oversized sword. For a moment she had wondered why take so many precautions to hide his training. Once more, she was getting a taste of what made Naruto Konoha's most unpredictable ninja, as the boy, more or less, read her mind. A ninja's most powerful weapon is deception, he said softly as the gates of Konoha came into view. Anko instantly recognized the meaning behind his words. If his enemies don't know what he's capable of, they will at best underestimate him. She was beginning to appreciate the kid. Quite contrary to what she had heard, he was quite clever. They both entered the city with a short show of documentation, the guards unwilling to make a fuss. This is where we part ways, Anko-san, although I certainly wouldn't mind seeing you again, he said kindly, earning a quick nod from Anko. Sure Gaki. Look me up, I'll usually be at the Dango place or at Training Ground 44. See ya, she waved at him while she bounced off across the rooftops. Naruto smiled and waved back as he did the same, heading towards his own apartment. It was time to check whether his new security seals had been doing their job properly. He cringed as he saw the Kyuubi festival in full swing. This was not a good time of the year for him. He quickly scanned the area for unfamiliar chakra signatures while suppressing his own chakra. It would do him little good to attract attention. Bounding off towards his own apartment building, he silently praised the man who created the building for making a roof access. He quickly moved to the doors of his home. His formerly small smile now developed into a full grin as he noticed that all of the seals were still in place. Channeling just a small amount of chakra into the seal locks, he slipped inside. He was shocked when he recognized another chakra signature inside. 2030, Dango Place, Konoha. Of all the places popular amongst the shinobi populace of Konoha, there were two that held a place in their hearts. First was the nameless shinobi bar, carefully concealed within the city's depths, where one could only find seasoned veterans from the Third Great Shinobi War, along with veteran Junin and Anbu operatives. The second, however, was far more interesting to the more common populace and was simply known as the Dango Place. There were no fancy signs, as the whole institution was somewhat off the beaten track, commonly visited only by folks he explicitly went there. The point of interest there was the unofficial so-called ninja lounge, in reality a collection of booths to the back of the bar, fast food stand, where one could usually find Chunin and Junin ninjas sitting and drinking together almost every night, and unlike the dark atmosphere of the previous place, here spirits were usually much higher. Unfortunately, the only person currently sitting here was one Yuhi Kurenai, the somewhat infamous Genjutsu mistress, or better known, Ice Queen of Konoha. Now one might go and wonder why this young woman was sitting here annoyed and drinking, but such a thing would be obvious to any who knew whom she currently cursed, while drowning her sorrows in sake. Thankfully, her problems were quickly forgotten as she was joined by her old friend. 2 portions of fruit dango. Anko ordered her food, before turning to Kurenai with her usual smirk. She had just finished her report to the Hokage, who surprisingly, or not when she thought more about it, had asked her about Naruto's progress after she had finished her report. "So, what are you up to, Nai-chan? Still sulking over that bonehead Asuma?" she teased playfully. Her words never held any malice when directed at her friends, although any outsider would be hard-pressed to realize that. Kurenai sadly nodded. Her relationship with Asuma Sarutobi was complicated at best. The man could be the sweetest guy in the world at times and a complete idiot at others. In a word, he lacked subtlety. Anko smiled as she put her arm around Kurenai's shoulder, trying to convince her that everything will be okay, and was glad to see that it worked. "You didn't tell me, Anko-chan, how did your mission go?" Kurenai asked with genuine curiosity, only to be mildly surprised at the number of emotions that flashed through Anko's usually guarded face. "Shit hit the fan, but the way back was fun," she shortly explained. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at her friend's comment, curious as to what she meant. Anko began explaining the events of the past few days. Naruto's apartment, same time. "Hello, Naruto-kun." Naruto watched in amazement at the collection of people gathered in his apartment. He recognized everyone, either by scent or by face. The Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei and even the pair of Anbu who, he remembered, saved his life from the mobs quite a few times, Yugao and Tenzo, better known by their codenames as Cat and Tiger. Naruto stood silently as everyone shouted, "Happy birthday," and he could feel tears coming down his face. He wouldn't stop them. He ran forward and hugged the old man, who returned the hug and knowingly patted his back. Everyone present smiled at the interaction between the two. It was his 14th birthday, and for once, it would be a good one. As he released the hug, Naruto remembered something useful. One of the first things he did was to place several hidden storage seals around the house. One such was to store a few objects he got from his missions. One was saved for such an occasion. A small amount of chakra unsealed 4 bottles of high-quality sake along with 6 saucers. "I've been keeping this for a special occasion," he said with a wide smile. "Kumo's finest sake," he added, causing a wide cheer. "Aren't you a bit too young to drink, Naruto?" Iruka asked, somewhat worried for his little brother, as it were. Naruto scowled for a moment, then simply shrugged. "Meh. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink," he quickly explained, causing a chuckle from everyone present as he passed the saucers and poured the finely chilled sake. The whole group gladly accepted, and as always in such occasions, people began to talk. This chatting lasted for the better part of an hour, as stories from old missions were retold, new ideas shared, and a liberal amount sake was drunk. Most were somewhat surprised to notice that Naruto, who should by all accounts be a lightweight, didn't even get tipsy, but quickly wrote it of 2 damnable demon foxes, to which Naruto, and by proxy, Kyuubi, chuckled. While Naruto would have liked for all of them to stay a while longer, each and every one of them had duties to attend to, so after an hour, it was time to part ways. But not until Naruto received his presents. Iruka, kind and practical as ever, had bought him a new calligraphy set for his sealworks, with high-quality chakra ink. Kakashi's gift was a scroll containing a single jutsu of every element, along with a chakra paper to figure out his affinities. Yugao had bought him a set of chakra weights, for which he was very thankful, since he needed new weights badly. Tenzo, aware of his forays into herbalism and medicine, had gathered seeds of several rarer medical plants along with a scroll on medical ninjutsu. And finally, Sarutobi had bought him a new coat. Naruto quickly unwrapped the clothing and put it on instead of his usual coat. The long red coat easily reached his ankles, decorated only by black flames along the bottom rim, with somewhat oversized, flowing sleeves which didn't inhibit his movements in the least. What he also noticed and that made him chuckle were several reinforcement and mending seals along the inner back, making sure that it would easily be maintained, along with storage seals on the insides of the sleeves. He liked it very much. And to be honest, it looked good on him. After he had said goodbye to the people he knew he could call friends, he took off his coat and carefully laid it on his bed. He quickly summoned 2 clones while he took the chakra paper, ordering the 2 to start reading the scrolls while he found out just what he was capable of. Carefully reading the instructions that went along with the paper, he channeled a good amount of chakra and watched as the paper split itself into 4 pieces. Each and every one of them was blank except at the corners. One was slightly soaked, the second mildly crumpled, the third had a crumbled corner while the last had its corner burnt. Naruto watched curiously at the paper in his hand. Now what the heck does this mean? He asked himself, causing a shrug from his clones. Damn, I'll have to ask the old man about this. He quietly muttered as he disposed of the papers. He picked up the small box of seeds that Tenzo had given him, and quickly opened it. Inside were 4 different species of medical herbs: dragon's tongue, a rare plant endemic to Konoha's forests. Its leaves are usually used as a potent antitoxin when chewed or made into a tea. Roseberry shrub, a strong source of vitamins and minerals, somewhat common, but very usable. The coca plant, which usually grows into a tree, a powerful mental and physical stimulant, but rather hard to raise in this climate. And finally a single seed of the fire flower, a rare herb which releases a highly flammable sap, while its flower's scent is used to combat mosquitoes and other such pests. A small scroll was packed along, explaining what condition each of the plants needed. Naruto's mind went into overdrive as he considered the near impossible growing conditions for each of the plants, and how to provide them. Of course, the answer once more came from the arts of sealing. A simple barrier seal could be used to maintain certain conditions within a limited area, such as 1 or more pots. His musings on botany and sealwork were rudely interrupted by a sudden influx of information, a signal that his clones had finished reading the 2 scrolls given to them. The medical scroll mostly contained exercises meant to draw out and form the green medical chakra used to heal wounds, and a few select jutsu that in conjunction with his massive chakra reserves would serve him well. The other scroll however had 5 jutsu on it: wind release, great breakthrough, an offensive jutsu where the user blasts forth a strong wind blowing back all in its path; water release, water encampment wall, a defensive jutsu that creates a wall of water meant to block mostly fire jutsu and projectile attacks; lightning release, shocking paralysis, a support jutsu that temporarily paralyzes a touched opponent; and fire release, phoenix fire, an offensive jutsu used to fire multiple fire projectiles that are mostly used as a distraction. And finally earth release, underground projection fish just you, an offensive, defensive jutsu that allows the user to sink into the earth and move underground. Naruto grinned widely at the possibilities and decided to do his best to learn and master all 5 jutsu. Affinities be damned. Rubbing his hands while thinking over the possibilities, he approached his last gift, a lacquered cherry wood box that contained his new calligraphy set. With due reverence, he carefully opened the small box to find several bottles of high-quality chakra ink along with multiple brushes of equal quality. He quickly realized that all of these gifts must have cost quite a bit, and biting his lip he promised that he'd make something for them in return. Drawing out a scroll from the desk on which he normally worked with his seals and herbs, he sat down on his couch and began writing notes on what he would create. 2100, Dango Place, Konoha. And that's about it. The Gaki escorted me back to town and we parted ways. Anko finished her retelling of the events of the past few days, carefully omitting any details on what exactly was Naruto training. She wanted to tell her friend, but Naruto had taken so many precautions to keep it a secret and he saved her life. It was the least she could do for him. He sounds like curious kid, that Naruto, Kurenai idly commented as she sipped a bit more sake. Anko simple nodded. That he is, a voice behind them suddenly announced. Both ladies turned to notice the cyclopean features of one Hatake Kakashi. Oi, Cyclops, Anko greeted in her normal teasing tone. What brings you here? Drinks and dango. He deadpanned. And people gossiping on my students, he added with an eye smile, causing both to chuckle as he sat down and ordered his food. How's your team, Kurenai-san? Kakashi asked curiously while he devoured his dango, without dropping his mask of course. Not too bad I suppose, Kurenai quietly said. Kiba is way too arrogant and Hinata has confidence issues. Shino is the one that needs the least work, she quickly explained, like all Junin senseis saying the least possible about their students' skills. What about you, Kakashi? Kakashi somewhat nervously scratched the back of his head. Well, I've nearly broken Sakura out of her fangirl personality. Sasuke is being his usually brooding self, but that's changing in Naruto. He trailed off. What about Naruto? Both Anko and Kurenai asked, their curiosity evident. He's near impossible to read, he explained shortly. Kurenai gave him an irritated glance, but Anko simply nodded, down to a T as usual Cyclops, she muttered. Why thank you Anko-san, Kakashi chuckled. Suddenly Kakashi froze in place. For the moment Anko and Kurenai simply stared at him, but as they turned a familiar figure entered the bar. Tall, lean and dressed in green spandex, the imposing figure of Maida Guy, Konoha's green beast caused fear among his comrades for reasons not entirely connected to his taijutsu skills. In an instant, the three Junin vanished from the bar, leaving only a small amount of money to pay for their bill. Guy stood silently, his brows furrowed in concentration. I was certain I had seen my youthful rival here, he muttered as he started running the second part of his 1,000 laps around the village. A week later, 6 o'clock Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed idly as he watched his adoptive grandson read on his couch. During the past month, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Next to him was the young Uchiha. Sasuke had cheered up a bit recently, but his disposition certainly wasn't helped by the always fawning Sakura. Strangely enough, the girl had also shown some improvement recently. The only one missing was their sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Thankfully he still had 5 more minutes to show up. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke all stared in shock at the timely appearance of their sensei. No way, Sasuke muttered. On time? Sakura wondered. Naruto turned his gaze towards the old Hokage and smirked, noticing the smirk on the old man's face. You told him to come an hour earlier, he gleefully said, causing Kakashi to sweat drop and the old Hokage to start laughing. As soon as the situation calmed down, all 4 of them gathered in front of the desk. Team 7, I have a C-ranked mission for you. The old Hokage began explaining, a number of bandits have recently attacked several seaside villages along the southern edge of the country. Intelligence places no ninja at the site, so there shouldn't be much problem, but be advised that there were kidnappings. Sarutobi paused for a moment, letting the information sink in. Your orders are to travel to Kazashi village directly south from here, help the defenses, intercept the next attack and after it, follow the retreating forces to their main camp, and eliminate them. There was an air of finality to the old man's words as a deafening silence spread across the room. For the first time they were expected to kill. None of them liked the idea, but it was the harsh reality of their life. They accepted the mission, and under orders to pack for a month-long mission, they were to gather at the south gate, 7 o'clock sharp. Sakura was shocked to see that her sensei was not only on time, but actually early. Next to him, however, was someone that caught her attention. At first she wondered if it was the same person she knew, but even she had seen him change recently. If nothing, his choice of clothes had improved. A rather good-looking red and black coat, over a simple light brown shirt and dark brown trousers, a kunai holder attached to his right leg, while a scroll holder was attached to his right, along with a quality leather bag attached to his belt on his right side. But that wasn't what shocked Sakura. No, what shocked her was the look on the boy's face. Grim, determined and completely focused. His normally pale skin had tanned over the past months, and the malnourished look was now gone. He's still not as good-looking as Sasuke-kun, she reminded herself. Hey Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, she said, waving at the two. Kakashi lazily waved back and returned to reading his smut. Sakura, Naruto quietly greeted in an emotionless tone and returned his attention to writing his own notes. Sakura was positively shocked. There was Naruto, the hyperactive blonde idiot, who had the biggest crush on her, greeting her without any emotion or interest. She was angry, annoyed and sad, but she decided against saying anything. Something about that troublesome blonde boy worried her. A few minutes later, Naruto's concentration was broken by a loud squeal of Sasuke-kun. Cursing the gods of creation for giving the girl such strong lungs, he quickly pocketed his notebook. Dobi, Sasuke sent his normal greeting. Teme, Naruto replied. Kakashi on the other hand was entertained by the exchange. Unlike their usual conversations, this lacked any malice, and he could have sworn that there was even some warmth to their usual insults. After Naruto bared his past before Inari and Wave, Sasuke had started changing for the better, accepting that he wasn't the only one with a shitty life so far. He watched curiously as Naruto started digging through his bag. He drew out a small scroll and threw it to Sasuke. Catch Teme, that's the stuff I promised, he quickly explained with a mischievous smile, which Sasuke, to Sakura and Kakashi's shock, returned. What? They both deadpanned at the shocked Genin and Junin. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head and gave the order to go. As the four men's cell made its way towards Kazashi village to the far south, an uncomfortable silence pervaded between them. Naruto had set his mind to autopilot as his senses expanded around him. He focused on his notes regarding the cursed seal on Anko. He was still royally pissed at the infernal construction as he couldn't figure out how to break the torture seal without breaking the chakra amplifier and killing Anko in the process. As much as he hated to admit it, Orochimaru was a genius. Freaking snake bastard, he muttered, while his three companions gave him strange looks, wondering what the hell he was thinking about. The journey southward was uneventful, and the cold sea air was felt within hours as they passed the wooded lowlands that led to coast. Naruto watched and enjoyed the landscape that stretched before him. The sparse woods made sure that he didn't have too many landing options to his normal tree running, but he could still enjoy the vibrant colors of the land around him. The clear blue and white of the skies above him, the cold bluish tone of the mountain rocks in the distance, the green, red and yellow of the forest around him, and finally the deep blue of the distant ocean. His features relaxed at the sights that were before him. He rarely had the time to enjoy such pleasures. He hardly noticed that the others were chatting and giving him somewhat concerned looks. Well, his behavior was strange, he had to admit that much. He felt better than he did in years now that he had taken his life seriously, and it showed. Now that his mask was off, his features seemed more like a veteran ninja than a fresh genin. His musings were interrupted by the magnificent sight of the open sea basked in the sun's late-day golden light. Naruto made a genuine smile as he observed the light dance on the sea's surface, and his companions, following where his eyes went, soon joined him. "It's so beautiful," Sakura whispered. Naruto simply shook his head. She only now realizes he idly thought. In the distance, he could see the village they were supposed to protect. "Sensei," Naruto yelled, pointing at the village. "Hi," Kakashi quickly replied as the team ran along the coastline. "Prepare henges. We shouldn't attract attention until we reach our client." Kakashi quickly added, quickly noting that Naruto wasn't using hand seals to perform the henge. The four quickly transformed into nondescript travelers as they slowed down to continue their journey on foot. Kazashi village was actually a rather interesting place. While not overly large, it had several key features, which was probably why the bandits attacked. First, the village was walled off, surrounding a small cove that was used as a natural harbor and storm shelter. Second, it was the residence of a number of fishermen and pearl divers, which ensured a stable income to the populace, and third, a number of trade routes with the nearby tea country went straight through there. The team showed their forged travel documents to the gate guards, and easily passed without attracting any attention. Sasuke and Sakura were still wondering how was the blonde enigma that was traveling with them able to stay completely silent. Naruto was taking his time studying the town. The walls, while well designed, still had their weaknesses. The city had 3 gates, each facing north, east and west, while to the south was the open sea. The large number of merchants, a few taverns, an inn and a few shops made sure that there was a lot of traffic in and out of town. A quick check showed him that his sensei was doing the same thing as him. After taking a look at the general architecture, Naruto moved his sights to the people around him. He was surprised to notice that there weren't as many civilians in the streets as there were guards patrolling. The tension and fear were obvious. "Q, you awake?" Naruto focused his thoughts to his tenant, probing to see if the ancient fox was sleeping. Yan, I'm awake." A quick response was heard. "What do you make of the situation here?" he quickly asked. While Naruto had some sense of pride, he certainly wasn't above asking someone with far more experience for their opinion. Besides, he already drew all the conclusions he could. Nothing much over what you already figure out," Q commented, "but have you noticed that some of the houses are empty?" "Empty? What the hell?" Naruto internally argued. There were a few options going from there. One was that a part of the population had evacuated, and the other was that they were either dead or kidnapped. "Sensei?" he asked in worried tone. "So you've noticed it too?" the silver-haired Junin replied. Naruto quickly nodded. "Why do I get the feeling that we get all the sea-turned emissions?" Naruto mumbled in a voice laden with sarcasm. Kakashi and Sasuke chuckled, while Sakura was simply annoyed. "You're bad luck, Dobi," Sasuke smugly joked, at which Naruto only broke a grin. The other members of the Ream watched with interest the new relations between the two team members, before Kakashi interrupted the playful banter. "We split up here. Sakura, go to the inn and get us 2 rooms, one by the other." "Hi, Sensei," Sakura quickly replied. Naruto, henge and check the docks and gates for any suspicious characters. It's just recon, don't attack anyone. I get the feeling we won't be sleeping much tonight. And Sasuke, you go and talk to the commander of the guard, find out whatever you can from the man. Hi, both boys quickly replied. We meet at the inn in 3 hours. Now go. And with that the group scattered. 1 o'clock, a room at the local inn. Kakashi, for once, wasn't busy reading his favorite pastime book, better known as Icha Icha Paradise. Right now, he was evaluating the skills his team had shown during the mission so far. He was pleasantly surprised at the lack of usual conflict between the three, and the level of efficiency at which they handled their assigned tasks. He was reasonably pissed off, but it could be worse. The mayor knew very little about the attackers except that they usually attacked and kidnapped people during the night. Thankfully, the commander of the guard was more forthcoming as he provided useful information on the general numbers and state of equipment of the bandits. But what seriously worried him was the report given by Sakura and Naruto. Sakura had overheard conversations from the room next door about the attacks, and from what she heard there could be people inside working with the bandits and that was why they could work so easily. Naruto located several shady characters in the docks and near the east gate, so he left hanged shadow clones to guard the areas, along with 2 more, 1 at each gate. But the key detail was the fact that he had seen some of them enter the basements of several buildings. He wrote a quick report and sent it to the Hokage via one of his nindogs. He smiled watching his team asleep. Should something happen, Naruto snapped awake, violently jerking himself from his bed and startling Kakashi in the process. "They're here," was all he said as both of them rushed outside, quickly joined by Sakura and Sasuke. "Where are they?" Kakashi quickly asked as all of them rushed along the rooftops. "North Gate, there's about 70 of them, all thugs and bandits, but they managed to break through the gate." Naruto quickly explained. "Shit," Sasuke muttered. "Did you put the gloves on?" Naruto quickly asked. "Now's not the time to mess around." "Yeah, they're on," Sasuke quickly replied. "Cut the chatter." Kakashi tossed each and every one of them a small ear-mounted communicator. "They are all set to a single frequency, report in every 2 minutes." Sakura, "Cut them off to the east." Sasuke, "Head in from the west." Naruto and I are going in directly from the south. "Move out." With Sakura, Sakura was positively nervous at the turn of events, but the sheer adrenaline rush of the situation kept her going. She hurried over the low roofs until she spotted several figures sneaking through the shadows in an alley beneath her. She quickly called on all of her training, thinking up how to get rid of the 2 without dying herself. 2 bandits were sneaking along the alley, trying to avoid detection for as long as they could. The guards were mostly dead or disabled, so now was the time to plunder this town. They were momentarily surprised as they saw a pink-haired girl standing in the street, pointing at them. Unfortunately, they were startled long enough for a third shadow to sneak up on them and stab 2 kunai, 1 at the base of each of their skulls, instantly killing them. Sakura silently cursed, and felt the bile rising up her throat at the thought that she just killed someone. But lessons from the academy came back quickly. She remembered perfectly what happened to Kunoichi, who were captured in the line of duty. She would not allow it to happen. "This is Sakura, 2 down and moving on, over." With Sasuke, unlike his pink-haired teammate, Sasuke was ready for this. Having your entire family killed and then watching it all again for hours on end did wonders for his sensitivity to death. He didn't have any. He wickedly rubbed the new pair of gloves Naruto fixed up for him, a wide grin on his face. Once he put his old opinions aside, he found Naruto to be a good guy, and a good friend, the likes of which he was unsure if he deserved. Uchiha arrogance be damned. He noticed a small group of 5 men, one of them carrying a tied-up woman on his shoulder. Slavers, he spat as he felt his blood boil. There were a lot of things he didn't like, but slavery was one thing he decidedly despised. Time to test these nasty new gloves. He drew closer, his new, full black suit allowing him to meld into the shadows far easier than his old clothes. Channeling a small bit of chakra into his glove, a single shuriken popped out, near silently crackling as it gave away a soft bluish glow. "Let's see how they like these." He quickly popped a kunai from his right glove, similarly charged, and threw both. Sasuke prided himself on his accuracy, and always liked a challenge, but these men didn't even seem to expect an attack. He quickly moved to another position, noting while moving that 2 of the men were dead. Remember to conserve your chakra, unless you're fighting tougher opponents, keep to weapons rather than jutsu. He perfectly remembered what Kakashi-sensei repeated several times. The remaining 3 men were now panicked. All of them drew their weapons, 2 of them had swords, and 1 had a large axe, but it seemed that except for 1 of them they weren't too good at using them. With a sickeningly sweet smile he popped another 2 kunai, this time avoiding to charge them, and after waiting for a few seconds to get a blind spot, he threw them. Thump, thump, 2 corpses hit the ground. The last thug, carrying the tied-up woman, now fully panicked, and dropped her, trying to run for his life. Sasuke quickly jumped down, checking on the woman before he sent a final kunai that hit the retreating bandit. This is Sasuke, 5 down, moving on, over. With Naruto and Kakashi, forsaking all stealth to draw out as many bandits as possible, Naruto and Kakashi found themselves surrounded by at least 30 bandits, back to back, standing atop corpses, with a kunai in hand each. They were planning their next move. Kakashi-sensei, I have a plan, but I'll need you to trust me and stand perfectly still. Naruto said, panting while stabbing a ninja. 10. What are you going to do? Kakashi asked, parrying a blow, and sliding the edge of the kunai into another bandit's throat. 15. Go blind on them, he quickly said, and Kakashi picked up what he meant, both stabbing another bandit dumb enough to get within reach, 11 feet 16 inches. Do it, I'll get you some cover. Naruto quickly threw his kunai into the face of one of his opponents, instantly killing him, all the while quickly flashing through a few quick hand seals. 12. Ninja Art. Hidden Mist Jutsu, he whispered, just loud enough for Kakashi to hear it. The bandits panicked as suddenly a thick mist surrounded them, cutting off all vision. Kakashi made a grim face as he drew a second kunai and closed his eyes. The screams should start right about. AAAARGGGGGGGGHHHHHH. 13 for him. Thank Kami that the adrenaline keeps him too high to think about the killing. Let's just hope he also forgets the bet. Seemingly at random, almost every second, blood-curdling screams and falls of corpses were heard throughout the mist, the work of an unseen killer as he moved invisibly in a macabre dance of blood and metal. After a full minute, the fog started to dissipate, revealing a fearsome sight. Like a horrifying god of war from tales of old, Naruto Uzumaki stood, leaning on the Kabikari Hucho, an eerie bluish-white light glowing around it, atop a pile of corpses. His red coat was flying in the wind, undamaged by the action while he was panting. Kakashi watched in shock that the former dead last of the academy had done this, without as much as a scratch on him. Bastards. Naruto here, all down, area clear, over. Naruto quickly shed the chakra shell, leaving a perfectly clean sword, and sat down to rest, raising his Hite 8 from his eyes. He loudly sighed at his approaching sensei. There's 5 of them alive, but paralyzed. I made sure to leave a few for interrogation. He quietly explained, he was feeling ill from the slaughter that he knew he had committed. 60 people dead by his hand. Kakashi-sensei? He stuttered, I just butchered 60 people? I'm a monster, he nearly cried. The adrenaline in his body was gone. It was one thing to fight back against an enemy, but this was slaughter. He shivered as Kakashi sat down next to him, putting a hand over his shoulder. This is a dilemma that all shinobi face, he started in the kindest, most comforting tone he could gather. We ask ourselves whether the killing we do was right, should we have taken a life? Know this, there is very little black or white in our world. You are not a monster, you killed bandits who were preying on the local populace, you didn't just kill, you protected. You didn't kill indiscriminately, for pleasure. You drew no pleasure from the fact that you killed. Does it ever get any easier? Naruto asked in a somewhat calmer, but still rather shaky voice. Yes and no, you learned to steel yourself. You were worried about what you felt when you killed these men. Don't, you're human. For the day you stop feeling anything for the people you kill, you will stop being human and become a true monster. Naruto visibly calmed at his words, considering this piece of wisdom, and accepting as the truth. Kakashi smiled at his student. He was growing well. Apart from the first man, all others were clean kills, with minimal pain. They quickly located the few living bandits that were paralyzed by Naruto's liberal application of lightning jutsu. So, you figured out one of the jutsu I gave you in a week? Kakashi asked, his voice a mixture of pride and curiosity. Naruto smirked. I learned all 5 and mastered all of them except for the fire one. Mastered? Kakashi asked, now surprised. I can even do the shocking paralysis without any hand seals or words. So that's how you knocked them out. Sighing tiredly, they both ate a food pill while waiting for Sasuke and Sakura to join them. Answers to reviews. Harry Peru. Thanks for the compliments. The best way to learn is to practice mate cheeky smiley face. Blue Beluga. Thanks for pointing out the mistake. OpenOffice detects spelling errors, but not putting a wrong word cheeky smiley face. Death MVP. These are basically his first kills, although he understands the necessity of the action, he is still human. Kusanya Kushiki, Reite, let's add a rusty spoon to the arsenal for additional entertainment laughing face. Otto Nix. I have absolutely no idea where I am going except for the pairing of Anko, Naruto and most likely Kurenai, Asuma. I am still thinking of that, yeah, and I agree, a pink-haired Uchiha sounds disturbing. Random Joe. Nice of you to point it out. I would like to clarify this a bit. First, Naruto has about a month and a half of training his radiance, meaning he can use it without problems. Second, these enemies are bandits. On a threat scale they are just above civilians and under mercenaries, which means easy to kill. If Naruto was fighting an enemy ninja, it would have been a completely different story. Besides, if he was a master of silent killing, after the first scream, there wouldn't have been any others, morale hit. Oh, and I can't get a good translator to work. I tried the one that was suggested, but I can't get it to translate the new jutsu I added, so. The human Wikipedia, actually, it's 5 out of 5 elements, but at this point, Naruto has only his strong wind affinity manifested. The others are there, but dormant. You also know that ninja can use any element, but it's much harder to use those that aren't your affinity. And he mastered 4 out of 5 jutsu cheeky smiley face, which means he uses them at full power, and that's it. No godlike powers or any other nonsense. Son of Sparta, constructive criticism is something I very much appreciate. I would have, probably, worked that one out a bit better, but Hangover really does mess with your mind when it comes to formatting cheeky smiley face. P.S. For those interested, why does it sound like Kakashi is repeating himself at the end of the chapter? To hammer in the meaning of his words to the stressed youth. And here comes the chapter, enjoy. Chapter 3. The End of a Life. The sun's morning rays unveiled a somber scene outside the northern gate of Kazashi village. The corpses of over 100 bandits that attacked last night were piled up and burned, the populace thanking Kami for the wind coming from the sea, carrying the stench away. Sakura and Sasuke were pale and worried, but Naruto was even worse. He still wasn't completely over the fact that he killed so many people last night. Although the fact that he won the bet against Kakashi helped raise his morale a bit. Kakashi on the other hand felt tired. He decided to sacrifice his time of sleep to let his team recover, while he interrogated the few prisoners they gathered about the location and numbers of the bandit base. Hearing that there were over 300 bandits left, Kakashi immediately sent for backup, and thankfully they would be arriving within a couple of hours. It would be Kurenai's team, as they are the best trackers of all the rookie teams in Konoha. Kakashi tiredly watched his team as they sat down in a local tavern to get some breakfast. They were all exhausted, even the normally energetic Naruto was tired. Besides, the fact that all of them made their first kill, no kills last night didn't really help their mood, but they took it better than expected. He smiled. His team had come far from what they were at the academy. He nearly laughed when he thought of the Chunin exams. If someone asked him 2 months ago if he would let them compete, he would have said no outright. Now, he'd settle for a malicious laugh as he signed them in, and he would most likely do just that. This little train of thought had raised his spirits considerably, while his team mumbled something about crazy teachers at his mildly disturbing smile. The mood had finally improved, and while tired, they soon started talking. All of them. Sakura had stopped fawning over Sasuke and spoke with Naruto normally. Sasuke and Naruto were still insulting each other as usual, but where once was malice, now there was mirth. He had gladly joined in the conversation, and they were all talking like old friends. For the first time in years, Hitaki Kakashi remembered what it felt like to have a family. And this was damn close. They went back to the inn to get some rest before their reinforcements arrived. Soon enough, Sasuke and Sakura were dozing off, and Kakashi had fallen asleep while Naruto stayed awake to keep watch, and, as usual, go through his notes on seals and fix up his coat. He silently thanked the old man for the reparation seal, otherwise he'd be left with a destroyed coat. As hours passed, Naruto was increasingly bored. His unnatural stamina had its advantages, and with just a few hours of relaxation he was almost back to normal. Thankfully, before his musings on pranks went too far, he felt 4 stronger chakra signatures approaching his door. His sharpened senses easily identified the smell of one Kiba Inuzuka and his dog Akamaru, along with the bug-like countenance of Shino Aburame. Team 8, Kakashi-sensei, wake up, he quickly prodded the silver-haired Junin, the cavalry is here. Kakashi jerked up from his light sleep, turning to sit normally, and watching his crazy student with a smile, getting a good idea what he planned to do from his mischievous smile. On the other side of the door a certain raven-haired Junin, followed by her team, was about to knock on the door when she heard a voice. Enter, the door's unlocked. Inside, Kakashi laughed as he was pretty certain that Kurenai on the other side was just about to knock, and laughed even more when he saw her surprised face, quickly waking up Sasuke and Sakura. Hello Kurenai-san, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Naruto jokingly saluted, trying hard to control his laughter as he didn't lift his head from the notebook he was reading. Kakashi replied with a light wave as he stopped his laughter. Hello to you too Naruto. Anko sends her regards, Kurenai teasingly replied, hoping to see at least a blush on the boy's face, but was quickly disappointed. Kakashi on the other hand remembered the talk that he, Kurenai and Anko had on the subject of everyone's favorite blonde Gaki. He smiled, like Anko has it in for Naruto. That's nice to hear Kurenai-san, I'll be sure to express my gratitude when I come home. He replied nonchalantly, causing Kurenai to slightly blush at the double meaning of the statement, while the others present stared at Naruto's witty remark. What? He deadpanned. Nightfall, forest to the northeast of town. Radio communications. Strike Force, this is Sentry 1, in position, over, Sakura's voice echoed over the radio connection. Sentry 2, in position, over, Shino's monotone voice quickly joined. Sentry 3, in P position, over, Hinata's stuttering voice followed. Extraction team, awaiting orders, over, Kurenai sent in a calm voice. Strike Force Commander here, start the operation, Kakashi's voice ordered. Within the reaches of this bandit camp, the day came to an end as it usually did, with food, alcohol, gambling and sex. A single man sadly sighed at the situation around him, disgusted by the actions of his two fellow Nukenin. As a former grass shinobi, Kiri Hazachi has a degree of pride and honor, and there are things that he would not do. Rape was one of them. He didn't mind the occasional drink, but the drunkards around him sickened him. Standing up from the log he was sitting on, he cursed as a chewed-on bone hit him. He decided to leave this place. A single man could only do so much, and he was sure that his companions would rather stay here. He would not miss them. Perhaps a life on the run would be better anyway. His musings were, however, rudely interrupted as he felt a number of chakra signatures around him. Ninja, most likely Leaf, here to exterminate the entire camp. Well, it wasn't that much of a surprise, he thought idly, as the bandits around him were completely oblivious to their impending doom. The group that attacked last night was wiped out and the idiots still do nothing. My time is nearly up as it is, perhaps among them there will be one. He smirked as he heard the first explosion, and felt one of the ninja that infiltrated the camp move into the fearless leader's tent. With Sasuke and Kurenai, Sasuke silently cursed as he and Kurenai sneaked through the camp, their chakra suppressed so as not to attract any attention. Their target was the large grayish tent where, according to Shino, the leader of the bandits was sleeping. The task was simple, try and enter without attracting any attention, or use the distraction caused by the attack to move in and disable him. Kurenai silently cursed as she noticed the patrolling guards, and one of them was a former grass ninja. Sasuke, while somewhat cocky, wasn't idiotic enough to get himself needlessly killed, so he prepared a kunai and awaited further orders. Extraction team, awaiting orders, over, Kurenai sent in a calm voice. With Shino, the calm and morose bug user carefully watched one of the 4 exits from the valley, his bugs and traps ready to take down anyone who tried to escape that way. He was still wondering to the nature of the change he had seen in the members of Team 7. The former class clown, Uzumaki Naruto, now had the appearance of a veteran ninja, and if he correctly heard the report that Kakashi had sent, he was probably the strongest of the 3 genin in the squad. The change in others was nothing less remarkable. Sasuke wasn't brooding and not once did he raise an objection to working as a team with others, even though he and Naruto kept insulting each other at every opportunity. There was no more malice between the two. Sakura had stopped clinging to Sasuke, and had spent the little free time they had chatting with Hinata. Also, she seemed far more confident than before. Sighing as he finished his preparation, he quickly clicked the communication headpiece. Sentry 2, in position, over, Shino's monotone voice quickly joined. With Sakura, unlike the other sentries, Sakura asked Naruto to borrow a few explosive tags and along with some of her ninja wire had set up a fine collection of traps through her exit. A pair of kunai resting in her hands and a number of shuriken prepared for throwing meant that all she now had to do was wait. Strike Force, this is Sentry 1, in position, over, Sakura's voice echoed over the radio connection. With Hinata, while lacking confidence, today, Hinata Hyuga was on a crusade to prove herself to her longtime crush, Naruto Uzumaki. Unfortunately for her, the blonde was still a bit dense when it came to social interaction and was all but blind to her affections. Sighing sadly, she took her position near one of the exits, using Hei Byakugan to keep watch. No one would be passing by her. Sentry 3, in P position, over, Hinata's stuttering voice followed. With Naruto, Kiba and Kakashi, the three ninja awaited in their concealed position near the last remaining entrance to the small valley, and therefore camp, for the signals of the others. Strike Force Commander here, start the operation, Kakashi's voice ordered, and as one the three ninja charged forth into the base, drawing as much attention as humanly possible. Naruto laughed at Kiba's shocked look as he unsealed the massive sword and charged forward. He had seen what these men had done, and there was little mercy left in him as the nearest bandit found out while his head was separated from the rest of his body. His compatriots weren't any luckier than him as one was turned into mincemeat, courtesy of Kiba's and Akamaru's combo-piercing fang attack, while the other two were burned to cinders by Kakashi's fire jutsu. This explosive opening immediately attracted the attention of the entire camp, although those nearby weren't so fortunate, as Naruto and Kakashi threw a veritable hailstorm of kunai, every second one with an exploding tag rolled up around the hilt. For the first time in his life, Kiba was speechless. The veteran Junin and the crazed blonde were working perfectly as a tandem, quickly wiping out worst parts of the camp, while still avoiding any of the enslaved women and children. He was positively awed by the sight in front of him, but quickly snapped out and rejoined him. Kurenai had warned them not to underestimate Naruto Uzumaki, and now he got a first-hand demonstration why the shocking fact that he had willingly blinded himself with his Hite 8 added to his awe. The time of the attack, combined with their target's inebriated state, allowed the two to decimate their opponents. But the next event positively floored him as the two ninja simultaneously yelled. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A cloud of dust and smoke quickly rose across the battlefield, but quickly dissipated to reveal 24 Naruto and Kakashi clones, each and every one of them armed to the tooth. He and Akamaru followed and tried to keep up, but it was obvious just how outmatched they were. Similar thoughts occurred to the bandits, who were now in full rout. The remaining 200 bandits and thugs were being systematically decimated without mercy, and as he heard over the radio, those who tried to escape were quickly eliminated by the sentries placed at the exits. Naruto finally got a chance to vent the rage he'd been feeling ever since he found out that the damnable bandits practiced slavery, one of the few things that Naruto had no intention of forgiving. But it felt strange and wrong, to be able to take lives so easily. He had no illusions that these men were innocent or that killing them would be a loss of life, quite the contrary. Since the battle less than a day ago, he had come to terms with the taking of life, and accepted it as the reality of his chosen profession. Take one life to preserve others. But never kill indiscriminately, never betray comrades, grow strong to protect, not to destroy. Protect what is precious. The lives of the people endangered were precious. The lives of his teammates were precious. He would protect them. With a grim look of determination, he waded back into combat. Kakashi spared a moment to take a look at the impassive face of his student. He was happy that there wasn't any bloodlust. Or pleasure, he was unsure which would have been more disturbing. For a moment he could have sworn that he had seen someone else fighting. Strike Force, we have the leader, proceeding to extraction point as agreed. Kiba, Naruto yelled, watch out friendlies. Kiba, who had by that time gotten closer to the duo, quickly nodded and continued, and no more than a minute later, two shadows flashed by them, signaling that they were free to continue clearing the area. Kiri Hazachi watched the proceedings with great interest. He felt no sadness for his two, now former companions who died rather stupidly, as he hid waiting for the battle to be over. The blonde boy and his sensei were the strongest of all present. He recognized the man as Hitaki Kakashi, better known as Sharingan Kakashi, or the copycat ninja, but the boy was a mystery. The sword he wielded was easy to recognize, no one but the 7 swordsmen would come up with such crazy weapons. What was even more interesting was that the boy wore his Hite 8 over his eyes. He smirked. Perhaps today would truly be the day, he sadly thought as he walked out of his hiding place and flared his chakra. Naruto and Kiba were panting as they recovered from the battle. After the whole ordeal, the rest of the two teams joined the aptly named Strike Force, their part of the mission accomplished. The captured leader would be interrogated and most likely executed afterward, but that was not their job. Now, at least they could go home. But that was not to be apparently as a strong chakra signature flared nearby. Both teams tensed as a man walked out of one of the overlooked tents, bearing a simple katana in his arms. Naruto studied the man. He was in his late 40s, but strongly built, tall and not overly muscular. He noted the slashed grass hite tied around his neck. He was dressed in a simple green and white kimono and sandals. He had long black hair tied in a braid, along with a finely chiseled face and deep brown eyes, but what struck him most was the expression of his face and the emotions that his eyes gave away. Naruto couldn't place the name on a single emotion, but he knew the look too well. The look of a man tired of his life, simply waiting for it to end, and a small, faint sign of hope. "Young one," he spoke with a guarded voice, his thin finger pointing at Naruto, "I would ask a favor of you." For a moment a tense silence descended on the now empty bandit camp as Naruto stood up, his left hand on the handle of the Kabikari Hucho. He was tired, but the man's face brought up his curiosity. "What is it you wish, old man?" he asked in a polite tone as the rest of the Konoha ninja gathered behind him. "To give me an honorable death," he said, his guard lowered and his voice void of any deception. Naruto stood silent for a moment, gazing into the man's tired eyes. For a single moment, he felt the weight life had placed on the said man's shoulders: betrayal, loss of loved ones, death of friends, the burden of taking far too many lives for a man to remain completely sane. He was a man who simply wanted an end to it all. Was the loss so horrible? Naruto asked in a sad voice. Kiri laughed. It was a terrible thing, that laugh of his, hollow, broken and void of any emotion. "Enough so that I have no more hope," he explained sadly. "I have found what I pray is a worthy opponent to end my life." Naruto. Kakashi started but was quickly stopped when Naruto raised his hand. "How do you wish to do this?" he asked quietly. "A full match, no rules until one of us falls," Kiri explained. Naruto quickly nodded. "Before we start, what is your name?" Naruto quickly asked. "Kiri Hazachi. And yours?" "Naruto Uzumaki. A pleasure meeting you." "Likewise." Naruto quickly removed his red coat and handed it to Kiba, who was standing nearby, as he went over the seals on his arms. This would not be an easy battle. Kiri, on the other hand, simply watched the boy prepare himself for the battle. He knowingly smiled at the fact that the boy was giving him his best. He vaguely recognized the weight seals on both the boy's arms and legs, and he popped 2 pills into his mouth. Now he was ready. "I would ask you all to stand back and not interfere," Naruto quietly asked in a solemn voice. His teammates were eyeing him nervously, but his sensei had accepted his decision, and would respect it. Both ninja assumed their stances, blades drawn and charged. "Kakashi-sensei? What's going on? Why is Naruto fighting that man?" Sakura asked questions in rapid succession, and before Kakashi could reply, Kiba added his 2 cents. "And why aren't we helping him?" Kakashi sighed sadly, and wondered how to explain the situation to them. He wondered even more at the fact that Naruto was mature enough to understand what the man asked of him. "So how do I explain this? That man has lost too much to keep living," he started uncertainly, "and only wishes that his death be in combat. A dying man's wish, as it were. I would ask, not to interrupt them." He smiled sadly. He knew the face the man wore all too well. He had seen that look on many of his comrades after the war, those who had lost everything they held dear. Naruto panted as they crossed blades. The older man was stronger than he was and far, far more experienced. He blocked every single attack he made with that katana of his. "There's always that," he smirked. "A trick up your sleeve, young one?" Kiri jokingly asked, but the look in his eyes said otherwise. "A little something I figured out," Naruto replied as he began pushing a vast amount of chakra into the sword. Kiri cringed at the build-up, and tried to pull back. A single "huh" was heard before Naruto slammed his sword into that of his opponent, and the entire store of chakra inside was unleashed. Violently. For a second Kiri Hazachi watched in horror as his blade was broken into minuscule shards, before he smiled. The boy was even better than he expected. The same could not be said for his right arm, which now bled. On the other side, Members of Teams 7 and 8 watched in shock as a blue explosion pulverized Kiri's sword. Kakashi grinned at his pupil's trick. Kurenai watched in shock and remembered what Anko had said about the boy, don't underestimate him. A few years, and he'll be giving us all a run for our money. Unknown to the others, a third party was gleefully watching the battle. In his cage stuck inside a forsaken sewer, oh, he was going to talk with his jailer about that all right. The mightiest of all of the Biju, the nine-tailed demon fox sat curled up and watched the show. Ah, if I only had some popcorn, he sighed wishfully as he enjoyed the sight of the boy using a technique that he had by himself figured out. Over the past few years, and more specifically the last 2 or 3 months, he began respecting the boy for his tenacity, raw guts and wit. It was a shame that it took the death of someone the boy had found close to get him on the right track, but there was no use crying over spilled milk. He gave his word to help the boy. It was the least he could do for making his existence bearable. He wondered how much more could he teach the boy. Naruto smirked at his opponent and did his best to conceal that this attack drained nearly a fourth of his chakra. A slight miscalculation on his part, but it was worth it, as it gave him what he hoped would be an advantage. The old man was good. He charged at him for a horizontal slash, but Kiri quickly dodged beneath it, charging forward and slamming him in the gut, and blowing his sword away with his other hand. Naruto cursed and jumped back, trying to avoid his enemy's attacks while he planned his next move. He had no more than a second before his enemy charged at him. Smiling, he quickly threw a kunai at his opponent, barely missing him. Kiri rushed Naruto, but silently cursed when the boy used the substitution jutsu to quickly replace himself with the hissing kunai he had just thrown. Wait, hissing? Shit. Naruto watched as his opponent went straight into the explosion and quickly started forming hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire. A number of small fireballs quickly fly towards the smoke cloud formed from the exploding tag, as Naruto once more begins a quick chain of hand seals, keeping silent as he sinks into the ground. Kiri once more cursed. He had planned this to be a worthy death, and the boy was quite worthy, but to be outsmarted like this by a genin? He was getting rusty. A sealless Shunshin had gotten him away from the attack, but now his blonde opponent was nowhere in sight. Naruto, who had resurfaced behind a tree, rubbed his lower ribs. At least one of them was broken and bruised. The old guy packed quite a punch, and he still wasn't using any jutsu. And he was getting tired, as the fatigue of the battle caught up with him. He would have to finish this quickly. There was always that option. Sighing, he drew 3 small scrolls from their holder on his left leg, immediately unrolling one and smearing his blood on its surface. He just prayed that this would work. He slowly walked out from his cover, causing a raised eyebrow from his opponent. Hey old man, he said in a nervous voice, I want to try something. Smirking, his opponent started going through hand seals at an alarming rate. Naruto silently prayed that his knowledge hadn't failed him. Time slowed down for Naruto as he watched his opponent perform his seals. Rapidly cutting both his thumbs on his elongated canines, he threw both scrolls into the air, each of them unrolling as he smeared his blood on both. The action was followed by a quick succession of hand seals as both scrolls once more began to roll up. Slamming his hand with the third scroll, now attached to a kunai, into the ground, he yelled, Secret art. Triune hunters. For a moment nothing happened, but Kiri's face soon changed from amused to horrified as the earth beneath his feet now held him in place. And then the 2 scrolls unleashed their attack, a blade of wind along with a lance of lightning, both of which pierced his chest in an instant. Both enemies smiled for a moment as they both fell on the ground, one dead, the other unconscious. The last sight both saw was a number of shinobi rushing towards Naruto. 2 days later, Naruto quietly sighed as he stood over the grave of Kiri Hazachi, former Grass Chunin, and his first real opponent. He sadly smiled at the remains of the sword which were placed over his grave, along with his scratched Hite 8. A modest burial, but sufficient. Paying his last respects to his former opponent, he rejoined his team as they went back home. Konoha, a week later. There are a few places within the village hidden in the leaves that are avoided by the populace. One such place is the Anbu headquarters, and another was Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. One would also wonder why a certain blonde boy was merrily jumping from one tree to the other, completely unfazed by the fact that in his immediate vicinity were over 10 species of animals that would gladly make him their lunch. Then again, most of those animals knew trouble when they saw it, and a boy leaking killing intent was certainly trouble. So as long as he didn't bother them, they wouldn't bother him. Naruto Uzumaki had taken his day off to see a friend. She did tell him that he could find her here. Should have asked for a map. He quietly grumbled at the fact that he couldn't find the object of his quest into the forest. Although he found the place more than enjoyable, I should start training here, idly thought as he jumped, searching for any trace of Anko's chakra. Thankfully, the old man had finished the debriefing quickly, even though he had to explain a few things. Flashback. Good work. Sarutobi heartily congratulated them before handing out the pay for the mission. Naruto, could you stay for a moment? Sure, old man, the blonde boy merrily answered. Naruto, show some respect for the Hokage, Sakura screeched while bumping him on the head. Naruto merely sighed as the rest of his team, minus Kakashi, left the office. So, I heard you made a new jutsu, Sarutobi curiously asked. Naruto assumed his thinking pose, his hand beneath his chin. I made a jutsu alright, but it still needs some tweaking. Yeah, I did, but it still needs some work, Naruto replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. The old Hokage laughed. Kakashi already explained, but I'm curious as to how it works. Naruto once more found himself with two options. Neither would mind if he kept quiet, but were genuinely curious, and the knowledge might help both. Smiling, he began his lecture. First of all, I prepared 3 seal scrolls, each containing an array which gathers and converts chakra into one of the 3 used elements: earth, wind, and lightning. Now, the arrays are relatively complex, consisting of multiple chakra storage seals directly connected to a chakra burst seal coupled with a transformation seal which gives the attacks their shape. A blood seal binds the 3 scrolls to the user, and after projecting 2 chakra strings, you throw both in the air while performing a sequence of hand seals that further shapes and focuses the attack at a specific target. After that, you slam the earth scroll into the ground, preferably via kunai. At that moment the 3 scrolls activate and burn themselves out. The earth scroll makes a temporary prison for the victim, binding him up to his or her waist. The wind and lighting scrolls unleash 2 attacks aimed wherever you want them. The whole trick is that the scrolls unleash as much power as you send through the strings before activating them. Naruto completed his explanation, leaving a stunned Kakashi and a smiling Sarutobi. Well, that was an excellent explanation. I am glad to see that your sealing skills are improving at such a fast rate. Thanks, old man. I'll make sure to prepare a copy of my notes for these 3 for the next time I drop by. You do that, Naruto, the Hokage idly added while drawing from his pipe. Kakashi one more made one of his eyes smiles before vanishing in a poof of smoke. End flashback. At the same time, Anko Mitarashi was returning from the Anbu interrogation center and heading for her small camp in her beloved forest of death. Bound to the place by memories both good and bad, most involving her old sensei, she also loved the place for its ferocity. It served as a home, a training ground, and finally as a refuge from the hateful glares and whispers. It was her personal sanctuary, and Kami helped whoever tried to defile it. She sensed a somewhat familiar chakra signature inside her small camp, and heaven help the person there if he or she didn't have a good reason. However, her rage quickly vanished after she recognized the sleeping form of the young man who saved her life a while ago. Well, no one said she couldn't tease him a bit. Making a grin that would make most grown men run in fear, she slowly stalked her way over with a kunai in hand. When she was just a few steps away, she threw the kunai, aiming for his right cheek, curious as a cat to see how the blonde would react. She wasn't disappointed when the boy caught the kunai with his hand. You know, Anko-san, it really isn't polite to cut up people when they try to sleep, he said in a mock scolding tone. It took a second for both to start laughing. So, what brings you here, Foxy? She asked with a big grin. Naruto merely returned one of his real smiles before unsealing a large platter of her favorite food. Can't a friend just drop by for a visit? He asked jokingly. But the result of his joke surprised him as Anko made a serious face. The short flash of recognition he felt in the forest now returned. You consider me your friend? She asked. Her voice was worried, uncertain, and just a bit hopeful. He sighed sadly. No one deserved such treatment. Yes, I do, he shortly explained before handing her the plate. She immediately perked up after his response. Say, how did you know I loved dango? I don't remember telling you that. I asked Kurenai. He deadpanned and Anko once more laughed. The boy was as direct as ever. Sue, she started, purposefully elongating the, oh, how did your mission go? It was now Naruto's turn to get somber as he retold the events of his trip south, the killing he performed, and finally his battle with Kiri Hazachi. Anko intently listened to the boy's story, enjoying his detailed descriptions of events and places. After he finished his storytelling, they both simply laid down in the grass, watching the clouds slowly pass. You know, Anko started, catching the blonde Jinchuriki's attention, I had similar thoughts when I made my first kill. He smiled. He wasn't sure why, but even during their short stay in the forest a while back, talking with her was relaxing, to say the least. They were very much alike, both outcasts of society, hated for things beyond their power to control. Both crazy in their own way. Thanks, he softly whispered as he fell asleep next to her. For the first time in years, Anko made a gentle smile, before doing the same. Next day, Training Ground 7. Once again, Sakura was treated to the sight of Naruto working over his notes. Sheesh Naruto, she started, but without any real anger, do you ever leave those notes? Naruto made a small smile before answering, no. Shaking her head and muttering something about blonde idiots, she sat down next to him, dozing off until the rest of the team showed up. Much to her displeasure, they came within a few minutes. After what passes as customary greetings among Team 7, Kakashi pulled out 3 papers. Well everyone, I've recommended you for the Chunin exams this year. If you want to participate, take this to room 301 in the academy next Monday, 9 o'clock sharp. I've got to run now, so you think this over carefully, and good luck. With those words, Kakashi once more vanished in a cloud of smoke while the rest of Team 7 wondered what he was doing. Chapter 4. The Chunin Exams, Introduction. Monday, a day generally despised the working populace of no matter which village, city, country or universe. Naruto shook the cobwebs out of his head as he woke up and looked out the window. Outside, rain was falling. Hard, and judging by the angle, a strong wind was blowing as well. And I have my first exam today, he thought, silently cursing the damnable weather as he took out a bowl of instant ramen. At least some comforts are always there. He still had an hour before he had to go. Rapidly devouring his ramen, he planned for today. What should I pack? He asked no one in particular as his eyes moved from one shelf to another, thinking over the coming exam, going through the possibilities and eventually deciding to play it safe. He quickly made his bed, and placed the book on human anatomy back on its shelf. Taking of his pajamas and standing in front of a mirror, he carefully studied all of the seals he had placed on himself. The chakra weights he got from Yugao had helped him develop his body even more. His athletic physique and well-developed muscle mass granted him a good combination of speed and strength. The seals he had placed were mostly simple ones. Storage seals for his sword and other weapons, a few weight seals he used when in the field as chakra weights, while better for training, were downright impractical. I'll have to improve these, he idly reminded himself. The third category were the ones he was truly proud of. After spending the better part of the previous month carefully studying the book on advanced seal theory, given to him by the aged Hokage, he found that the previous owner had a very similar way of thinking. Whoever MN was, he was used to thinking outside the box, as it were, and so was Naruto. That's how he came up with the idea for his Triune Hunters, and another note made him very interested. While chakra storage seals were mostly used as a battery for running a larger array, one of their more interesting properties was that once placed on a living body, they slowly siphoned chakra, slowly gathering power. And, with proper additions, those same seals can be made to release all that power back to the body. Unlike chakra pills, there are no side effects, as this was the body's own chakra. His forays into medicine had given him the brilliant idea of forming a seal that would convert normal chakra into medical chakra, but that was nowhere near as easy as it sounded, but should it work? He also made a sadistic grin worthy of his friend Anko at the special kunai he had prepared. He analyzed and broke down all of the seals from the sword except the last one, which still gave him headaches. The sharpening and shell seals were now safely added to 50 kunai, each and every one of them also fitted with a chakra storage seal filled to the brim. He laughed gleefully at the fact that his enemies would now have even more trouble recognizing what was coming at them. The field of Fuinjutsu had proven to be infinitely rewarding, from everyday applications to specific solutions of unusual problems. That combined with his ever-growing knowledge of ninjutsu and constant practices of kenjutsu gave him a good edge over his enemies. His taijutsu, while nowhere near perfect, was still quite good thanks to his reflex training in the radiance field he had finally perfected. Also, his growing knowledge of medicine and things such as pressure points were quite useful as well. Knowing where the vulnerable points were meant you could hit them quite a bit easier. He grinned at the fact that he could now rely on all of his 6 senses in combat without facing mental overload. Making sure to pack all 50 of his kunai into the various storage seals on his hands, along with the ever-impressive Kabikari Hucho, which now sported a bandage-like gray material which was tied up around the blade, he turned to his other equipment. 2 small bags of chakra and food pills, check. 3 first aid kits, along with homemade and tested antitoxins and mental stimulants, check. His calligraphy kit, check. 5 sets of Triune Hunter scrolls, double check. Exploding tags, 20 pieces, check. 20 smoke bombs, check. 2 200-meter spools of ninja wire, check. A set of 50 standard kunai, 100 shuriken and 20 senbon needles, check. 3 vials of knockout and paralyzing venom each, double check. Food and water supplies to last a 4-man cell a month, sealed into scrolls, check. And last, but definitely not least, his newest surprise for the exams. On his working desk was a pair of bracers, made from an unidentifiable black metal, ornately decorated. But that wasn't what was so special about them. Not even the hardening seals which allowed the bracers to be used as a defense were special. The real thing inside was Naruto's first life seal array. The results of 2 months of work were now turned into a pair of bracers that could raise a temporary barrier which absorbed chakra and channeled it back to him after purifying it. There was a limit as to how much it could absorb at once, but he knew well enough to be careful. Whatever hell the exams have in store for him, he was now ready. He slowly walked over to his closet and picked out his clothes. A pair of light black boots, brown pants and a light gray shirt. He gently placed the small necklace Haku had given him, the snowflake design now covered by his shirt. It wasn't a decoration to be flaunted. It was a reminder of what had been lost and of his oath. And finally, to top it all, he took his red coat. Grinning, he decided against hiding his sword. While he still wasn't tall enough to normally carry it, when diagonally held against his back, it was still quite easy to reach. He smiled at the weather outside. While he found the rain to be pleasant, he accidentally discovered a way to walk in the rain without getting a much as wet from it. During his practice with water walking, he accidentally started putting out chakra above him, and to his surprise the rain couldn't get through. He idly wondered if it could be used as a shield as he walked. The perfectly confident figure of the young Jinchuriki would have drawn glares from the villagers, if there had been any villagers in the rain. Apart from the few shinobi guards, he was hard-pressed to see anyone. Deciding that there was enough time to waste, he paid a visit to one of his favorite places in the whole world, the Ichiraku ramen shop. He made another genuine smile as he drew close to the, as he called it, best ramen hop in the world, quickly drawing the attention of Tuchi Ichiraku, the owner, and Ayame, his daughter. "Hey brat," Tuchi happily greeted him, "the usual?" "Yep, one of each. I have an exam today," he chirped. The pair that worked at the shop were some of the only people in the world that he fully trusted, and was really happy with. They had both seen his false smiles, and especially the real ones which were far rarer. Tucci went to cooking with a wide grin. His favorite customer eats for a full squad when it comes to ramen. Ayame chuckled at the short exchange between the two. "Hello Naruto-kun." She gave him a small hug, which he gladly returned. "Hello yourself Ayame-chan." He smiled back at the girl. Ayame was the closest thing he had to a sister, always willing to offer advice and support. "What's that I hear about exams?" she asked curiously. "Chunin exams, they're starting today. So that's why there's so many strangers in town," she commented with a finger on her chin, stuck in her thinking pose. "Yeah, but they won't cause any trouble," he chuckled. "That's reserved for the exams." "Right, then eat up, we wouldn't want you to be late," she chimed. After Naruto's portion of the food was served, he finished the 10 bowls of ramen in record time, before saying goodbye and going to the academy building. It was still raining. The blonde smiled as he approached the entrance to the building where he recognized the silhouettes of Sasuke and Sakura. They were still wearing their normal clothes, only covered by raincoats. He spotted the pair of gloves still on Sasuke's hand, and the new wakizashi he had started using. He was nowhere near a master like him, but the few enhancements Naruto had added gave him an edge. Sakura on the other hand had also prepared. He noticed the pouches attached to her belt along with several storage scrolls in a holder. "So they don't prepare like I do. Not everyone is as thorough, I suppose. Still, it is an improvement," he thought as the three of them wordlessly entered the building. "You guys ready?" Naruto quietly asked as the trio walked towards the staircase to the second floor. "What do you think, Dobi?" Sasuke replied with a wicked smile, his gloved arm resting on the hilt of the wakizashi. Sakura merely shook her head at the macho idiots alongside her. We're as ready as we can be, she idly commented. Let's just hope Naruto doesn't screw up on some technicality. That'll be the day, Sasuke gingerly added, as they passed an obvious genjutsu on the second floor and headed straight for the third, Sasuke in the lead, Naruto and Sakura flanking him. Their passing, however, attracted the attention of many. Some jealous, some hateful, some curious and some even bored. As the doors of room 301 loomed, the team noticed a familiar figure reading a certain orange book. Congratulations on getting into the exam, Kakashi said with a big eye smile. What do you mean getting into the exam? Asked an indignant Sakura. Simple, if you hadn't all shown up, you wouldn't be able to take the exam. But you did, so the rules are a moot point now, he quickly explained. Sasuke and Naruto shrugged, while Sakura gave Kakashi a glare. Well, good luck in the exams, he added before poofing away. Damn bastard, Naruto said jokingly. Let's see what our competition's like. And so, with utmost confidence the trio walked into the classroom. The noise coming from the crowded room instantly vanished as they walked in, all faces turned to face them, and a lot of killing intent focused in their direction. To their credit, Sasuke and Sakura didn't even flinch. Naruto on the other hand had a certain fox train him to resist and use such abilities, but decided against it, because he'd need the fox's chakra to scare them all off. Soon enough he noticed familiar faces. Oi Naruto, he recognized Kiba's boisterous voice. Hey Kiba, Shino, where's Hinata? He greeted and asked curiously, failing for the moment to spot the blue-haired girl. I am here, she meekly whispered, getting up from the row behind Kiba. Hey Hinata, good luck with the exams, he smiled at the girl, who blushed. Sasuke was busy fighting off Ino, much to Naruto's entertainment as a bit of Sakura's fangirl personality came back. You people sure make a lot of noise, a somewhat serious voice interrupted them. Naruto turned to face a silver-haired, spectacle-wearing teen with a Konoha Hite 8. He seemed a kind enough sort, but there was something that just felt wrong about him. Why the hell does he smell like snakes? Kyuubi, being as bored as he usually is when Naruto isn't in a fight, chimed in. Who else do you know who smells like snakes? Anko, no one. Snake shit. Atta boy, good thinking. I'll figure out how to inform the old man later. You got a problem with that? Naruto quickly commented. Not really, he said waving his arms apologetically, it'll just get you killed. By the way, the name is Kabuto. Thanks for the concern. My name is Naruto, he quipped sarcastically while returning the introduction. You do seem a bit old for the Chunin exams though, Shikamaru's voice came through. Naruto smirked at the sight of the lazy genius, as he remembered the good times that the two of them along with Kiba and Choji had back at the academy. I'm something of a veteran here, Kabuto commented. So you've done this exam once before? Sakura asked hopefully, planning to get some info. Not exactly, I've done it 7 times, he replied grinning sheepishly, which caused the others to sweat drop. So basically, you suck, Kiba commented bluntly. Said man's eyebrow twitched for a moment. Anyway, I've got some info if you're interested, he commented as he pulled out a number of blank cards. The lot of them stared at the cards intently, while Kabuto smirked. I've been gathering info on my opponents. These are special cards, with a bit of chakra they reveal stored information on other ninja. Anyone in particular you'd like to know about? He asked with a wide smile. Sasuke was the first to reply. Rock Lee, Shikamaru quickly followed, Gaara from Suna, Sasuke Uchiha and Uzumaki Naruto. Well, that's not a challenge, Kabuto replied with mock sadness. Rock Lee, Genin of Konoha, 25D rank, 12C rank missions, focuses on taijutsu, extremely developed physical skills, no nin or genjutsu. Teammates include Neji Hyuga and Tenten. Sensei is Maeda Gai, Sabaku no Gaara, Genin of Suna, 10C ranked and 2B ranked missions, as mastery over sand, no other skills known. Has returned unscratched from every mission. Not bad. Naruto's mind stopped here for a second. He connected the face to the strongest source of killing intent he had felt in the room. The red-headed boy in the back with black circles around his eyes. Q, does something seem wrong about that guy to you? His eyes, face and chakra scream Jinchuriki, and his teammates and siblings, unless I'm mistaken, are scared of him. Do you know which one? The poor kid's stuck with that crazy bastard Shukaku, the one-tailed raccoon. Just another reason you should be happy you got me. I haven't doubted that for a while now, Q. Thanks. You're welcome, kid. Now go kick ass. Quickly tuning back to the outside world, he listened as Kabuto continued speaking. Uchiha Sasuke, Genin of Konoha, 25D ranked, 2C ranked, 2A ranked, not bad, missions, proficient in ninjutsu, last surviving loyal member of the Uchiha clan, bearer of the Sharingan. Teammates Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. And finally Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Konoha, 25D ranked, 2C ranked, 3A ranked missions, proficient in ninjutsu, kenjutsu and fuinjutsu. Bearer of Kabikari Hucho, you're good kid, thanks, Naruto politely replied while inside, he was seething. Why? Because this man knew one detail that was only written in the private records in the Hokage's tower. In other words, this man is a spy. Because there was no other way for him to know that he was effectively paid in a rank mission for taking down Mizuki when he stole the scroll that night so long ago. Settling to unmask the spy later, he turned to the rest of his companions, silently asking them not to make a scene as he went to his seat. As soon as he sat down, the doors opened and a group of Chunin, followed by a man in a black trenchcoat which Naruto immediately recognized as Ibiki Morino, the sweetest guy on earth as Anko once put it. Although he was wondering how the head of Anbu interrogation and torture could be so sweet, that was indeed the subject for another time as the scarred man bellowed, immediately silencing the entire room. Quiet maggots, he yelled, my name is Ibiki Morino and I'll be the proctor of the first part of your Chunin exam. Ibiki proceeded to explain the simple rules of the exam. The rules are simple, you have 10 questions to answer in 1 hour. Cheating is not allowed, you will lose 1 point for each question you answer wrong. You will also lose 2 points each time you are caught. Lose all points and you and your team are out. The last question is a special one and it will be asked 15 minutes before the exam ends. Now get started. Naruto's smirk was quickly wiped clean of his face as he realized he didn't know the answer to any of the questions. Wait, these questions are too hard for a possible Chunin to answer. Hell, I think these are Anbu tests. So that means we're not supposed to answer at all. What did he say about cheating? Not allowed. But only a 2-point deduction if you get caught? What did Anko say about Scarface over there? Specializes in mental torture, so he's trying to screw around with our minds. Numbers 52, 53 and 54 you are out. One of the proctors bellowed as the 3 would-be Chunin were escorted outside. Naruto quickly calmed down, information gathering, he finally figured out. He quickly spotted other people cheating, although they were doing their best not to get caught. Sasuke was using his Sharingan to copy the moves of another student, while Sakura actually knew the answers, which for some reason scared him. Numbers 13, 14 and 15, out. Another voice said, Akunoichi from Konoha used mirrors that were attached to the ceiling via chakra strings to copy the correct responses from another participant. Focusing his chakra to the radiance field around him, he quickly searched for people who knew the answers and started copying the moves they made as he got one question at a time. Numbers 103, 104,105 out. One of the proctors threw out another team. On the opposite side of the room, Ibiki was carefully studying the genin gathered here, his questioning gaze staying on a person just long enough to unnerve them. When his gaze reached Naruto, he almost smirked. So that's the wonder kid Anko talks so highly about. He seems to be copying the answers but I can't figure out how. Maybe it's that fancy technique Anko was mentioning. Still, he suppressed his chakra, and didn't even flinch at my killing intent, unlike the others. And his records are good. Naruto, however, was now busy doing something else. He had finished writing the exam, but now he needed to leave a quick message for Ibiki. Anko had said that he was as serious about his work as they get, so he would take this the right way. Quickly finishing the small seal and channeling just enough chakra through his fingers, he added the note, for Scarface, beneath it, before slumping down and waiting the last 15 minutes to pass. Listen up, Ibiki's voice once more bellowed, it's time for the final question. You all have the choice of taking it or not. Should you decide against it, you are to leave now and you and your team are disqualified. He stopped for a moment, letting the information sink in. However, should you choose to try and answer the question and get it wrong, you are permanently banned from any future Chunin exams, he said in dark voice. For one moment, the room was silent, before erupting into loud complaints from various people. You can't do that. There's a lot of people here who are on their second or third exam, screamed a blonde girl wearing a Suna headband. Tough luck. They didn't have me as their proctor, Ibiki replied nonchalantly. So, what's your decision? A number of hands rose to the air, and soon the teams those hands belonged to were escorted out of the room. Naruto noticed that Hinata and Sakura were about to raise her hand, and he started thinking quickly. If Sakura gave up, our team goes home, and I know she's good enough to pass. I helped her train. Hinata had confidence issues, that much is obvious, but I remember her doing excellent work on that mission. I think a little help is in order. Bowing his head slightly to hide his smirk, he started to raise his hand. Sasuke's face went into involuntary shock, but that was quickly replaced with a smirk as he saw the smirk on the blonde's face. Ibiki had a similar reaction, but wondered what the kid was about to do. Just as he was about to call him out, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk. So fucking what if we can't take the test again? None of us got here without taking risks, so why should we stop now? If I fail, I'll just be the first genin turned Hokage anyway. Sasuke's grin turned wider as he noticed just how many of the genin here now exuded confidence because of his words. Nice one, Dobi. You always were good at spouting shit that got to people. Even the normally shaky Hinata now looked ready to kill. Sakura smiled at her blonde teammate, grateful for the reassurance. Ibiki, of course, was going through his own thoughts. Not a bad move, kid, you might just make a good leader yet. Anko may have been onto something. The remaining 24 teams awaited the 10th question with utter confidence in their ability to answer it and pass the test. Ibiki gave a scary grin. Now for the 10th question. He stopped there, the tension in the room rising. You all pass. The reaction from the crowd was anything but unexpected, so Naruto tuned out the crowd as Ibiki explained how important information gathering was and how they would be forced to make similar choices throughout their ninja career. Just as he finished, a black ball of cloth crashed through window, rapidly followed by 4 kunai, sticking each of the corners, turning it into a banner that proudly stated, "The Great Mitarashi Anko, Proctor of the Second Exam." The banner was soon followed by the lady herself, and Naruto had to bite down on his lip just to stop himself from laughing at her crazy antics. The rest of them were a bit scared, and very likely for a good reason too. What's this, Ibiki? 24 teams? You're getting soft in your old age, Anko teased while still keeping her dangerous grin. The genin, apart from a few, were getting nervous. Maybe we just got a good crop this year. Yeah, right? She chuckled, but no worries, by the time I'm done with them their number will be cut down in half, at least. Alright kiddies, show up tomorrow morning at 9 in front of the Forest of Death, alias Training Ground 44, or you fail. With those words, the rest of the classroom slowly left with the exception of Naruto, who slowly walked over to the scary pair. Nice to see you again, Anko, he said with a wide smile, not in the least afraid of her. Ibiki meanwhile studied them carefully, considering new ways to tease Anko. Likewise Gaki, she chirped, you should get some rest, the test's gonna be a bitch. Really? That should be fun, just thought I'd tell ya. I left a note in the exam paper, do read it, Scarface, he said jokingly and running off through the window, not waiting to see the twitching of Ibiki's eyebrow. He got ya good, Scarface, Anko chuckled at the blonde's antics. Your boyfriend's a funny guy, he answered darkly, almost failing to notice a barely visible blush creep up Anko's face. Anko dear, are you blushing? He teased, his grin back in full force. No. What gave you that idea? She tried to save herself from the embarrassment and teasing that would follow. Besides, didn't he say there was a message for you there? For the moment, Ibiki Morino considered what was so important that he couldn't tell him in person, and wondered if it was some sort of prank concocted by the boy. Sighing, he went over to pick up the boy's test and noticed a hastily written seal, signed, for Scarface. Another twitch instantly followed, but he suppressed the desire to rip the paper to shreds. So he did the first thing that came to mind, channeled a bit of chakra into the seal. The watched as the seal broke into little snake-like strands of ink, quickly devouring the rest of the ink on the paper before turning into a complete text. For Ibiki Morino, head of the Anbu Torture and Interrogation Division. Concerning a spy in our midst. The Konoha genin, identified as Kabuto, unknown last name, silver hair, spectacles, as a spy for Orochimaru, identified by his scent of snakes which only 2 people have, one being Anko Mitarashi, the other the big snake himself. The proof that he is a spy is that he possesses certain pieces of information that only the Hokage and myself are aware of, such the aftermath of Mizuki's betrayal, which was classified as my first A-rank mission. The data is located within the Hokage Tower's records, and as such is off-limits to anyone not cleared by the Hokage. As for the confirmation on the scent of snakes, I am certain that Anko Mitarashi is more than willing to confirm it. Naruto Uzumaki, Ibiki's eyes went wide at the small report he just read, each piece perfectly supported by logic and proof. "Hey Anko," he called her. "What did the Gaki write? We have a spy to catch." 012, the Hokage Tower, Hall of Records. Kabuto Yakushi thanked his lucky star for tonight. He had managed to sneak into the tower, deftly avoiding the guards and reaching the records he needed. Using a small wisp of chakra to illuminate the cabinet, he quickly ran through the records, picking out several folders and laying them on top of the cabinet. He proceeded to do the same with several others. Finally, he started copying the data from the records to a scroll. He would have finished if he didn't suddenly feel a pinprick to his neck. He never saw it coming. He cursed his own stupidity as his world went black. 130, roof of the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the rain fall, the cover it formed concealing most of the village. His high vantage point was one of the best places to simply stand with one's thoughts. He found the sight of the peaceful village below him soothing. His memories went back to other times. The Third Shinobi War, his youth, his pupils, his two sensei. He raised his two hands and took a long, sobering look at them. He was growing old, and he had made so many mistakes. It was time to make a decision. "Hokage-sama," the voice of an Anbu interrupted his thoughts. "Yes," he answered without turning. "A spy has been captured while sneaking in the Hall of Records by Mitarashi Anko and Ibiki Morino, tipped off by Genin Uzumaki Naruto. He is currently being interrogated in Anbu headquarters." "Good, inform me of the results." "Hi." Finishing his report, the Anbu vanished, leaving the aged Hokage to his thoughts. But what he didn't see was something that would have probably scared him. The face still had its gentle look, but the eyes now held a burning fire. He had decided, cursing himself for all his failings, to at least make amends and to make sure that this village would stand. 145, Uzumaki Residence. A loud curse was heard from the interior of the now well-maintained apartment that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto. If one would have come here several months ago, he would have seen a rundown place, which was barely livable. Now however, protected by his ever-growing knowledge of seals, and refurbished from his mission paychecks, the apartment had become a comfortable place to live. Currently, Naruto was sitting in his favorite place, on the small platform next to the window, reading his book on seals, while occasionally looking outside. He had dropped most of his clothes, sitting in his boxers. The lack of clothes once more revealed his seal-covered arms, looking more like tattoos than anything else. The boy's face was troubled as he turned to the book. "It's weird," he spoke to no one in particular. "It all makes perfect sense," he continued, while flipping another page, before taking a small sip of sake. Lately, sake had become one of his pleasures in life. Having someone filter out all the side effects out of your system and leave you with just the good taste helped. "But why can I follow someone's personal research notes so easily?" he whispered again. "It's like he thinks the same way I do. There's only one person who that could be. But why the hell would these obscure notes make so much sense?" His thoughts were suddenly broken by a knock on his door. Now who could that be? Placing the book back to its place and dressing in a house robe, he went over to the door and opened it to reveal a tired-looking Anko. "Hey Gaki, I just saw the lights on, so I thought I'd drop by." Naruto smiled at her comment. "Sure, come in." He quickly ushered her into the apartment before closing the door. He quietly noted the few traces of blood on her skirt and sleeves. "Make yourself at home," he quietly added before going to the kitchen. Anko sat down on the couch. While she had known where Naruto lived for a while now, she never actually came here. Tonight though, she felt tired, and she needed the company. Her musings on the apartment's decorations were broken by a voice coming from the kitchen. "Tea or sake?" Naruto asked, a short clang following his question. "Sake," she quickly answered, getting up and tracing her fingers across the several book-covered shelves reading the titles. Chakra control, seal theory, ninjutsu theory, herbalism, anatomy, medical theory. The books he had covered all of the subjects in what she was sure was great detail. But what attracted her attention the most was his working desk. A simple hardwood desk with multiple small shelves above it, stock full with scrolls, each of them most likely seals or notes. Next to the desk, she noticed 4 pots, surrounded by a thin purplish barrier, a seal beneath each. Within each of the pots was a different plant, each in perfect condition, each also missing either a branch, a few flowers or leaves. Her well-trained eyes easily spotted the tools used by herbalists to prepare concoctions on the desk. She lifted her eyes for a moment to spot Naruto standing at the kitchen door with a saucer and a bottle of sake. How long have you been there? She asked with a tired smile. Long enough, he said quietly. Her guard was down, he noted, and she was dead tired. Naruto may not have had years of experience, but he could tell that Anko was holding on through sheer willpower. Hey Anko, he started, still uncertain what was it he wanted to say. Yeah, you look tired, he softly commented, but she merely shrugged. She looks so vulnerable. How long has it been since you last slept? He asked her again. Anko slumped her shoulders in defeat. It's been 2 days, she quietly replied. Idiot, he accused, but his voice held no malice. Come on, he said as he put down the sake. Anko watched him with a raised eyebrow, and her usual, what the hell do you think you're doing, look. You're sleeping here tonight, he answered her unasked question, and that's final. Slightly pouting at the fact that a kid 5 years her junior had simply ordered her around, she dropped her head, following him. You get the bed, he explained as he brought her to his bedroom. I'll wake you up early so you don't miss the exam. And with those words he went towards the door. Just before he left he was stopped by Anko's voice. Thanks, she said in a much happier tone. Naruto smiled before resigning himself to the couch. He needed the rest too. Setting up the alarm to wake him at 6, he dropped to sleep. 8:45, Gates of Training Ground 44 aka the Forest of Death. Naruto enjoyed the fact that the rain had finally stopped falling late last night. What worried him were the happy smirks on the faces of the teams from Mist and Rain, happy because of the large amount of water present. He was also happy because the teams from Mist didn't recognize the sword on his back. That would have caused trouble, and thankfully they didn't hear Kabuto's comments on him. He gently stroked the handle of the blade, and noticed the curious and somewhat angry sight of a certain brown-haired girl. Taking a moment to inspect her in detail with an extended field of radiance, he came to the conclusion that she wasn't that much of a threat, but that he should still be careful. Her brown hair was tied into a pair of buns, her Chinese-style shirt and black short pants allowed great mobility. He also noticed a number of storage scrolls on her. Higher quality ones actually. Not bad girl, but why do you seem so familiar? He idly thought as he waited for Anko to show up, spending his time cleaning his nails with a senbon which unnerved some of the genins. Sakura palmed her head at her teammates' antics and Sasuke once more checked his equipment. Better be safe than sorry. Naruto decided to catch a short nap, while still keeping his senses working. He noticed Sakura talking to her friend Ino, Shikamaru and Choji relaxing next to a tree, Sasuke who also took a nap. And of course after a while the arrival of Anko Mitarashi along with several unidentified chunin. Naruto kept his eyes closed, but was happy to see Anko in unusually high spirits. Her ear-to-ear grin struck fear in many of the genin present, the smile promising pain beyond measure. That woman is scary, Sasuke idly commented. Only if you get on her bad side, Naruto replied, causing a light chuckle from the young Uchiha. Cane Razor, although I was tempted to write more on the subject, I wanted to depict Anko as someone similar to Naruto. The mask worn on the outside has nothing with the real inside. To the others she's a tough-as-nails sadistic bitch, but to those that come close enough to her, she's vulnerable. She dropped by Naruto's place mostly because she needed company. As a fellow author pointed out, it's not exactly pleasant to return to an empty home day after day. The sleepover is something spontaneous, a simple gesture of friendship and care. Whatever star, to be perfectly honest, dialogues aren't really my strong point. Improving on those is one of the reasons I started writing. I'll mostly cut down on the theory and keep to the descriptions and dialogues from this chapter onwards. And for Anko and Naruto it was intentional. For the exams, blame my writing skills and alcohol cheeky smiley face. GRIMXREAPER. The ages are 13/18 you figure out which is which cheeky smiley face, and yes, I am going with the old enough to kill, old enough to drink, have sex, and the like. To the person who didn't leave a name on their review. While a part of your comment was deserved, I only ask that people put a bit more. Perhaps I should have put it more politely, but the point isn't in that. I asked for more detailed reviews because I believe it's the best way for me to improve my skills by focusing on what I messed up. The review by whatever star did just that. The other purpose is for the readers to point out parts that they liked. The end result is that readers get more material that they enjoy reading, and my writing skills improve, bringing about improvement on the first effect. As for empathy, I'm only human, I make mistakes, but for courtesy, isn't it the basis to at least leave a name? Matrice. The bracer idea wasn't actually inspired by Samahata, but now that you mention it, it does look like a cheeky smiley face. Oh well. Also, I keep the character non-confrontational except when necessary. As for Tenten, right-pointing arrow weapon fanatic plus doesn't know Naruto as anything more than the class failure plus Naruto has big pointy object reminiscent of a sword equals troubled cheeky smiley face. Ro McClellan, thanks for the heads up on the error. As for God stories, it's somewhat silly, although highly entertaining, to see Naruto kill, say, Orochimaru with a rusty spoon cheeky smiley face. I love details, but I prefer to keep characters and readers in the dark while still giving enough description to keep them entertained. And as for the rump in the forest, it can and probably will be arranged. Hey, it's Anko and Naruto, what the heck do you expect? Cheeky smiley face. Cross Xavier, thanks for the rather friendly review. I don't like bashing characters, but it can be fun to read. The first kill or kills as it were are a crucial point in a ninja's career. As such, it makes sense to take time to describe it properly, no? As for flashy killing, what's the point of being a damn ninja if you can't kill without attracting attention? Of course, pure ninjutsu matches will happen sooner or later, but I prefer to avoid battles which turn into a pissing contest, whose jutsu has a fancier name, shudders. And finally, I am keeping the last seal a secret for a while. I have a few ideas, but I'm not sure which one I'm picking yet. Kage no Kaozu, thank you for the compliments and the kind wishes. I hope my writing only improves and continues to deliver enjoyable material. Chapter 5. The Chunin Exams. The Forest of Death. The scene was far from pleasant. The crowd of genin tensed at the arrival of the proctor, Mitarashi Anko. That is most genin tensed. Naruto did his best not to laugh his ass off at the sight of the cowering genin as Anko proceeded to explain the myriad ways in which they could die in the forest. For a moment he could have sworn she was doing it for his entertainment. Once she finally completed the descriptions, one of the Chunin with her brought up a large stack of paper. Okay kiddies, welcome to the second part of the Chunin exams. This part is a survival test. You have 5 days to reach the tower in the middle of the Forest of Death. But, she trailed off, letting the tension grow, you have to bring a pair of scrolls like these. The Heaven and Earth scrolls. Each team gets one of these two, either Heaven or Earth, and you won't know which team gets which. So, 5 days to get there with 2 scrolls, and should you have less than 3 team members or open the scrolls you're disqualified. 5 days? Cried an indignant rock ninja. What, crunch, about food? Asked Choji, munching on his favorite barbecue-flavored chips. Most of the wildlife is edible. That's why it's called survival, Anko explained, her smirk never leaving her face. Naruto almost laughed when Ino smacked Choji on the head for being an idiot, as she put it, not considering for a second that food was actually quite a problem in missions such as these. Do we have a plan? Sasuke whispered the question, never moving from his spot beneath the tree. Nothing for now, but I think we should set up traps near the tower and take the others out there. Not a bad idea, Dobi. Naruto returned to his nap waiting for the Chunin to reach his team. He once more considered his training with the fox. The style and sword skills he learned were excellent, but what was really important now was the ability to control the demonic chakra from his seal. Gaara was like him, except for the fact that he was somewhat psychotic. Sasuke, he added, drawing the raven-haired teen's attention. Naruto never called him by name unless it was important. Yeah, we should avoid the sand team, he said with a tone of finality, and while Sasuke believed him, he was still irritated by the fact that Naruto rarely shared his info. What, the redhead got you spooked? He asked in a more arrogant tone. Naruto immediately turned towards him, glaring. Sasuke didn't get the chance to react as he was faced by the ice-cold blue eyes glaring daggers. They are dangerous, he shortly explained in a clot tone before dropping the subject. Sasuke shuddered at his voice, but accepted. The crazy blonde knew his stuff. The Chunin stuck wit paper duty soon passed the two of them by and passed 2 forms. Death waivers? Naruto read out loud, and started to laugh, while those around him threw worried and scared looks at him. On the other side of the clearing, right next to the fence, Anko listened to Naruto's laughter and grinned. Oh, she was certainly going to watch the events from the observation room in the tower. Whoever placed those concealed cameras was a genius, this is going to be fun. Listening to the growing noise of genin speaking to each other finally got her irritated. Pipe down, brats. Get those papers signed and exchange them for a scroll so we can get started. Quietly obeying the orders of the scary woman, the genin quickly signed the waivers and went in teams of 3 to a small tent to get their scroll. The interior of the tent was perfectly covered, making it impossible to tell which team got which scroll. Team 7 walked over to one of the gates, namely Gate 41. As Naruto soon found out, the term gate was used rather liberally to describe the entrance. It was a simple section of the fence with a small metal plate, a red 41, painted on it. Naruto turned to his two teammates. Sakura in particular had grown during the past month or so. While she was still infatuated with Sasuke, she had by now focused on her training, and the improvement was quickly visible. Sasuke still wanted to kill his brother, that much was obvious, but had shed most of his holier-than-thou personality, or as some would put it, got the stick out of his ass. Quite a few people still tried to break what they thought was a genjutsu when they saw him laughing or smiling. What also surprised him was the fact that Sasuke, of all people, had an appreciation for his pranks. Although he rarely pulled them these days, he would still do something now and then as a token of appreciation for his friends. He still fondly remembered painting the Hokage monument and the utter failure of a full squad of Anbu operatives to catch him afterward. Perhaps he could do something like that again? Shuddering as he felt a chakra spike, he turned to notice a flare rising from the main gate. Team 7 jumped over the fence. The second phase of the Chunin exam had begun. Sakura Haruno was having a surprisingly good day, all things considered. First, she got up early, avoiding the annoyance that was her alarm clock, while also managing a warm shower and breakfast. Second, thanks to her recent training along with some help from her mother, who was a former ninja, she managed to prepare herself to the best of her ability for the coming test. Now, she was certain that she would not be a burden to her teammates, and perhaps finally catch Sasuke-kun's attention. What Sakura didn't know was that her day was just about to get worse as she entered the Forest of Death. Within the tower at the center of the forest lies the observation room. Currently inside was a collection of Junin sensei gathered to observe their pupils as they perform. With them were a number of Anbu operatives, along with the two proctors so far, Ibiki Morino and Anko Mitarashi, whose presence instilled a bit of fear into the others. Apart from the Konoha nin, all others kept a safe distance, for Anko was not feared without reason. Although she didn't reach full Junin rank, her assassination and infiltration skills, along with torture and interrogation, were trained by the two most capable minds that Konoha produced, Orochimaru, the Snake Sanin, and Ibiki Morino, mental torturer extraordinaire. Add to that the fact that she was quite talented, and you got one tough as nails Kunoichi. Said Kunoichi was now eating a bowl of popcorn and holding another bowl filled with money. Why, you ask? 1,000 on Guy's team, 500 on the Sand siblings, 250 on Kurenai's team, and so on. The betting continued until most of the Junin had made a bet. All the while, not a single person stopped watching the screens that displayed various parts of the forest. One such screen displayed the first battle during the exam. On the eastern side of the forest, somewhere in between the tower and the fence wall, members of Team 10 cursed their luck. Shikamaru was busy dodging a rain of senbon needles aimed at his vitals. Why did we have to end up fighting such troublesome opponents? Thought the lazy Nara, as he tried to come up with a plan to defeat their three opponents. He noted his lightly wounded friends Choji and Ino, who were just behind him. Any ideas, Shika? Choji grunted, pulling out a senbon from his arm. Ino parried a kunai sen for the back of Shikamaru's head. Come up with something while we're still alive, will you? She quickly added, not taking her sights from her opponent. Yeah, I'm on it, Shikamaru added indignantly. He quickly checked his kunai pouch. That should be just enough. Ino, distract the guy with the weird mask. Choji, you're with me. Move. The team instantly scattered. With Ino. Over here, you idiot, she yelled at the masked rain ninja. His response was to make 4 clones and charge her. Will you die already, girl? The nin asked, his 2 clones charging in while the 2 others jumped from above. Shit, those are clones, but where is the real one? Not above, not in front, to the sides? She quickly checked both. Crap, the back. Turning at the last moment, she managed to avoid being skewered through the chest, but was still cut on the shoulder. Hissing angrily, she managed to slam the butt of her kunai between the mist nin's shoulder and neck, accidentally hitting a nerve, knocking him out. She thanked Kami for her luck. After quickly searching him, she didn't find a scroll. Recomposing herself, she turned back to her friends, and ran to join them. With Shikamaru and Choji, the pair stood back to back, barely managing to avoid the enemy's attacks. Ready, pal? Shikamaru asked, once more fending off a kunai trying to slash his throat. His enemy was skilled, Bu nothing special. He fought worse. Right behind Ya, Choji answered. Suddenly, a small explosion was heard as a cloud of smoke enveloped them both, hiding them from the sight of the two, now separate enemies. Asa, can you see anything? One of them asked. He was met with silence. Asa, you there? He asked again. Nothing. She won't be answering any time soon. Came a calm voice as a shadow streaked out of the cloud, running towards him along the ground. Loudly cursing, he tried to dodge the shadow, but was too slow. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. Now Choji. The last sight the Rain Nin managed to see was an enlarged fist heading his way. After that the world turned to blissful darkness. Back at the tower. Not bad Asuma, those brats of yours seem to know what they're doing, Anko commented on the performance of Team 10. They even got both scrolls. But they didn't tie up the Nin nor did they gather any equipment apart from the scroll. Asuma merely drew a smoke from his cigar, trying his best to ignore a glaring kurenai on his right. That woman would be the death of him. Hey look, one of the Junin pointed towards a screen showing the southern part of the forest. Another fight, Kakashi idly commented, skillfully hiding a smirk at the fact that it was his team down there fighting. Anko made another mischievous grin, recognizing Naruto. This was going to be fun. Southern region of the Forest of Death, with Team 7. I still don't get how those idiots became genin. Naruto whispered to Sakura as the three of them spied on a genin team from the new village, Sound. Naruto vaguely remembered that there were 2 teams from that village in the exams, and this seemed to be the weaker one. The 3 male ninja walked cautiously, but their guard was down. They didn't notice their chakra signature. Okay, sit back and watch. You two got the last 2 teams, this one is mine, Naruto gleefully said to his teammates. The 2 looked at him and merely shook their heads. Show off, Sasuke muttered, while Sakura merely nodded. Naruto promptly ignored the comments, preparing 3 senbon needles and closing his eyes. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu, he whispered, molding his chakra as a thick blanket of fog descended on the forest around him. Naruto found that he very much enjoyed using Zabuza's silent killing technique. Unbuttoning his trenchcoat for improved mobility and patting his feet with a thin cushion on chakra, he silently glided through the mist. The Sound Nin on the other hand were panicking. None of them could see further than the man next to them through the chakra-infused mist, not that they noticed the small detail. The leader of the group recovered first, and set them up in a triangle formation, each at the other's back, trying to leave as little space for their invisible enemy to attack unnoticed. Naruto grinned, standing in a stance that was eerily reminiscent of Zabuza Momochi, eyes closed. Not wanting to risk failure, he took his 3 senbon needles and coated them with a small amount of paralyzing poison. He studied the 3 nin for a few seconds while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The leader, as he labeled him, was also the tallest of the 3. He had a somewhat faulty stance, leaving a few openings for him to use. The others were even worse. Naruto smirked at the fact that he could probably take them down like Haku did Sasuke back at the bridge. His studies of anatomy brought on many benefits. He picked up a small pebble and threw it to the opposite side from the one he wanted to attack from, idly wondering if this small distraction would work. To his glee, it did, causing the 3 to momentarily turn their heads towards the source of the sound. Using the momentary distraction, he threw 2 of the 3 senbon, each hitting a pressure point on his target's necks, knocking them out. The third followed only a split second later, tacking down the third target. Before they hit the ground, Naruto rushed in and took out the senbon. The strikes and the poison would keep them out for at least a few hours. He really didn't plan on leaving any evidence of his skills unless he absolutely had to. The less his enemies knew the better. Buttoning up his coat again, he released the jutsu, the area quickly clearing up. Sasuke and Sakura watched in awe as their teammate stood above the 3 unmoving bodies of the Sound Nin, not a single scratch on him. He triumphantly held up a single scroll, marked, Heaven. Looks like our job here is done. Are they dead? She asked, her tone a mixture of curiosity and slight fear. Unlike her 2 companions, Sakura still wasn't completely used to killing. No, just out cold, he muttered quietly, let's get going. We really don't want to get caught now. Back at the tower, utter silence permeated the room as all present except for Anko and Kakashi stared at the screen. One moment there was a team of Sound Ninja on the screen. The next, a cloud of mist covered the small clearing, followed within seconds by the sounds of 3 bodies falling to the ground beneath them. And finally the mist lifted to reveal Naruto Uzumaki standing on top of them, all three dead or unconscious, unclear which one it was due to the lack of blood or visible wounds on their bodies. "What have you been teaching that boy Kakashi?" Kurenai asked after she brought herself back from her shock. "I only gave him ideas and suggestions," he quickly answered, so that only she could hear, his smirk now visible beneath his mask. Anko only stopped smiling to put some popcorn into her mouth, and Ibiki was no better, the disturbing smile on them both worrying all but few. Her entertainment, however, was interrupted by the arrival of an Anbu operative. "Anko-san, there is something you should see," he whispered to her, instantly gaining her attention. "Lead the way," she replied, following the masked man. Back in the forest, night was finally falling, the sounds of day replaced by owls, crickets and wolves. In the small clearing around the stream where they now were, the full moon above them was clearly visible, its pale light illuminating the area. The members of Team 7 had set up camp near the stream, the area now covered with various well-hidden traps, courtesy of Naruto and Sakura, while Sasuke had prepared camp. Naruto was quite surprised and amazed at the traps Sakura had in mind, and some that she didn't know how to make, but he was more than capable. "Never would have pegged you as someone good with traps," he chuckled, while Sakura smiled at the compliment. "It's not really that hard, I guess," she humbly replied. "Not hard?" He stared in disbelief. "Some of the stuff is crazier than the things I came up with to protect my apartment, and I spent days on those." "You're good, but just lack some practical experience," he explained, careful not to overly praise her as he set up the last of the traps. "Heaven help whomever tries to go through here." Back at the small campsite, Sasuke had brought out 3 sleeping bags and started preparing some of the food that Naruto had unsealed. Unlike the other two, thanks to the fact that he spent the last few years growing up alone, Sasuke was forced to learn how to prepare his own meals, and he took to cooking quite well. The small fire that he made gave off no smoke, a detail he remembered from survival training, and the small pot of stew boiling in it gave of a weak scent. The food was strong and nutritious, and surprisingly very tasty. The trio never let their guard down as they ate and chatted before Sasuke and Naruto dropped to sleep, leaving Sakura to cover the first watch. 8 hours later. "Wake up, Dobi, it's time for your shift," Sasuke not so gently nudged Naruto in the ribs. The blonde groaned and got up. Years of practice made him a very light sleeper, the threat of an assassin or a mob made it rather easy. Muttering curses under his breath, Naruto crawled out of his sleeping bag. He was used to sleeping in his clothes, so there was little harm done. He put on his red coat, buttoned it up and took his watch. Quickly summoning 10 shadow clones, and promptly hanging them into various forms of wildlife after placing them in strategic positions around the camp, Naruto quietly sat down, unsealed a small scroll containing notes on a jutsu he was studying along with a small canteen and started reading. It was only a few hours until dawn, only a few hours before they would start again and head straight for the tower, but for some reason, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that something would go wrong. He turned his face to his teammates. Sakura was still asleep, but Sasuke was feigning. "Can't sleep?" he quietly asked, already expecting the answer. "Yeah," Sasuke surely replied. Ever since Naruto caught him during one of his nightmares, shivering, covered by cold sweat, he couldn't forget the look he saw in the boy's eyes. Fear, and he knew that there was only one person in the world who could do that to him, his brother, Itachi. "What does it feel like?" Naruto asked in a kind voice, "to have a family?" Sasuke, who in the meantime got up and sat against a nearby tree, watched him, his sullen black eyes revealing a mixture of emotions. Naruto watched him curiously, wondering what was going through the boy's head at the time. "Safe," he shortly said, but Naruto waited, knowing that he wasn't done, loved, cared for. "I'm not sure how to put it into words." Both smiled, and silence once more reigned over the small camp. It had been enough for the moment, as the two of them returned to watching the stars. "Hey Naruto," he started, getting the blonde boy's attention, "why do the grown-ups hate you so much?" Naruto tensed over instantly before Sasuke continued in a serious voice. "I heard when they called you demon brat, monster and quite a few other things. Does it have anything to do with?" He trailed off, not really sure he wanted to say the whole thought out loud. Sighing sadly, Naruto got up and walked over to him. "Come on, I'll tell you everything, but not here. This is for your ears only." Sasuke nodded, and followed Naruto to the stream, away from a sleeping Sakura. Motioning for both of them to sit down, Naruto quickly drew out a small seal paper, an intricate seal painted over it. pulsing a small amount of chakra, an invisible dome spread over them. Privacy seal, Naruto quickly explained to a somewhat bewildered Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, Naruto started. Before I tell you anything, you should know that all I say here is AS-ranked secret, that will get you executed should you reveal it without my or the Hokage's permission, understand? Nothing leaves here. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Tell me, what do you know of the Kyuubi no Yoko? He asked in a completely serious tone. You mean the demon that attacked Konoha 14 years ago? The one the Yondaime killed? Yes, and no, Naruto said, drawing a curious glance from the raven-hired boy. Kyuubi, and any other of the tailed beasts cannot be killed by mortal means. So, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, settled for the next best option and sealed the fox inside a living container, a newborn baby. You, Sasuke quietly stated. Yes, me, and that's why they hate me, why I was beaten up more times than I cared to count, why they tried to kill me, why I was insulted, glared at, isolated. Naruto quieted down, his eyes downcast. He failed to notice the sad smile that spread over the last Uchiha's face. Man. He started, drawing out the, and I thought I had it bad. Stinks, doesn't it? Naruto added, a small smile crossing his lips as well. Yeah, the other chuckled. The conversation brought back unpleasant memories to Sasuke, especially of the night when his brother had killed all of his family, his entire clan. But what exactly had his brother done to him? Yes, he had left him alone, yes, he had showed him the murders of his family. The fear of those events had receded over the years, even if the nightmares still came occasionally. He was treated like royalty by the council and by most of the village. He had everyone's acceptance, everyone's adoration. And what did his blonde friend have? None of it, and for reasons beyond his control. Naruto Uzumaki was Sasuke's first friend, and a man he knew he could entrust his life to. He remembered the day he first met him, when they were going home from school. His brother couldn't come, so since they were going the same way for a while, they spent the whole time arguing. He remembered how Naruto visited him the day after his family's funeral, how he tried his best to cheer him up even a bit. He would never admit it, but he managed to do it. Since they were placed in Team 7, they were rivals, always competing to show each other up. That rivalry had vanished as Naruto matured after their mission to Wave. Turning his observations to himself, he realized that he had changed as well. His two greatest objectives in life were to find and kill his brother and to restore his clan. But was his first goal really worth it? Naruto never returned the hatred they had for him. At first he wanted their approval, but now he simply ignored them. He would have to think about it more. Naruto had already turned off the privacy seal and went back to his scroll, still reading while Sasuke went back to sleep. He still had the better part of 2 hours to rest, and he didn't want to miss it. Naruto, however, wasn't studying his scroll. His thoughts returned to the conversations he had with Q. Getting nostalgic, are we? Something like that. It's been a while since we sat down and talked seriously. Naruto thought back to his tenant. There really isn't much to talk about these days. Although we could start that new training if you're interested. Q trailed off, the thought of that training sending a shiver up Naruto's spine. After the exam, okay? I'd prefer to be alive for them. The fox chuckled at Naruto's comment. Q very much enjoyed messing with him. Deciding it was better to focus on his studies while he still had the time, Naruto one more focused on the complicated theory behind a new jutsu he was studying. Anko stared in horror at the 3 corpses before her. The 3 grass ninja were dead from poison and their faces were peeled off, completely gone. She cringed, realizing that there was only one person capable of doing this. Hawk, find the Hokage and tell him that Orochimaru is here. Also, get me an Anbu tracker team here, that bastard is inside the forest and on the move. Hi, Hawk, answered before vanishing in search of the Hokage. Damn it, Anko angrily whispered. Why did you come back now, you bastard? Naruto flinched as one of his perimeter guards dispelled himself to bring him information. A single grass nin moving at high speed, chakra signature reminiscent of Anko, suppressed to Chunin levels. Scent of snakes. All of the thoughts that currently raced through his mind were brilliantly summed in one word. Shit. He rushed over Sasuke and Sakura, but the 2 of them were still asleep. A second later, he and 2 of his clones carrying them vacated the clearing, heading straight for the tower. As they kept jumping, the 2 sleeping bundles awoke. You, Naruto? What the hell is going on? Sakura asked, still a bit groggy from her sleep. Naruto was completely focused on his current task, which was getting as far away as humanly possible from the scary chakra signature behind him. Unknown enemy with suppressed chakra brought to Chunin levels. Most likely works for Orochimaru, he quickly explained, and he's after one or all of us. The last comment brought them all up. Everyone knew just who Orochimaru was, and that he meant trouble. They started moving on their own, while the two clones, joined by one other, went back hanged to draw attention and buy time. The three nin rushed as fast as they could towards the tower. Sasuke kept his Sharingan active even as he focused chakra into his legs to move faster. The plan and formation were simple. Get to the tower as fast as humanly possible. Naruto went in the back, with Sakura in the middle and Sasuke in the front. Naruto was nervous and scared. Orochimaru had sent someone after them either for Sasuke's Sharingan or for Kyuubi. Sakura was probably of no interest, but would end up being used as bait. None of the three possibilities sounded attractive, so the best option was to run. But the bastard, whoever it was gaining on them. The clone that dispelled had only gotten the shape through radiance without seeing the nin. And what scared him additionally was that there was something wrong about the body. It wasn't a henge, more like someone had an extra layer over his body. Think idiot, what did Anko say about Orochimaru's special techniques? He tried to remember, but wasn't fortunate enough, as the signature suddenly disappeared from behind him and appeared right in front of them. Naruto's face paled. Sasuke noticed this, and was worried as well. Sakura was nervous herself, because whatever spooked Naruto Uzumaki was most likely dangerous. He stopped, and both of his companions stopped with him. What happened? Sakura asked, but Naruto didn't reply. He simply pointed towards a small clearing in front of them where a woman with a large straw hat was waiting. Troublesome, Sasuke quoted the lazy Nara. On the other side of the clearing a certain person stood perfectly calm, studying the small team before him. He was greatly annoyed by the failings of his servant Kabuto. His capture had set his plans back considerably, but he didn't stop them. Orochimaru was no fool, in fact he was one of the smartest shinobi ever to come out of the Hidden Leaf. The three before him were interesting. The reports he had on the team reminded him of his own when he was a genin, but things had apparently changed. The girl, Sakura Haruno, was of little consequence, but the two boys were more than entertaining. The Kyuubi brat had a weak chakra signature, but the sword on his back was the Kabikari Hucho, and he ran with that thing on his back without any problems. Kabuto's report had delivered the fact that the boy pulled a solo A-ranked mission, that he was proficient with seals. And while he found all that interesting and important, that boy was not his target now, and he seriously doubted that the fox inside would allow him to take over the boy's body, regardless of how good it may be. The one that interested him the most was Uchiha Sasuke, the last of his family still loyal to Konoha. The boy was reasonably pathetic, but his eyes would be of so much use to him. What do you think, Q? That definitely isn't a genin, Naruto asked his tenant, hoping for some advice, as he was at wit's end as to what to do. More like a, oh shit, the old fox cursed. I get it, we're mostly screwed, what else it knew? He made a mental sigh. That isn't a genin, I recognize his scent. Naruto considered what Q could have meant by that, but he came up with a blank. Anko, backed up by a team of Anbu trackers, was rushing as fast as she could through the forest, hoping to reach and stop her former sensei before more people died. Her companions shivered at the emotions that flared from her. Rage, sadness, loss, and finally complete and utter hatred. If they didn't know better, they would pity the poor bastard. But what they didn't realize was that there was one more emotion. Fear of loss. That kid is Orochimaru. After a while, Naruto Uzumaki had stopped counting the number of ways this day had gone wrong. He didn't dare ask the proverbial question, can this day possibly get any worse? For fear that it would actually happen. He was afraid of the snakes Onin, but it wasn't a paralyzing fear. All of his survival instincts had kicked in and his mind was working overtime to find a way out of the situation. His mind came to a screeching halt when the nin focused his eyes into theirs. In a moment, he felt himself die. A single kunai blade had cut his jugular artery, the blood seeping out like mad, and the poison acting, and then it stopped. He silently cursed, Genjutsu. The others were shaken as well, but he was the luckiest. My, looks like I caught a little fox, the grass nin said in a joking tone, an obvious edge concealed beneath the surface. Finally calming down, Naruto hoped that he could buy some time. From what Anko told him, Orochimaru was arrogant, he would most likely fail to see any of them as a threat, and his chakra was suppressed. A sneak attack perhaps? I never figured the great Orochimaru for a poacher, Naruto said in a mocking tone, his will barely holding together. His foe chuckled. You saw through my little disguise. I'm impressed. And you even have a sense of humor. The other replied, a single hand placed to his chest in mock surprise. That will make hunting you all the more entertaining. They all tensed as the nin took a step forward and started flashing through hand seals. Here it comes, Naruto idly thought as his day got even worse. Oh yes, and to quote several other intelligent specimens of man. Flames will be used for my personal entertainment, red, for making barbecue, winking face. Also, I'd like to point out a few things. Sakura was pointed out in the manga as being book smart, but she isn't stupid otherwise, and I have no intention of making her. This will probably be the first show of her skills. Even if it is quite bad, she's better than she is here. But she relies more on genjutsu than ninjutsu because of her low chakra levels. Sasuke will also have his first real battle here. And as you all know, it's fun leaving cliffhangers laughing face. Now for the truth, I was way too tired and or drunk to write a good battle scene laughing face. Also, someone asked me about replying to reviews in the story. I have so far heard no complaints to that, and have noticed that some authors do that as well. I keep it here so that I can easily reply to questions. Replies to reviews. Whatever star. To be honest, I seriously don't remember any rules on the account of posting replies in here. Also, I mostly cut down on overly long explanations, and will most likely in the future put up a sign where long pieces of theory drop in so that those that don't care for such can avoid them. And I've pointed out on Sakura's improvement, although the biggest show will be in the preliminaries in the next chapter. Matrice. As I believe I've previously said, my version of Naruto prefers to keep his fights as short as possible whenever he isn't forced to fight. As such, the hidden mist jutsu does wonders. Cheeky smiley face, and here's of course the fight with Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, I have a few things in plan. Just wait and see. Oh, and I found it. Strange that no one but Jiraiya managed to figure out the screwed up seal before. Still, I am a bit disappointed in the manga. Rikodu-senin. Thanks for the compliments. As for knowing about the invasion, who said that Kabuto knew? Orochimaru is a manipulative bastard who likes to keep his pawns under control. Okami Alucard. Thanks for the suggestion, I'll do my best to work on it and try and improve. I've got a beta as of now and he's checking everything, and I'm checking up and fixing the older chapters. Balatros. I have no intention to make Naruto super powerful yet, although keep in mind that a Junin level ninja is still a joke compared to the forces of Akatsuki who are all S-ranked cage level ninja, and that Naruto's greatest strength is his insane adaptation ability. With good teachers and his drive, Naruto more than likely has the potential to become damn good at whatever he does. Cheeky smiley face. Dead W8. As I am the almighty author, such an act is within my power. Bizzing aside, no, Naruto won't be stuck with a cursed seal. Cheeky smiley face. Chapter 6. The Chunin Exams, Hunter and Hunted. The members of Team 7 tensed up as Orochimaru started going towards them, hands flashing through hand seals, a sinister smile crossing his lips. Naruto, scatter! Naruto shouted as Orochimaru brought his hand to his lips and exhaled a large wave of fire. Naruto cursed at the fact that he was separated from his friends, but there wasn't enough time to think of such things. His eyes widened when he saw Orochimaru bite his thumb and smear blood on a set of tattoos on his arm, followed by a series of quick hand seals. The horrifying thing was that their enemy kept perfectly silent, a dark predator stalking his prey, gauging its skills, enjoying the sensation of the hunt and their fear and desperation. Naruto was painfully aware that this enemy was far beyond his skills. The only way to buy them time would be to trick him somehow, but that wouldn't be easy, as the clearing was covered with smoke. Oh shit, a summoning jutsu, Q rather bluntly explained. Naruto's reaction was delayed for just a split second, but that was more than enough for the massive sneak to leap from the cloud of smoke and tried to swallow the unfortunate blonde. Luckily, he had just enough time to dodge. Swiped on the side by the massive serpent's scales, Naruto clutched his right arm, the numerous small cuts healing quickly, but most blocked by his bracers. So much for my coat. Thank Kami I decided to test these bracers. He dodged the swiping tail of the great snake, and leapt to avoid its bite. Orochimaru was nowhere in sight, but he could feel his chakra signature going towards what he was certain was Sasuke, so that's what you're here for. But, sadly enough, the gigantic snake had no intention of letting him help his friend. Growling, he summoned 3 shadow clones, while the snake brushed his other side, its sharp scales ripping through his coat and skin. But now, the scowl was replaced with a smirk, as all 4 instances of Naruto channeled massive amount of chakra into their blades, the shells shredding the bandage like cloth, before stabbing said swords into the body of the snake, unleashing all the built-up energy into its innards, completely obliterating it from within. The drain dispelled the clones, and Naruto used his limited knowledge of medical jutsu to fix up the wounds a bit, letting his healing factor take care of the rest. Now where did the other snake go? He wondered as he panted, trying to find any of the familiar chakra signatures, and smiled when he sensed a strong group heading his way. Jumping up to a nearby tree and heading towards where he sensed Sakura and Sasuke, he once more focused his senses and prayed he would be on time. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, loudly swore as she kept dodging blow after blow from a pair of clones of Orochimaru. She had been separated from both Naruto and Sasuke. The two waved their kunai, raining blows aimed at her chest, neck and head. Numerous cuts covered the girl's arms. Sakura appraised her options. Her genjutsu was utterly useless against them. She knew better than to even try. Ninjutsu? They're clones, they should be weaker than the real thing, right? What's the matter, little girl? You're not afraid, are you? The clone taunted as he swiped at her once more. Sakura deftly dodged the blow. Perhaps we should just kill you and go play with Sasuke-kun, the other taunted, getting a rise from her. Think, damn it, what did Kakashi-sensei say about fighting stronger enemies? What did Naruto say? She made a small smile as she remembered the blonde's words. She had prepared, pulling out 4 of the prepared kunai from her belt. She prepared for her plan. She knew only a few water jutsu, as per her affinity, but that would have to do the trick. There was still enough water and moisture from the rain. She jumped back from the 2 clones, who instantly followed. She threw the 4 kunai, immediately following with hand signs. Water release. Water bullet, she cried, splitting the original bullet into 2 smaller ones, and firing them at the clones. She smirked at the clones, dodged first the kunai then the bullets. She pulled the well-hidden ninja wire attached to the kunai as they spun back towards the 2 clones. The kunai, fitted with exploding tags, whirled around their necks, and promptly exploded, reducing them into nothing more than piles of mud. She smiled at her success and popped a chakra pill into her mouth, preparing to go after her teammates. Sasuke. At a fair distance from the others, Sasuke Uchiha was deeply concerned for his survival. The battle was not going well, or more accurately it wasn't going at all. Orochimaru was attacking and Sasuke was dodging, not even getting a chance to slip a single hit past the man's sword. He recognized the blade from the books he read, Kusanagi, the longsword of the heavens. A single cut from that poisonous blade could end his life, and so far, his clothes sported multiple cuts, but since they were quite loose, none of them nicked his skin. Just like a little rabbit, you try to escape from the one hunting you, Orochimaru chirped with a wicked grin that set fear into Sasuke's heart. What the hell is this guy? He thanked the heavens for the thick woodlands around him. Jumping from tree to tree gave his mobility a good boost as he leapt around, dodging blow after blow. Sasuke recognized the small stream as the one next to their camp. Sakura and Naruto had set up traps there. I could use them to my advantage. Rushing off towards the camp with Orochimaru in tow, he kept dodging the various jutsu-generated projectiles that Orochimaru kept sending at him. Just how much chakra does this maniac have? The campsite was finally in sight, and Sasuke smirked as his Sharingan allowed him to identify most of the traps. Now all that was left was to pull the enemy in, and spring the traps. Orochimaru charged in after the boy. He had already detected the traps, but was curious as to how the boy would use them. After all, it would do no good to have a weak and stupid body, now would it? Sasuke aptly dodged the blows from various traps around him, mostly because his Sharingan was able to see through them. Intentionally tripping a wire, he dodged to the right, as a massive log came crashing down, and almost hit the snake's awning, missing only because of his unnatural flexibility and years of experience. Cursing, he waited for Orochimaru to get close, before simultaneously tripping 2 other traps, sending a rain of kunai and senbon needles at their location, while using substitution to get out of the way. A short grin replaced his scowl when he saw Orochimaru riddled with projectiles, but that quickly faded as he collapsed into a pile of mud. The process was repeated many times, each trap deftly avoided by the older ninja, who was constantly grinning. Sasuke decided to finally spring the last set of traps at the same time, as there were only 3 left. Drawing Orochimaru to the small clearing next to the camp, He used his kunai to cut the two wires, while pulling the third one with his hand. Orochimaru stood still as a hailstorm of projectiles now descended on him. He grinned. The grin never faded as Orochimaru dodged kunai, shuriken, senbon needles, explosive tags, rocks, logs and even a few larger boulders, and Sasuke was sweating and panting as they stopped for a moment. That was entertaining, Orochimaru said in a polite tone. Let's move on to the next phase of the test. Test? Sasuke wondered, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted when the snake Sannin started going through hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough, he calmly spoke as he exhaled a blast of wind. Sasuke used chakra to hold himself to the ground, but the wind started cutting him up in many places. But he still stood. What the hell is he doing? He acts like he's trying to kill me, but then he chooses weaker attacks? And he did mention something about a test. Not bad, little Sasuke, he said with a sinister grin, flashing through hand seals again and sending a large ball of fire towards him, but you're still no match for your brother. In that moment, Sasuke snapped. He was afraid, nervous, angry, tired, and that last comment simply broke the dam. The fear was gone, and so was the rage. The world stood still as he felt a burning pain in his eyes. The color from the world bled away, and two figures appeared before him. One was his brother, Itachi, the other was Naruto. Both had a sad look on their faces. You will have to choose, little brother, the figure of the older Uchiha said in a kind but sad tone. Naruto simply nodded. What is your choice? To lose yourself to your rage and desire for vengeance? To embrace your hatred of me? Or to let it go? The Naruto figure added. The choice is finally yours. Sasuke stood shocked at the situation in front of him. A moment ago, he was in the middle of a fierce battle, and now he was talking to what were probably the two most influential figures in his life. To embrace the hatred or to let it go? He thought as the two figures stood still before him. His mind raced through his memories. The day of the massacre, the academy afterward, the time with Team 7, the crazy picture the four of them took, where he and Naruto were scowling at each other while Sakura and Kakashi were smiling. He realized something. He wasn't alone. Even if he wanted to stop his brother, he wasn't alone anymore. And he didn't have to be ever again. And I called Naruto a dobi, he thought as a smile came to the raven-haired boy's lips. Thank you, he said to both figures, who in turn smiled back at him. The flood of emotions was gone, and color returned to his world. What he didn't notice was that the Sharingan of his eyes was swirling wildly, the two tomo splitting into a third. The world started moving once more, but everything seemed slowed down to him. He easily dodged the fireball heading for him. He could actually stand and study the hand seals that Orochimaru was using one by one. With a wide grin, he realized what was happening. On the other side of the duel, Orochimaru was considering whether to be happy or annoyed. He decided to settle for the second when the boy returned the jutsu he had just sent at him. Things were definitely not going according to plan. Then again, things rarely did in life. He made a smile, a downright scary construction on his face as his snake-like tongue hissed. Sasuke enjoyed watching the world in slow motion. The pull on his chakra was hard, but now it was much easier to dodge the attacks of his enemy. He watched the shadowy form of Orochimaru perform each action a few moments before the original, giving him just enough time to react accordingly. His chakra was too low for more than a few jutsu, but he had just enough to start using the gloves that Naruto made for him, or the wakizashi. Deciding to keep the sword sheathed, he started pulling out shuriken from the seal, each charged with a small amount of lightning chakra. Orochimaru raised a curious eyebrow at the action but kept throwing his own kunai at the boy, mixing it up with a few jutsu. Now Sasuke was even more sure that Orochimaru wasn't really trying to kill him. Pulling the 8 shuriken he had between his fingers, he prepared his jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix fire. He yelled as he launched 10 small fireballs at his enemy, who smirked and blocked them with his sword. Orochimaru cursed as he failed to notice the shuriken hidden right behind the fireballs, each passing just a moment after he shifted his guard. None of them dealt serious damage, but the small charge they all had messed a bit with his muscles. He also noticed a number of chakra signatures heading his way. While he could probably beat them, it wasn't worth the risk. Kukuku. Looks like it's time I stopped playing around, Sasuke-kun, he said, licking his lips in the process, which sent a shiver up Sasuke's spine. Sasuke tensed as his enemy charged at him. Deftly dodging the kunai he started throwing as a last resort, hoping to at least buy some time. Naruto cursed as he ran. He could feel the others closing in, but now he could also see the damnable snake closing in on his friend. He almost tripped when he saw his neck extending and the fangs heading straight to bite the boy on the neck. Please let me make it on time, he quietly prayed, sending all the chakra he had into his feet. As he drew closer and closer, so did the head of the snake Sanin to its victim. Anko, supported by a full tracker team of 4 Anbu, was chasing after Naruto's no longer suppressed chakra signature. But what she saw made her blood freeze. Sasuke was on his back a couple of meters from Naruto, who was lifted 2 feet from the ground, with Orochimaru's fangs stuck in his neck. She knew what it meant too well. A few meters away, Sasuke was lying on the ground trying to piece together what just happened. In one moment he was staring down into Orochimaru's yellow-slitted eyes as he brought his head forward to bite him. He was too exhausted to move when he felt a pull. In the next moment he was a couple of meters away from the snake Sanin, who was now biting Naruto on the neck. He dropped the boy's unconscious body to the ground, visibly displeased, before he turned, looking somewhere behind Sasuke. Anko-chan, it's been a while, what brings you here? Orochimaru asked in a polite tone. Anko's blood was now boiling. That slimy bastard had messed up another life, and it was the life of someone important to her. I'm going to fucking kill you, she said in her sing-song voice, the emotions behind it enough to make even Orochimaru nervously twitch. Not overly fond of the idea of an unfavorable fight, for him, he decided it was a good moment to make a strategic retreat. Although I'd love to stay and talk about old times, I really must be going, he said in a mock-sad voice, dropping Naruto to the ground as he sank into the ground before Anko had a chance to reach him. The blonde boy lifelessly fell to the ground before starting to shiver violently. Sasuke, who had barely recovered from the events, got up and rushed to his friend's side, joining Anko, who was already there, and was soon joined by a tired Sakura. Anko was watching the area between the boy's shoulder and neck with a mixture of fear, hope and morbid curiosity as a strange seal kept trying to form, only to lose its shape. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke to a great deal of pain as he entered the familiar planes of his mindscape. He had changed the area a long time ago, sickened by the utterly disgusting sewer. The vast plains before him were placed in an eternal twilight, the last rays of the sun giving way to the moon and stars above. He had shaped the land after the landscape from his visit to the south. In the distance glistened the golden light of the sun reflected in the ocean waters. In the distance the bluish rock of the mountains stood, cut off at the base by dense forests. His enjoyment of the majestic landscape was interrupted by another wave of pain. He shakily got up to notice 2 figures standing atop a large stone dais. The first was Orochimaru, sans his usual laughter. The second was one of his first friends, a regal man with crimson hair that reached his shoulders, dressed in a formal red kimono. His face was finely chiseled, bearing a calm and gentle expression, especially compared to Orochimaru's scowl. The only things that truly gave away the man's identity were a pair of red-slitted eyes. Kyuubi stared at his opponent, the two of them locked in a contest of will, each having his own plan for the boy. Kit, Q loudly called, if you would be so kind to get your hide over here and help me cast out this intruder from your mind and soul. Naruto quickly nodded and rushed over. As soon as he stepped on the stone dais, he felt the immense pressure of an alien will. But what was truly horrible were the whispers and images. He saw his home burning, himself on top laughing wildly as he stabbed Kakashi through the throat. Do you wish power? He saw himself fighting off countless enemies without any effort whatsoever, his face skin and covered by strange black markings. Do you wish for your revenge on the weaklings who abused you? He saw the mobs that once tormented him brutally slaughtered by his hand. Power beyond your imagination, beyond your wildest dreams, and all you have to do is accept it. The voice kept beckoning, and he felt the pressure lessen in the moment he considered that option. But as he thought of it, another set of images came over. He saw Sakura crying over his shivering body, joined by a very worried and sad Anko, and Sasuke who kept yelling at him to wake up, his fear and sadness also obvious. He saw the moment of Haku's death on the bridge, the broken visage of Zabuza Momochi as he looked at who he wished could have been his son. He saw Iruka's smile when he placed his old Hite-8 over his forehead. He saw what could be his burial, the saddened faces of Sarutobi, Iruka and all those he knew. He saw when Sasuke took Haku's blows for him. He smiled. The choice was already made. There was never a question what his answer was. No, Naruto spoke to the image of Orochimaru in a cold, demonic tone. He may have held a demon's power, but he was no monster. He would never become one. His eyes focused on his enemy and he watched as strands of red chakra rose around them, encasing Orochimaru in a crimson sphere, before obliterating him. In a few moments, the dais sunk into the ground, leaving the two of them standing on soft grass. The person next to him chuckled. "So much for the cursed seal of heaven," Q jokingly commented. "Yeah. Who would have thought that having the nine-tailed fox inside you would so easily stop it," Naruto quietly added, and received a smack on the back of his head. "Hey, what was that for?" he asked angrily, rubbing the back of his head. "It wasn't me who stopped the seal kit. I kept it at bay, but it was you who destroyed the piece of Orochimaru's soul, and that stopped the seal from forming." He placed his hand under his chin. Kyuubi watched his container in deep thought, for a moment wondering what he was thinking of. "I see," Naruto quietly added, the ghost of a smile present on his face. "I think I just found a way to mess with Orochimaru," he chuckled, quickly joined by Q. After they both stopped laughing, Q placed his hand on the boy's shoulders. "You are finally ready, Naruto," he said as Naruto smiled and the world faded to black. Campsite in the Forest of Death. Naruto blinked as he woke up to the unpleasant rays of light falling on his eyes. He saw the light falling through the canopy of leaves high above him, the bright sky concealed from sight by the ever-shifting branches. Soon the sight of the sea of green was filled with several others. Faces of people he knew were friends. "Hey Gaki," Anko said with a wide smile. He smiled back as he noticed Sasuke and Sakura's relieved faces. Hey, he weakly whispered. His body felt like lead. How long was I out? About an hour, Sakura answered in a calmer but happy voice. Oh, he simply stated. The pain and weight of his body seemed to have reduced. He tried lifting his arm, and was quite happy to find he could almost use it normally. Hey Dobi, Sasuke greeted him, with an unusual look on his face. He was smiling. Naruto resisted the urge to try and dispel the genjutsu as he knew that Sasuke had changed. Teme, he greeted back with a wide foxy grin. After that Sasuke's face turned serious. Thanks for everything, he quietly said, nearly flooring all present. Changes were one thing, but Sasuke still had a lot of the Uchiha pride in him, and that was about the last thing expected. Naruto smiled. What are friends for? He replied, offering his hand to the Uchiha, who gladly shook it. Smiling at the scene before her, Anko suddenly remembered something. She took a short look at the boy's neck and only found 2 small traces of bite marks, but no seal. Naruto had already figured out what she was doing, but decided to let her face went through several emotions, first surprise, then disbelief and finally happiness. Unfortunately for Naruto, there was no time to converse. I think I'll sleep some more, he quietly said as his eyes closed. For the first time in a while, Anko felt content as she watched Naruto's teammates carry him off towards the tower. The boy, no young man, was a wellspring of surprises, and she was glad that he was okay. Ignoring the surprised looks of the Anbu at her calm and happy smile, she returned to her duties. She wasn't overly worried about the other teams attacking them. If they survived against Orochimaru, they were strong enough to take care of themselves. Gather any evidence and break off, she quietly commanded, before leaving herself. The screens in the tower should have something interesting to watch. Within the Forest of Death's tower, on its final floor was a temporary office for the Hokage, a relic of times long past, but still kept in perfect condition by seals and workers. Inside said office were currently all of the 4 Junin sensei of Konoha's Rookie 12, namely Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai and Maeda Guy. What is this about Hokage-sama? Not to mean any disrespect, but our youthful students are being tested, and I am certain that both me and the others would prefer to watch, asked the normally jubilant Guy. Quite contrary to what most people assumed, Guy, once you get past his eccentricities, which were a defense mechanism from years of shinobi service, was a sharp and astute man, which was very visible once he was in battle, something which many of his compatriots forgot at times. Not that he held it against them. His question was met with a moment of silence by the aged Hokage. Guy-kun, the reason I called you here was because earlier today, Orochimaru was sighted within the Forest of Death. He slowly explained, steeling himself for the tide of questions that was about to come. To his surprise, the Junin tensed but remained silent, waiting for him to explain. According to Anko's report, his primary interest was placing a cursed seal on Sasuke Uchiha, but was prevented by a timely intervention from Naruto Uzumaki. The entire team had managed to stand on their own against him. He pulled out 4 scrolls from the desk and placed them on it, right in front of the 4 Junin. These are the detailed reports on the incident. I want you all to read them carefully, because we might be facing war. The 4 Junin watched their Hokage fearfully. The idea of war was not something to be taken lightly. What are our orders, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked in a serious voice. Slacker or not, this was no time for jokes. For now, observe, look for spies and help your teams whenever possible. Should another of Orochimaru's agents be spotted, capture him. Alive preferably. Other than that, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary and for any perceptible weaknesses around the village. Dismissed. Now I can only hope that my foolish former student makes another mistake. Sarutobi thought as he summoned a few clones to do the paperwork and returned to reading his little orange book. The day had been too long. Back in the forest, Team 7 had hid themselves within a hollow tree. With sufficient space to hold a small camp and surrounded by a lot of traps, it was a safe haven until Naruto recovered, and they could proceed to the tower with both scrolls. Sasuke and Sakura kept watch on shifts while the other slept. It had been 8 hours already. Naruto should be waking up soon. What they didn't notice were 3 pairs of eyes watching them. The second, stronger genin team from the Sound Village, consisting of Kintsuchi, Dosu Kinuta and Zaku Abumi. The trio watched the genin team from a well-concealed position at a safe distance. There's our target, Zaku whispered, pointing at Sasuke. What about the girl and the unconscious one? Dosu asked, scratching his head. The blonde brat is down already, and the pink one isn't exactly all that tough. At the same time, Sasuke was sitting back, acting asleep as he studied Naruto's sword. It was an impressive weapon, by all means. Even more so for the fact that he knew its efficiency firsthand, when it was used to try and kill him. Ever since they got back from Wave, Naruto had taken the time to help both him and Sakura with their ninja skills. He smiled when he remembered how much he had improved from his simple and easily applicable advice. His skills skyrocketed within weeks. How was he doing it all wrong before was still beyond him. And why had he helped him? Because he believed Sasuke to be his friend. He gripped the hilt of the sword and placed it next to Naruto's sleeping body, before returning to the state of being half asleep. Through his half-closed eyes, he noticed Naruto's hand move. Naruto had finally woken up after a long and rather rejuvenating sleep. He blinked at the natural wood above him, but just as he was about to move to check where he was, he felt 3 unknown chakra signatures. Silently cursing, he turned his head to the side and spotted Sasuke, and thanked Kami that his friend was watching him. He quickly got into a series of hand signals, the silent way of communication mostly used by Anbu operatives in the field. 3 signatures, unknown, high genin level chakra, 50 meters straight out. Call Sakura back here, he quickly signaled his friend, and was not disappointed when he did as asked. Hey Sakura, he quietly called, while waving the girl to come over. Sakura quickly responded and walked to them, noticing the now awake Naruto, who told her, still using hand signs, not to say anything about him and for the 2 of them to start talking. He felt the 3 start moving towards them. Keep ready, I'm leaving a clone and dropping into the ground so I can attack them from behind, Naruto quickly signaled to the 2. 2 short nods, and Naruto grabbed his sword, and started sinking into the earth as a clone of himself appeared over him. Sasuke and Sakura were getting ready. Sasuke prepared his wakizashi while Sakura pulled out a scroll and unsealed pair of elongated kunai, made for close quarters, further enhanced by Naruto's seals. They both slowly walked out towards their enemies. Sakura calmed down, while Sasuke assumed his arrogant Uchiha look that he had perfected over the years, idly wondering what their crazy teammate had thought up for their opponents this time. Sakura on the other hand was in a much better mood than her companion. She was perfectly aware of her shortcomings, but after facing the snake Sanin, the trio that had been sneaking up on them was a joke. True, she didn't sense their chakra, but then again, Naruto always was in a class of his own. The 2 dueling kunai she had were bought a few weeks ago, and while she was decent with them, it were the enhancements that did the job. She trained her butt off so that she could use them properly. The Sound Nin watched the 2 walk out of their tree shelter, a smirk covering 2 out of 3 faces. The only one who wasn't smirking was Kin, who smelled a trap. Unfortunately, her 2 teammates were overconfident, and she doubted that they would listen. Lord Orochimaru is going to kill us if we fail, she whispered to herself. Ignoring their calls as they stepped forward, she remained under the cover of the forest, planning to use her position to take down the target from a blind spot. However, that plan turned to be futile as she felt someone's hand on her mouth and a blow to the back of her head rendered her unconscious. Naruto never was one for wanton slaughter, although Kyuubi did tend to say otherwise, especially after the massacre on his mission to Kazashi village, and taking prisoners, especially after they muttered things about Lord Orochimaru, seemed to be a good idea. He shortly flashed towards his friends using his sword's surface as a mirror, and waited for them to take down their two enemies. Zaku, take down the pink one, I'm going after the Uchiha, Dosu quietly ordered, preparing to face his enemy. Unlike them, their weapons were directly attached to their bodies, Dosu's massive gauntlet being a prime example. Zaku on the other hand had his weapons placed directly within his arms, small, hollow tubes which, through the use of chakra, allowed his to fire blast of combined air pressure and sound, in various ratios. Right, Zaku quickly answered as he prepared to take down the pink-haired girl in front of him. Unlike some foolish people, Zaku learned the hard way that there is nothing inherently weak about kunoichi, and that it was downright stupid to underestimate them just because of their sex. Straightening his arms, in front of him, with his palms, Sakura watched the man curiously as she charged, looking for a weakness in his defenses. What she didn't expect was a blast of invisible force that sent her to the ground with a wide gash on her left arm. What the hell did he do? She wondered. She had noticed a wave of something, but was still uncertain. The two kunai were now fully charged with chakra, and she was ready for a brawl, if she could only get close to her enemy. Smoke bombs, she thought as a thoroughly evil grin crossed her features. In the other fight, Sasuke was doing his best to protect himself from the strange high-pitched screeching that he heard in his ears. His balance was failing him, and he could barely stand. Damn it, I can't fight him without the Sharingan. So much for testing myself, he mused, although he was well aware that conventional tactics were little help against an attack like this. Drawing high chakra to his eyes, he felt the immediate relief as his balance returned and the world once more slowed down, the color slightly bleeding from it. Now that he looked more carefully, he could see the waves of chakra around him coming out of his enemy's metallic gauntlet. But his own gloves were no joke either. He quickly peeled out his blade, and channeled all the chakra he could through the gloves and straight into the sword. The cackle of electricity now loud enough to attract the other's attention as Sasuke charged his opponent, completely unperturbed by the sound waves that should have crippled him. His foe pulled out a couple of kunai and tried hitting him, but that was useless. The benefits of Sasuke's Sharingan easily outweighed whatever damage his enemy was capable of doing from a range. Now he only had to avoid being hit. Pulling the most out of his chakra reserves, he enhanced his speed, vanishing in a blur as he struck the metallic gauntlet. Dosu's one visible eye twitched for a moment as the surge from the sword entered his body, and the gauntlet began cracking. Dosu collapsed from the electrical shock with a wide bleeding wound on his arm. Naruto contently watched the fight from his bush with a restrained kin lying on his lap who was still out. Ninja wire combined with chakra suppression seals did wonders for restraining foes. The fights, as always, were entertaining to watch. He was mildly disappointed that Sasuke had to rely on his Sharingan, but was glad to spot the three tomo in his eyes and the rather creative use of the gloves he made for him. Now why didn't he think of that? Sakura was having a harder time, as she didn't have Sasuke's eyes to help her out. He watched as the girl managed to adapt fast enough to dodge the blows of air sent by her opponent based solely on his aim. He was impressed. 2 months ago, Sakura was still a weak fangirl who didn't use her sizable head for anything except for planning how to get together with her Sasuke-kun. Now, the girl had turned into a competent, if not deadly kunoichi, capable of holding her own against stronger opponents. He was proud of his own interference into her training along with adding a few small pieces of equipment. Once more he was glad that he listened to his tenant's advice. Sakura dodged blow after blow from her opponent, using her clones to draw his attention whenever possible. She got a good idea and proceeded to use it. Since clones are nothing more than an image, she physically entered one, letting it leave a moment later. The point was simple. From her enemy's point of view, unless he could tell them apart, it was impossible to know which of the two was now the original and which was the clone. Zaku loudly cursed her wit as she kept using the clones to surround him, charging them all in and keeping herself at his back. He started shooting waves like mad, trying his best to finally find the real one when he felt a pair of blades stab him in the arms, completely disabling them before a third blow came to his family jewels, completely knocking him out. Once more smiling at his teammate's improvement, Naruto raised the unconscious girl, placing her over his shoulder as he walked out of his bush. His team was slightly winded, while he was in perfect condition without as much as a stain except for his shredded sleeves. "One of these days, Naruto, you've gotta teach me how to sneak around like that," Sasuke jokingly said while sheathing his wakizashi. As soon as he deactivated his eyes, he felt the dizziness return full force as he lost his balance and fell down, only to be caught by Sakura before passing out from chakra exhaustion. "Nice work, Sakura," Naruto complimented her, while gesturing to her fallen foe. The girl smiled and blushed for a moment. She still wasn't used to his genuine compliments on her skill. Naruto, on the other hand, walked over to the bandage-covered man and searched him for a scroll. Finding both a scroll of earth and heaven, he pocketed them. Noticing Sakura watching him with a bit of curiosity, he decided to explain. "Less competition later on," he shortly stated before summoning a 3 clones. Once more Sakura watched him in surprise, even more so when one of the clones picked her up, bridal style, along with another who picked up Sasuke, and the third held the girl from the sound team, while the original grabbed his sword and started going for the tower, easily followed by the other 3. As they went more towards the tower, the forest turned thicker and thicker, forcing them to go along a much longer path or cutting through whenever possible. After about an hour, his female prisoner finally woke up, trying to free herself, until she realized that she could neither move nor use her chakra. "Don't even try it. The boss has a few questions for you once we reach safety," the clone carrying her quickly explained. Seeing no option for escape, Kintsuchi resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 7. The Chunin Exams, the Tower. Not very far from the tower, Naruto decided it was time to set up camp and do some light questioning. The others aside from his prisoner were asleep. He slowly walked over to her, all the while studying her expression. She was afraid, but of what he wasn't all that sure. Perhaps she'd be willing to reveal a few pieces of information. He summoned a few clones to keep watch before sitting down in front of her. She glared at him defiantly, but something about it seemed out of place. Considering the entire situation, he started the preparations. Pulling out a blank seal tag, he quickly formed the seal for a silence barrier before activating it. A near-invisible barrier formed a dome around them, snuffing out all sound coming from the outside. After that, he pulled out a set of senbon needles, sticking one into a pressure point of each of her limbs, paralyzing them, before cutting of the ninja wire used to tie her up. Once more checking the chakra suppression seal, he calmly sat down. Inside he was sickened by what he was about to do. He didn't enjoy the idea of interrogating someone by using fear, but he knew just how important this information would be. "We can do this the easy way. I ask a few questions, you answer them, and if I'm content I'll let you go as soon as we reach the tower," he said in a polite but firm tone. "And if I won't?" the girl asked, speaking for the first time, mostly because her gag was finally removed. Naruto's face darkened. "Suffice to say that it won't be pleasant," he retorted humorlessly. Kin swallowed hard, while the young man in front of her was supposed to be a genin. Everything about him screamed experience and skill. And she was perfectly aware that her life was completely in his hands. No one would comment if she suddenly turned up dead, and he'd spared her life once. "How do I know you won't kill me as soon as I tell you anything?" she asked, now visibly afraid. Naruto chuckled. "You don't," he said, instantly turning serious, "but what you do know is that if you don't cooperate, I could leave you here paralyzed and bleeding for the beasts to play with." Naruto had no intention of doing so, however. He could only hope that his threats would be enough. Laced with a bit of killing intent, so far they seemed to work. Kin, after deliberating her options, perfectly aware that Orochimaru would kill her when he found out she was caught, and that would be if she was lucky, decided that she might at least make the bastard's life miserable. "For starters, what is your name?" he asked in a firm tone. "Kintsuchi," she quickly replied, with her head down, watching the ground. Naruto made a sad smile. She was now almost broken, but he wouldn't allow himself to cross that threshold. Looking back at the small fire he had set up, he pulled the instant ramen cup, which was now properly heated. "Are you hungry?" he asked in a much kinder voice. Kin looked at him in a mixture of surprise and disbelief. She nodded. For a moment he wondered whether his next decision was wise, but he decided to do it anyway. Without chakra, she wasn't a threat. After peeling out the needles from her arms and quickly healing the area, Kin's arms were once more free to move. Without a word he handed her the cup of ramen along with a set of chopsticks. "Enjoy," he said with a small smile as the girl first watched the food suspiciously, before giving up her suspicions and wolfing it down. Naruto took the time to one more analyze her and gather in his mind the questions he meant to ask. Kin-Suchi, Genin of Otogakure. Skills at mid-Chunin level, focuses on Senbon needles, had needles attached to ninja wire with bells. No other apparent skills. He finished the first analysis, so what I need to ask is about Otogakure, its unknown leader, and why she is afraid of Lord Orochimaru. Not exactly easy questions, and if she's working for him, why doesn't she have the scent of snakes like Kabuto? Kin had finally finished her short meal, laying down the cup on the ground, before lying down with her back on the tree behind her. She seemed a bit more relaxed than she was before, but fear was still present. Then he noticed a detail that worried him. The brashness and the attitude were a mask, much like his. She was afraid. Now, let's get back to the questions, he kindly said, but his voice still kept its firmness. Kin spent what little time she had studying her captor. While very serious and ridiculously strong compared to her, he seemed like a kind man. Perhaps she'd get a painless death. It seemed that would be most she would get. It would be a blessing considering the alternatives. What do you want to know? She asked in a defeated voice. What can you tell me about the leader of your village? He asked while grabbing his cup of ramen. For a moment Kin sat silent. Under threat of death. I'm dead anyway. The leader of Otogakure is Orochimaru, she explained in a calm tone. Naruto on the other hand spat out the ramen he was eating. That was unexpected. So, Orochimaru, as Otokage, sent a team to hunt down someone in my team, while he was present here himself. Sasuke, he planned to put that damnable seal on him, and then the team he sent would have been a test for his newfound power. Just how much of a manipulative bastard can one man be? Regardless, I have to get this information to Gigi. But how? Surprised? Kin asked. Quite, he said after recovering. He was thankful that he didn't spill any of the ramen on his clothes. That would have been troublesome. What was your mission? He continued. To spy during the exams and to take out Sasuke Uchiha. Penalty for failure? He asked again. To be used as a subject in Lord Orochimaru's experiments. As Kin spoke, she shuddered. Even Naruto felt a shiver go up his spine. And he thought that this was too much. He sent his subjects to a certain death either way. To hell with it all. I may be a fool for doing this, but I can't let her just die like that. But how to persuade the old man? He paused his train of thought for a moment, considering the possibilities. That's it. Information on Otogakure and Orochimaru in return for asylum. The old man would probably accept that. I might have an offer for you. Very few people in the observation room of the tower were surprised that Konoha's Team 7, under the tutelage of Kakashi Hatake, was able to safely arrive, carrying no less than 4 scrolls and a prisoner. The last bit surprised most of them, but they had to admit it was an acceptable tactic to reduce enemy numbers. Out of all present Junin, Kakashi was especially proud. He had seen his team change from a bunch of brats into more than capable group. The 3 clones of Naruto following the original had finally arrived in front of the tower. The ancient edifice before them inspired awe in the young man. He smiled to his now sleeping companions and prisoner. The young woman had some interesting information he was sure Anko and Ibiki would kill for, or do something even more unpleasant. He would have to talk about it to the old man. He was certain he could convince him to do something. Walking into the tower, another thought occurred to him. How many teams did manage to get here? 12 o'clock, Konoha, Anbu headquarters, office of the head of torture and interrogation. Ibiki Morino was having a field day and sporting an uncharacteristic grin which made sure that most of the Anbu kept a safe distance. First, the kid that Anko was talking so much about had brought them in Kabuto Yakushi, and the poor bastard didn't even know that he was a spy thanks to a well-concealed seal on the back of his neck, and not even a mind reader from the Yamanaka clan was able to dig out anything. Unfortunately, none of them knew how to break said seal, although he did make several copies, planning to give one to Wonderboy. He kept calling him much to Anko's chagrin. The second thing that made his day was the fact that the same kid brought another person to feel his tender skills. Now, he was seriously considering buying the kid a drink, or at least dropping by to watch the remainder of his matches. Those should be fun, he idly thought as he sealed up his set of torture instruments. Going through his mental checklist, he finally turned off the light in his office before proceeding to the prisons of the tower. 1400, the tower in the forest of death. Much to his endless pleasure, Naruto was finally able to rest. Kin was now held within one of the tower's prison cells, awaiting the arrival of Ibiki Morino and Hiruzen Sarutobi for her interrogation. Sarutobi, while hesitant, was willing to offer the girl protection in return for all the information she could give on Orochimaru. And to his growing surprise, Ibiki had asked for him to be present. Something was bugging him though. Since the moment he woke up after the battle with Orochimaru, his chakra has been off. Resigning to figure it out later, he returned to his observations. It was time for practice. Sitting down behind the railing, he closed his eyes and focused on distorting the shape of the field of radiance so that he could reach the door. He was very much glad to find it not nearly as hard as he expected. Idly monitoring from his hidden perch on the first floor, he gazed at the teams that were arriving. One such team was Team 8, consisting of Kiba, Hinata and Shino. Trackers, he reminded himself, his mind racing through all the information he could gather on them. Kiba Inuzuka, clan heir of the Inuzuka clan, partnered by the nin dog Akamaru. Specialty tracking and clan taijutsu techniques. No ninjutsu or genjutsu. Brash, arrogant, but very loyal and dedicated. Shino Aburame, another clan heir, uses kikai beetles which feed on chakra, leaving the host's body very low on it. And incapable of using chakra-consuming jutsu, but capable of using the beetles for various clan techniques. Specializes in recon, tracking and clan techniques, mostly stoic and withdrawn but highly intelligent and loyal. And finally Hyuga Hinata, taijutsu specialist, using the gentle fist style and wielder of the Hyuga bloodline Byakugan. Shy, withdrawn and has confidence issues but fiercely protective of her friends and family. Also has an apparent crush on me. The others walked in a well. Team 10 under Sarutobi Asuma, the Ino Shikacho trio, just like their parents before them. Decent level of skill, but nothing special. Out of the three, Shikamaru Nara was the one to be feared for his intellect, which he was more than willing to use should the situation call for it. At other times he was a lazy bum. His control over shadows was his strong point. Ino Yamanaka, a mindwalker like her father, is dangerous, but not overly so. Another fangirl apparently. Choji is probably the strongest out of our generation, a pure taijutsu expert. Despite his usually calm attitude, he is not to be underestimated. Two interesting teams. Naruto silently mused, well, best get going. And that he would have done had he not seen something that provoked his curiosity. One of the sleeping rooms had its door open, and inside was Gaara, lying on his bed curled up and crying while whispering something. He reminded himself that he was probably the most dangerous of all of the genin present at the exams, so a little espionage could be of use. Putting a bit of chakra into his ears, he leaned on the wall just far enough so it wouldn't seem that he was spying and focused on the boy's voice. The memories. The blood, he whispered in a scared voice, before it stopped, only to be replaced by maniacal laughter. The laughter that would have made Orochimaru cringe in fear. What happened to him? He sadly wondered, shaking his head. He decided it would be wise to check up on his team before going to the cells. Making sure that his teammates were okay, Naruto started climbing towards the higher levels of the tower where the prison cells were. The dark stone of the corridors lent a depressive feeling to the whole place, but the lighting in the form of faintly glowing seals were something that he found very interesting. Idly running various theories through his mind as to how the deed was done, he didn't notice that he reached the prison until he bumped into the back of a guard. "Watch where you're. Oh, it's you, Naruto?" Naruto raised his head only to be met by the porcelain mask of Cat, otherwise known as Yu Gao Azuki. "Hello, Cat-san," he replied in a friendly tone, minding her mask. "Is Ibiki here?" "Hi, go right in," she quickly replied, letting him through into the interrogation room. The small room that Naruto now found himself in was simple. Stone floor, stone walls, and only a lamp to give light. In the middle was a single wooden table and 4 chairs. In one sat Kintsuchi, in the other across from her was Ibiki Morino. On one side was Hiruzen Sarutobi and on the other an empty chair awaiting him. Sarutobi smiled in greeting, while Ibiki merely stared at Kin. Naruto kept quiet and sat down on the free chair. The tension in the air was palpable as the predator stared down its prey, although from the way the two were looking at each other it wasn't really sure which was which. Thankfully, said tension was easily broken by the loud sound of a door being slammed into place, courtesy of Yugao. Sarutobi coughed, drawing the attention of all three present to himself. Naruto was surprised at what he saw. Gone was the kindly old man that he loved, a grandfather. In his place was the professor, the god of shinobi, the third Hokage in all his might, a veritable titan whose indomitable will imposed itself on whatever dared go against him and whose cunning intellect making enough calculations within a moment to make a Nara weep in jealousy. Naruto's reaction was a mixture of surprise and awe to what he had seen. He knew that inside there was still the care and kindness, but he was once more the legend that had struck fear into the hearts of Konoha's enemies. He couldn't help but grin. "So young lady, are you willing to cooperate?" he asked in a stern voice laced with just enough killing intent to show how serious he was. "Hi," she quickly replied. However, unlike before, there was a hint of hope in her voice. "I see. Ibiki here will be in charge of your questioning. He will make sure that all you're telling us is the truth. If we are both pleased, you will be placed on probation for 3 months and after that, accepted as a citizen of Konoha. If you're still willing to be a shinobi, you will also be offered a position. Fair? Hi, more than fair. Good. Now Naruto, I expect a full report on the incident as soon as this part of the exams is over. Ask Kakashi for help on it," Sarutobi quickly explained before getting up and leaving the 3 of them behind. Naruto got up to leave as well, but he felt a strong hand pushing down his shoulder. "Stay for a few more minutes," Ibiki shortly said in his usual gruff voice. "There's something I want to talk to you about." Nodding to the scarred man, Naruto sat down. Kin on the other hand just kept silent through the whole ordeal. She had a chance. She could actually stay alive. So much for the Leaf Nin being heartless bastards, as Orochimaru put it. She happily mused. Ibiki pulled out a small paper and passed it to Naruto. "Look at it later, then tell me if you can break it without killing the person it's on," he explained. Naruto barely noticed the minute tone of annoyance in his voice, annoyance at the fact that the thing on the paper was beyond his skills. Naruto nodded once more, and placed the paper into his pocket. "Now that that's settled, take a seat and let's chat," Ibiki finally added, his face turning expressionless as he returned to his job. Naruto sat on his chair, and let his additional sense do the job of reading them as he closed his eyes. Sasuke woke up to a splitting headache. Loudly groaning, he opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling and an even more unfamiliar bed. He turned to his sides and noticed 2 more beds in the room, on one of which was Sakura, peacefully sleeping. Rubbing his aching temples, Sasuke slowly got up. Taking a short look around, he noticed all of his equipment carefully sorted on a chair next to his bed. Sakura's equipment was similarly sorted and Naruto's was mostly missing, except for his red coat which was lying on the 3rd bed. "So he brought us here and walked off. Typical," he grinned. This was probably the tower, and since they had not 2, but 4 scrolls, he was pretty sure they passed. Well, perhaps taking another nap might not be such a bad idea. Within his temporary office, Sarutobi once more grumbled at the sheer amount of trouble the exams brought up. However, the whole mess had its brighter points, and Naruto was the one responsible for most of them. He pointed out a spy during the first phase of the exams, brought in a very useful source of information during the second. Now that his former student Jiraiya was here as well with additional information about a possible invasion, he had all the information needed to stop Orochimaru before he got a chance to do something. But there was a bit that seriously annoyed him. One of his Anbu caught an assassin going for Naruto. Under Ibiki's tender mercies, it took him no longer than 15 minutes to spill his guts as to who paid him. It was definitely time to remind the civilian council just who ran this village. And he had such devious ideas. For the first time in months, Naruto felt truly tired. Having climbed up the outer walls to the roof of the tower, Naruto watched the night sky, the thousands of stars even clearer now that he was away from the village lights. The silvery sphere of the full moon cast its light on the troubled boy as he gazed at his right palm. Within it, placed over his oath scar, was a simple medallion, a silver snowflake attached to a simple silver chain, a parting gift from a friend. If one looked closer, he would see tears welling up in the boy's eyes. Beside him lay an oversized sword, its surface glistening in the moonlight. Sighing sadly, Naruto returned the necklace to its rightful place around his neck and lay down to watch the stars one more time, trying hard not to think of what he had learned during the interrogation. The news were disturbing, but then again, his world was not one known for maintaining the sanity of its inhabitants. One other thing, or rather, person returned to his thoughts constantly. He made a small smile as he thought of her, but decided that as much as he enjoyed it, it really wasn't the time for daydreaming. His thoughts once more returned to the matters at hand. Now that the old man knows, what do we do about it? He asked no one in particular, before sighing again. He really did that too much these days. There were better things to do, such as working on his seals. A devious smirk crossed his lips. He still had 2 days of free time. Time skip. 3 days later, the end of the second part of the exams. 8 o'clock, tower in the Forest of Death, ground level. It was finally time. The test ended with a grand total of 8 teams reaching the tower in time. The remaining 16 teams were either dead, late or gave up. All of the Konoha rookies were there, teams 7, 8, 9 and 10. The Sand team was there as well, joined by a single team from Mist and Stone, and much to Naruto's surprise, the team from Sound that his team personally dismantled. He smelled the old man's interference in that, but he always knew what he was doing, these days more often than before. He threw a curious glance at the cage booth, where he spotted an unusual figure at the Hokage's side apart from Anko. A large man, with long spiky white hair and red markings beneath his eyes. Thanks to his recent studies, he was a bit more aware of Konoha's finest. That's Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Wonder what he's doing here. He also noticed an unnaturally large grin on the old Hokage's face. His further musings were interrupted by the arrival of a man in a Chunin vest, another proctor for the exams. The 24 remaining genin instantly calmed down. Greeting, cough. My name is Gecko Hayate, and I will be the proctor for this part of the exams. Before you can proceed, cough, to the third part of the Chunin exams, there will be a round of, cough, preliminary matches, according to the rules. The screen, he points to a large screen on the wall behind him, will show the pairings. At that point, names started flashing over the screen until it showed a pair. Inuzuka Kiba versus Rock Lee. Everyone, cough, except the 2 contestants leave the arena. The other genin quickly evacuated the arena, climbing to the stands that surrounded it. Naruto decided to watch this battle very carefully. Lee maybe was unable to use chakra, but he was a taijutsu prodigy, something that he himself couldn't claim. Kiba on the other hand wouldn't be as much of a problem. Hayate stood back as Lee and Kiba stared each other down. This is going to be an easy one, eh Akamaru? That's the guy who can't even use chakra, Kiba jokingly asked, while his dog barked in response. Naruto made a mental note of the fact. Lee merely laughed before replying, let's have a good match. Begin, Hayate shouted before jumping back. Let's go partner, Kiba shouted and dropped into his stance, hands on the floor in a half crouch. Akamaru jumped on his back, in preparation for his family's jutsu. However, Lee wasn't going to wait for Kiba to finish his jutsu and instantly charged him. Not bad Kiba-san, but you're too slow, Lee added as he slammed his fist into Kiba's face. Kiba loudly cursed he flew back and slammed into the wall. Kiba picked himself up from the rubble, and his canine partner quickly joined him. Without stopping for a moment he pulled out a number of smoke bombs. Lee once more charged, planning to stop him, but it was too late. Kiba had already dodged, and only his voice could be heard from the smoke. Man-beast clone. He shouted the name of the first jutsu, immediately followed by the second, 4 legs jutsu. Lee jumped out of the smoke, and stood perfectly still in his stance, awaiting Kiba to come out. The smoke cleared, and Lee was surprised to see not 1, but 2 completely feral-looking copies of Kiba. Unlike Lee however, Naruto, along with several others didn't fail to notice that Akamaru was nowhere in sight. Just as Lee was about to attack, his 2 opponents leapt, shouting, dual piercing fang. Much to his dismay, Lee found out that he could only dodge the 2 figures spinning at high speed, bouncing off of every surface they came into contact with. Come on, how long can they maintain this? He mentally asked himself, as he kept dodging blow after blow, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Up in the stands, Kurenai was slightly worried for her student. Guy was not one known for doing training halfway, and because his team had a full year's advantage over hers, Kiba could be in a lot of trouble. As for Guy, he was merely smirking at his student's patience. He has improved a lot. He watched him wait for just the right moment before he slammed his foot into one of the tornadoes, apparently Akamaru, as he poofed back into a dog as soon as he hit the ground. Damn it, Kiba shouted as he stopped right next to a whimpering and heavily bruised Akamaru. Sorry boy, he said in an unusually gentle tone as he lifted him, never dropping his guard in the process. Lee waited for him to finish whatever he was doing. Unlike some, he had a very good idea of what the term camaraderie meant. This was a test, no need to do more harm than necessary. Kiba gritted his teeth. He underestimated his opponent. Rock Lee turned out to be a lot stronger than he expected, and he wasn't skilled enough to fight him and win, and now because of his mistake his partner Akamaru had been badly hurt. With him he might have stood a chance, but like this. Unless we both take one of the pills. Single quote. What do you think Akamaru? He whispered to the pup who growled in response, causing the Inuzuka heir to make a toothy grin. Right boy. On the other side of the arena, Lee noticed that something was about to happen. Kiba and Akamaru both got up and Kiba pulled out a pair of small bluish pills, popping one into his mouth and tossing the other to Akamaru. He charged towards the duo, planning to take them out before they had a chance to do whatever they planned. Kiba smirked. Good thing I kept a few more smoke bombs stashed, he thought, throwing all of them to the ground. The thick cloud covered the minor changes that came over him and the not-so-minor ones that came over Akamaru, such as his now blood-red fur. This time around, Lee charged straight into the cloud. He couldn't find either of them. Kiba was grinning wildly as he and Akamaru both easily dodged Lee thanks to their sense of smell. The bowl-shaped boy's scent was so easy to follow it was ridiculous. I have to thank Naruto later on for all those pranks we pulled, he thought as he started the next phase of his plan. Within the smoke cloud, Lee was now battered by even faster attacks than before. As much as he kept blocking, there was no way to keep it up with both of them like this. Sensei, Lee shouted. A lot of people turned to Guy who was now smiling. You have my permission, Guy shouted back, and within second a loud thump was heard from the smoke cloud as cracks extended from it. Kiba's entire team was now worried. I'm sorry to say this Kurenai-san, but your pupil doesn't stand a chance now, Guy said in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Kurenai sighed sadly, well aware that he was right, but still hoping that he would somehow win. Back in the arena, Lee vanished, moving at such speeds that the smoke dissipated. Kiba and Akamaru stood back to back, claws ready to strike their ridiculously fast opponent. This time, Kiba was on the receiving end of Lee's strikes. Leaf rising wind, Lee shouted as he slammed his leg into Kiba's face, launching him into the air. He quickly followed the strike with a leap, rising above Kiba before slamming him down with his fist into the gut. Moments later Kiba crashed into the ground leaving a small crater, alive but almost unconscious. He looked at the proctor who simply nodded. Akamaru had returned to his normal form and was nuzzling Kiba's hand, whimpering sadly. Winner Rock Lee, Hayate shouted, only to cough afterward. That was a good fight my youthful friend, Lee respectfully said while helping Kiba up, supporting him on the shoulder as the medics arrived to pick him up. Damn, Kiba weakly muttered, I wasn't even close. That's nothing some training can't fix, Lee said happily. If you're willing I can help you out once the exams are over, he added cheerfully. Kiba watched his former opponent in disbelief, before smiling himself. That would be cool, he laughed back while they both left the arena. Up in the stands both Guy and Kurenai were now smiling at the pair. As soon as the arena was cleared, the screen started going through names again, only to stop at the next pair. Sasuke Uchiha vs Makashi Tokai. Will the contestants please step down into the arena, Hayate called. Both Sasuke and the Stone Genin started going down. Play it safe. Sasuke heard Naruto's voice from right behind him, before giving a thumb up in understanding. As soon as they were both in the arena, Sasuke took the time before the match started to analyze his opponent. He was slightly taller than him with short and spiky brown hair and unusually cold red eyes, which seemed to size him up. He was dressed unusually for a ninja, wearing black pants and jacket all covered with small interconnected metallic plates. A lot of muscle, he probably relies on strength rather than speed, but that wicked staff of his might be a problem along with that armor. No telling what kind of jutsu he uses though. Glad with the info he gathered, Sasuke placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to start the match. Makashi took a similar stance with his staff. Begin. Both genin jumped back instantly. There were no taunts, no talking whatsoever as the battle began. Sasuke barely had the time to notice his opponent going through hand seals. It was too late to use the Sharingan to copy them or identify the jutsu. Earth release. Stone spikes, Makashi shouted as he slammed his right palm into the ground while holding his staff above him with the other hand. Sasuke almost failed to jump and avoid the spikes that were now covering the entire arena floor apart from the small area where Makashi was standing. Still floating in the air, he noticed that the spikes had receded back into the earth as his opponent charged and leapt towards him, using chakra to propel himself even faster. Activating his Sharingan, he started flashing through hand seals for a jutsu of his own. Fire release. Grand fireball, he cried as he exhaled the large orb of flame, aimed straight at his opponent who had leapt at him, hoping to take him while he was in the air. Up in the stands, Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura cheered on for their teammate as the fireball slammed into his opponent. Sasuke quickly landed on the ground and drew out his wakizashi, once more using his gloves to charge it with electricity. Makashi hit the ground hard, but recovered quickly enough to parry the blow with his staff. Now for the first time, Sasuke had a chance to see the staff up close, and leapt back quickly when he noticed the seals on it glowing, barely avoiding the counter-attack that slammed into the ground. The cracks that appeared beneath the staff gave him a good idea as to why it wouldn't be healthy to get hit. If at first you don't succeed, he mused as he pulled out a dozen shuriken connected to ninja wire. He smirked as he started throwing them around, content that his opponent couldn't see the wire. The shuriken flew straight at his opponent, who decided to dodge rather than block them, much like he had anticipated. I didn't even charge them this time, and he still dodged. Now for the second salvo. Taking out 8 kunai, equally connected to wires, he started throwing them one by one as his opponent kept moving and dodging them. What Makashi failed to notice was that Sasuke had been making a literal web of highly conductive ninja wire around him. Now, it was only a matter of him hitting a few of them and getting tangled up. Were all the Uchiha that pitiful? Makashi asked in an arrogant tone as he prepared to charge his opponent. Sasuke suppressed the urge to charge at him, opting to wait and shock the bastard. Come on, you're just standing there, make this at least a bit more fun, he kept taunting. Back in the stands, only Naruto was still smirking, as he was the only one perfectly aware what Sasuke was doing. Kakashi gave him an inquisitive look, to which he only responded with, "Watch and enjoy." The opportune moment finally arrived as Makashi charged at Sasuke, who jumped to the side, literally entangling his foe in ninja wire. Drawing out the spool to which all of the wires were connected, he firmly grasped it with his right hand before pumping as much chakra as he could into the gloves. The results were immediate as the wire crackled with the electricity that surged through it and into Makashi's body. Sasuke dropped on his knee as the exhaustion caught up with him. Thankfully, his plan worked, and thanks to the plates on him, the gloves shocked him even worse than they would have normally, if the smoke rising from his lightly burnt body was any indication. "Proctor, I think he's unable to continue," Sasuke weakly said, catching the coughing man's attention. Right, winner Sasuke Uchiha." The other members of Team 7 cheered for the victorious Uchiha as he climbed back up. "Nice fight, Sasuke," Naruto said in his now usual serious tone. His friend merely nodded as he sat down to see who was going to fight next. Once he saw the name, the raven-haired youth smiled. This was going to be fun. Naruto Uzumaki versus Tenten Higurashi. Now this is going to be entertaining, Kakashi jokingly noted. Guy threw him a surprised look. "Wasn't Naruto your weakest student?" he asked, while Kakashi threw back an eye smile. "I might have forgotten to update his records," he lied. In truth, Naruto had asked him to keep them the way he was before the wave mission, with only some minimal updates so it would seem realistic, while he and the Hokage were kept perfectly aware of his skills via a second record that was kept safely on the old man's person at all times. Guy ruefully shook his head at his rival, but after that, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "I hope you're trained her well, Guy," he said, "for her sake." Down in the arena, Naruto and Tenten stared at each other as Hayate approached to start the match. Naruto was perfectly calm, unlike his opponent who seemed somewhat angry for some reason. "Do you have an issue with me?" he asked in his perfectly calm voice. However, he quickly put two and two together when he noticed she was eyeing his sword then watching him dismissively. "So, she thinks I'm some idiot who got his hands on a strong sword and doesn't know how to use it, eh? Asking the old man to keep my records a secret was a better idea than I thought. Do you even know how to hold a sword?" she asked him, to which he only smiled as he placed one hand on the hilt of the once more bandaged blade, but quickly decided against it. "I'd rather see how good you are first before deciding whether I'll need the sword," he added while he placed his hand on one of the seals on his belt. "Begin," Hayate shouted before jumping back. Tenten leapt back as well while Naruto merely unsealed one of his special seal kunai, activating the chakra shell around it and using his molding skills to extend the blade a bit by adding his own chakra to it. He momentarily reminded himself of what he found out about his opponent. Higurashi Tenten, weapon specialist, no other notable skills apart from the academy ones. Known to carry a lot of weapons. This should prove interesting. Let's see how her aim goes against my radiance. Naruto kept his calm smile as he saw Tenten begin throwing a salvo of kunai. He stood perfectly calm until the kunai reached the edge of his sphere. He calmly closed his eyes as he sidestepped all 10 of them. With his free hand, he lowered his Hite 8 over his eyes. Kakashi was now worried, but not for Naruto as Guy thought. Kakashi, what is that boy doing? Sigh. Thanks to his unconventional training, he has sharper reflexes than most Chunin, let alone Genin. Dodging and parrying 100 projectiles would be no challenge for him. Next to Kakashi, Sasuke was laughing. Sakura merely watched with a smile on her face. And to think he's not even using jutsu, a stoic Shino commented from the sides. He had seen Naruto in action once, and if nothing else, he certainly wasn't worried for the blonde. He knew how to take care of himself. In the arena, Naruto kept dodging wave after wave of weapons, until he finally decided to test his kunai and the usual variant. Focusing on an incoming kunai, he sliced straight at it, only to be surprised when the shell of chakra broke off from the blade and cut straight through the kunai, before flying off towards Tenten. That was unexpected, he thought out loud, causing many to sweat drop. On the other side, Tenten was getting worried as well. She had tried most of her tactics on her opponent and each and every one had failed. She had expected an idiot of an opponent, but he was no joke, in fact he was beating her blindfolded. I'm afraid you're at a disadvantage, Naruto tried to explain in his infuriatingly calm voice. Sasuke and Kakashi, along with a few others, recognized how this manner of speech perfectly resembled Itachi. You see, I've been training some of my skills by blocking or dodging vast numbers of projectiles at a time. So without going all out, you don't stand a chance of hitting me. Tenten silently cursed as she planned her next move. Naruto was apparently willing to wait for her. Well, that's gonna bite him in the back, she gingerly thought as she prepared 2 scrolls. Picking up the minute chakra signature of her scrolls, Naruto lifted one side of his Hite 8, putting it very much like Kakashi, who in turn felt very proud of his student. Up in the stands, Shikamaru, Shino and Neji carefully studied Naruto's moves and tactics, each trying to figure out what the blonde enigma was doing. Out of them, Shino was the least surprised, but the only one who knew what the result of this match would be for sure was Shikamaru. She's going to lose and badly, he quietly said. In the cage box, 3 figures watched Naruto's fight with great interest. Anko was enjoying herself, while Sarutobi merely watched the boy with pride. The only one who was amazed was Jiraiya, who hadn't expected that much skill from the boy. He was also the only one to notice the dome of chakra that covered the entire arena. The Gaki is good, he muttered. You have no idea, Anko added while giggling, which promptly caused the two to take a step away from her. Scrolls? Naruto asked with very little emotion. Inside he was giddy to see another scroll technique at work. Tenten smirked at him, confident that her move would land at least a few blows. Just don't get surprised when it kills you, she added in a serious voice. Now very interested, Naruto lifted the other end from his eyes. He watched the girl pull out a small pair of scrolls, holding them both in one hand before unrolling in the air and smearing her blood on both. What's she gonna use? Chakra converters? Exploding seals? A ton of weapons? Damn, I wanna know. He's done for, trained or not, there's no way he can avoid that move, Guy confidently said, while Kakashi shook his head. He hasn't even begun to fight Guy. The scrolls instantly began releasing smoke and flew up in the air, quickly followed by Tenten. Secret technique. Twin rising dragons, she shouted as the 2 smoke dragons rose with her, only to glow brightly for a moment and unleash a veritable wall of metal heading straight in his direction. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment, he couldn't possibly block and dodge all of those with only the kunai. Cursing his bad judgment of his opponent, he quickly plunged a decent amount of his chakra into the sword on his back, the familiar sound of chakra shredding cloth signifying that the sword was free. The feedback from the field of radiance was incredible. There had to be hundreds, no, nearly 1,000 projectiles heading straight at him. Quickly funneling as much chakra as possible to his arms to increase speed, he started blocking each and every projectile. Damn, I didn't expect this many projectiles. Wait, what's this behind them? Wires? Shit, he mentally cursed as he began cutting down the fine assortment of shuriken, kunai, senbon, even usually non-throwable weapons were added to the mix, which he found out as he sidestepped an oversized hammer. With every move, the shell of chakra around the Kabikari Hucho kept shredding the ninja wire attached to the weapons, so that when the barrage was finally over, less than 100 projectiles still had their strings attached. Tenten tried pulling them up, but they too were soon disabled. She watched her opponent with newfound respect. He had blocked and dodged his way through her strongest attack with nothing but a giant sword. No jutsu whatsoever. How? She asked while getting up from the floor. Training. Lots and lots of downright scary training. The last time I tried blocking projectiles there were over 100 of them, so this is a new experience for me, he said with a small, but genuine smile, which soon vanished when he noticed the handle of a kama sticking out of his leg, the blade having pierced straight through. Cursing for a moment, he pulled it out, throwing the bloodied weapon aside as his hand was encompassed by green chakra. He can use medical jutsu as well? Kurenai asked Kakashi, now even more curious about the blonde. Frankly, I don't think there's an area he can't learn, Kakashi answered in his serious voice. Inside he was damn proud of the boy for showing all of them just how capable he was. The wound on his leg healed, Naruto decided it was time for a little showing off. Since you were kind enough to show me your technique with scrolls, it's only fair I do the same, he said with a wide smile. Tenten suddenly felt the temperature drop by a few degrees. Up in the stands Kakashi once more looked at the boy with wide eyes. He perfectly remembered what that move of his did to a fully trained enemy ninja. The girl wouldn't stand a chance if he hit her with it. He only hoped that Naruto knew what he was doing. Guy, remember when I told you that I hoped you trained her well? Yes, Guy said, asked. Well, the shit is about to hit the fan. He started fighting seriously, Kakashi nervously said. Tenten watched as Naruto pulled out a set of 3 scrolls, each of them in a different color. One was brown, the other white and the third red. The brown one was attached to a kunai. Ready, Tenten-san? This is not going to be pretty, 'cause I finally finished this move. She swallowed hard at his words as he began the sequence. He rapidly bit both his thumbs before throwing the red and white scrolls in the air, unfurling them in the process, and smearing his blood along both. A faint shimmer of blue was seen extending from the end of each scroll following to his extended thumbs as the scrolls rolled back up. In the meantime, Naruto started going through several hand seals at great speed, before slamming the third scroll into the ground. Secret Art. Triune Hunters. Once again, for a moment nothing happened as all but a few seemed disappointed. However, Naruto's team along with Team 8 and Neji all knew what was going on. Neji, thanks to his Byakugan and the others from experience. Tenten was simply nervous and worried as a strong pressure began building up, it being nothing more than a sudden release of a massive amount of chakra. However, the eyes of all of the spectators widened as the final effect of the jutsu became apparent as a trio of foxes manifested themselves from the elements. The first was a billowy white form that extended from the white scroll, visible only thanks to the color of the ground. The second was a flaming red fox with orange eyes, incredibly reminiscent of Kyuubi burst from the red one. And finally the third rose from the ground, completely brown, its hard earthen body devouring the third scrolls. Jiraiya watched, feeling like time had gone back to almost 30 years ago when Minato started learning to do seals. Naruto was just like him, practical, but very creative and capable of thinking outside the box. He felt ashamed for not being there for the boy and enraged at the stupidity of the villagers that harmed him. Jiraiya was perfectly aware that he was out there keeping those who would hunt down Naruto for the Kyuubi, but still he could only hope that the boy would find it in his heart to forgive him for not coming sooner. A life lived in hell wasn't truly worth much. The crowd stood quiet in shock as Naruto took the sword in his right hand and pointed it towards Tenten while the thin strands of chakra went from his left hand to the 3 foxes. Now, let's get this party started, he shouted, before smiling at his opponent. Tenten drew out a small scroll and unsealed a fine-looking katana from it, falling into a, to Naruto, unfamiliar stance. Do I play with her and humiliate her, or do I simply beat her down fast? Naruto pondered for a minute as a kunai with an exploding tag flew his way. Fast it is. He quickly charged forth, the massive sword not slowing him down in the least as he moved into the reach of his enemy's sword. Tenten tried to stab him before he managed to bring the sword down, but found that the brown fox was nowhere in sight, and that her sword was no longer moving. Looking down, she found the fox holding the sword down with its stone jaws clenched tightly around it. She closed her eyes, waiting for the blow that was about to come. Do you yield? Came a cold voice, but there was no pain. She opened her eyes. The massive blade of the Kabikari Hucho was an inch from her neck and the remaining 2 foxes were aiming at her heart. But neither of those 2 was what scared her into silence. It was a pair of brutally cold and calculated eyes that stared at her. I asked, do you yield? He repeated the question. Hi, she stuttered. In an instant, the coldness from both voice and eyes vanished, leaving a calm but happy face. She fell down to her knees, exhausted, while Naruto looked untouched by the match apart from a few holes in his clothes. Dismissing the elemental foxes, he picked the girl up along with her sword and carried her off to the stands above while Hayate shouted, "Winner Naruto Uzumaki." Up in the cage box, all three looked astonished at the blonde boy. All three cold have sworn it was Minato Namikaze standing there that 1 minute when he asked the question. There was no killing intent and it was still scary enough. Jiraiya was also impressed by the boy's knowledge of seals, as the 3 foxes were created by nothing more than a powerful seal array, one he didn't know. "Sarutobi-sensei, you didn't by any chance teach him that?" he asked, not really expecting a positive answer. "No," replied a downright happy Hokage. "He made it himself with knowledge from a certain book I gave him." Jiraiya smiled for the boy. "Sensei, have you told him about his?" "Not yet, but I intend to as soon as this part of the exam is over." "It's about time he knew." Jiraiya sadly sighed. "I think he'll give you a chance, Jiraiya. He's a lot smarter than anyone would have guessed, but he's still the kind boy all of us here have grown to love." Anko listened to the two talk, but for one reason or another, she had a rather good idea of whom they were talking about. Seriously, just remove the whisker mark and he's a spitting image of him. She also felt very proud of Naruto, and, although she'd never admit it, she was thinking about him a lot recently. She was also deeply surprised to feel jealous of the fact that he was carrying the weapon girl. Why the hell am I feeling jealous now? She'd have to talk to Kurenai about it, but for now cheering for the blonde Gaki's victory was something she was more than willing to do. Naruto walked up the stands carrying Tenten before putting her down safely. As soon as he did that, his team moved in to congratulate him. But before he did anything, he held his hand to the girl. "It's been a fun match." He started running the back of his head while smiling sheepishly. "Would you mind sparring from time to time?" he asked in a very happy voice. Tenten looked at him strangely, but only nodded before smiling herself and shaking his hand. If anything, she had to admit that his smile was infectious. Guy took care of his student before nodding respectfully to Naruto, who simply smiled as he rejoined his team and received the due congratulations. He was, after all, going to the finals. Before finally settling down to watch the next match, Naruto looked at the aged Kage and his 2 companions who were both cheering for him, and as much as he was happy for making the old man proud, something about Anko's smiling made his heart flutter. Chapter 8. The Chunin Exams. Revelations. Out of all the matches that would be fought that day, the one Naruto won would have the greatest impact. His first real display of skill left many stunned or speechless. The dead last and Dobi of his generation had not only beaten an older ninja, but had used something that was clearly a new and most likely self-created seal technique, something that wasn't seen from the times of the 4th, while fighting blindfolded for most of the fight. And he didn't even break a sweat from it all. Naruto, on the other hand, took the attention in stride, joking with his friends and answering all questions pertaining his skill vaguely enough that they couldn't actually learn anything from his answers. The exchange only lasted for a few minutes before Hayate once more got his bearings and announced the next match, the pairings now clearly visible on the screen. Ino Yamanaka versus Mirai. "Will Ino Yamanaka and Mirai enter the arena?" Hayate loudly exclaimed, without coughing this time. Said pair quickly descended. Choji and Shikamaru wished Ino good luck, but the girl was worried. Mirai was someone she knew nothing about, except for the fact that she was from Mist, and that she could only see her green eyes. Her body was covered by a flowing silver-gray robe along with a scarf that covered her face and a wide-rimmed straw hat. A pair of plated leather gloves covered her hands. No tools or weapons were visible. "Begin," Hayate once more shouted, idly wondering if he should get it on tape for the next match, while he was jumping back. Steeling herself, Ino pulled out a kunai, ready. She prepared herself to try and possess her enemy's body, but then she noticed a dragon heading towards her. She lost consciousness as soon as it struck. Up in the stands, only 3 genin managed to figure out what happened, although the Junin had a much easier time. Genjutsu, and 2 in rapid succession. Naruto found himself analyzing the moves, and the simple but brutally effective logic that brought down Ino Yamanaka. The first one was completely seal-less, creating just enough cover to conceal the hand seals for the second one, which created something in her mind, while Mirai shunshined right behind her and slammed the butt of her kunai into base of her skull, instantly knocking her out. Shit, that girl doesn't play around, Naruto worriedly thought. At those speeds, if he didn't have his additional sense, he wouldn't be able to win. Winner Mirai, Hayate quickly announced as the girl disappeared in a swirl of mist, reappearing in the stands next to her two teammates and sensei. Now there's a good idea, Naruto thought, inwardly smiling and making plans to make his own version. The next match was announced as soon as Ino was taken from the arena by her two teammates. Dosu Kinuta vs Choji Akamichi. Within the arena, Dosu was sweating bullets. Without his beloved gauntlet to amplify his skills with sound, this battle would be a lot harder. Thankfully, his opponent was weak against his attack. Of course that means nothing if he's out before he can land a blow on to the fat boy's body. Choji was somewhat unsure of his enemy. He hadn't seen him fight, but he heard from Naruto about him. Out of all the rookies, Choji was the person that probably spent the least time planning and analyzing, but he was no fool. His family helped his training, and Shikamaru had helped him with planning. It wasn't much, but it would do. Begin. Dosu immediately jumped back, trying to figure out how to best strike his opponent as he pulled out a kunai. His opponent eyed him warily as cocked his hand back. Partial expansion jutsu, Choji mentally commanded as he molded his chakra. It was one of the points his father hammered in, to use his clan jutsu without any hand seals or words, otherwise it's easily predicted. His enemy had little time to move as a massive fist suddenly descended on his position. He rolled to the left, only to get slammed into the wall by the oversized appendage. Dosu cursed, loudly uttering a string of obscenities as he dug himself out from the human-shaped hole in the wall. He had relied too much on his gauntlet and now his skills deteriorated. No matter, I still have a few other tricks, he mused as the bandages that covered his face fell off to reveal a perfectly normal face and a different colored eye. Up in the stands a certain pair of genin from sound had their eyes twitching. The young Akamichi was getting nervous. His main strength was taijutsu, with only the academy techniques as backup. He inwardly cursed and promised himself to learn a bit more outside the clan techniques he had learned so far. Seeing that his opponent was up to something, he changed his plan. Quickly reducing his arms to their normal size, he pulled out a kunai with an exploding tag. He had actually asked why he needed it before the exams started. A quick distraction was all he needed. Dosu was surprised when Choji stopped using his arms to try and hit him. What the hell is he doing? His thoughts were soon answered by the hissing sound of a kunai flying straight at him. He rapidly rolled to the right, dodging the explosion only to run into another. He barely recovered, only to see a giant ball rolling towards him. He tried to move, but it was too late as Choji rolled over him, the sheer weight of the body slamming him into the ground with many, many broken bones. He had failed, again. Thank Kami that I got a good deal this time round, he thought as his consciousness faded. The last thing he heard was the proctor announcing his opponent's victory. Quite a few were surprised at Choji's victory, and a veil of silence covered the arena before the sound of two pairs of hands clapping could be heard. Naruto and Shikamaru were congratulating their friend, quickly joined by Asuma, Sasuke, Sakura and all the others. Choji smiled sheepishly before climbing up into the stands to a congratulating crowd. After Dosu got shipped out of the arena by the medics, Hayate one more walked in, waiting for the screen to show the next pair. Sanmaru Tokai vs Kankuro Subaku. Will the contestant, please come into the arena? Hayate announced as the two nin slowly walked down. Since this was the first match without participants from Konoha, everyone watched carefully. Both contestants took their time to study each other as they entered the arena. Sanmaru was a wiry youth, barely 12, but lithe and agile. The two kunai strapped to the arms of his brown leather jacket were apparently the only weapons he carried. Kankuro was unconcerned by his brown-haired opponent, although the menacing red eyes were something that at least mildly concerned him. Sanmaru lazily observed the nin dressed in what he could only describe as a catsuit. The wrapped-up bundle on his back, on the other hand, might be something to be concerned about. He smirked evilly as he pulled out the kunai. Begin, and nothing happened. Both parties stood perfectly still, waiting for the other to move first. With another smirk, Sanmaru started going through hand seals. Deliberately slow, Kankuro watched his enemy suspiciously, trying to figure out just what the hell was he doing. His eyes widened when the earth of the arena began crumbling as a large draconic head rose. A pair of topaz yellow eyes were staring at him menacingly as the dragon head roared and began spitting balls of mud. Silently cursing his own stupidity, Kankuro dodged the balls, opting to throw a hail of poisoned senbon at his opponent, planning to keep his other weapon a secret for as long as possible. He also cursed himself for not carrying the second one to this part of the exam. Sanmaru was having the time of his psychotic life. If there was one thing he truly enjoyed doing, it was fighting. And killing. And a few other even less than sane things. Unlike his older sibling Makashi, he had no issues when it came to killing people. And he was damn good at what he liked doing. With an insane smile, his arms began moving at crazy speeds as he flashed through hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Earth release. Obscuring pillars, he shouted as a large number of 2 feet thick stone pillars rose from the ground. There was no more than a meter of space between pillars, just enough for a certain psychotic nin to keep dashing through. Kankuro cursed yet again at underestimating his enemy. The boy was no pushover, and by the way he started moving, using the pillars as a running surface, he'd be hard-pressed to keep up. Time to start cheating, he jokingly thought as he pulled a substitution jutsu with his bundle. While seemingly nothing happened, he was already putting a plan into motion. One of the tricks he managed to pick up from his brother without the redhead knowing it, was the third eye, which he used very well in combination with his puppets. It also made the trick he was using now easy. Sanmaru kept jumping from pillar to pillar, and if he wasn't safe inside the bundle with his chakra suppressed, he'd be worried. Just let the little psycho get close enough. The kid's almost as crazy as Gaara. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, Kankuro almost missed the fact that one of the pillars went crashing down on him. Sanmaru laughed as he leapt to pierce Kankuro's throat, only to hit hard wood. The insane smile instantly faded as a barrage of senbon, poisoned senbon in fact, flew out of Kankuro's mouth and slammed into his chest. Within a second, Kankuro's face peeled off, only to be replaced by that of a wooden puppet. Sanmaru fell to the ground, dead. Winner Subaku Kankuro, Hayate shouted as a team of ninja moved in to clear up the arena for the next match and remove the corpse of Sanmaru Tokai. A few people were mildly concerned at the killing, but most of the genin didn't as much as blink. Death was a part of their lives, one they knew they'd all face eventually. For the first time, silence was the aftermath of a match as Hayate once more prepared to announce the next pairing. Nakai Kistugen vs Gaara Subaku. But before the match could start, Nakai shouted, "I forfeit." As much he wanted to fight, Nakai had the gruesome opportunity to see just how Gaara fought in the Forest of Death. He knew he stood no chance of surviving, regardless of how good his sword skills were. Being crushed in sand was not on his to-do list. Gaara looked disappointed and murmured something about mother wanting blood. Thanks to his chakra-enhanced hearing, Naruto shuddered at the comment. For some reason, the idea of calling a 100-meter-tall bloodthirsty raccoon demon, mother, was disturbing. Coughing again, Hayate announced the next match. Same time, Anbu headquarters, interrogation and torture division, prison cells. Wind howled through the darkened corridors of the underground prison level of the infamous Anbu headquarters. The IT division that ran this part of the building kept the place in optimal condition for breaking prisoners, something that made their job much easier. At the same time with the preliminary matches in the Forest of Death, a trio of shadowy figures moved along, checking each door. Number 16 inches muttered one of them, a deep male voice belonging to a man in his early 20s wearing an eagle mask. "That's Mizuki. We don't need him right now," commented a female voice this time. The cat-masked Anbu continued to the next cell. "This is the one we're looking for." The remaining two nodded as Cat opened the door. Inside was an unusual cell. Normally, prison cells here only had the essentials, a small surface for sleeping and a hole for waste. However, this cell, along with several others, were kept for prisoners who were kept here for their own protection for the time they needed to be off the face of the earth. The occupant of this cell was given a decent bed, along with a desk with a chair, a small lamp and a large stack of books, with subjects mostly concerning medicine. The occupant was one Yakushi Kabuto, medical prodigy and unwilling spy, much in thanks to a seal placed on the back of his neck by his former master, Sasori of the Red Sands, only to have it changed by Orochimaru. The seal had a simple effect. One a keyword was uttered along with the addition of small amount of chakra. The bearer of the seal was placed under the direct control of its master. Outside that, the person remained completely normal. And to make things worse, the seal was near impossible to detect. Had they not searched his entire body for seals, they wouldn't have found it. If it weren't for Orochimaru's records from his time with the Anbu, it wouldn't have been possible to identify it. The silver-haired youth happily turned to his visitors, a kind, polite smile gracing his lips as he recognized his visitors. Cat, badger, wolf, He waved his hand from his chair as he removed his glasses and placed them on the desk. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? He asked in a kind tone. We might have something of interest for you, Kat replied with a small smile under her mask. Forest of Death, the Tower Arena. Naruto was bored out of his mind. The past several matches have been anything but entertaining, and he couldn't even read his book or study the scrolls he had on him. He thanked Kami for managing to finish the small job he was left with before the fights. Shino had managed to beat Chukai Torque without even breaking a sweat by draining his chakra. Shikamaru downright outsmarted Kintsuchi by slamming her head into the wall, even if she did manage to catch him in her bell-induced genjutsu. Tamari Subaku beat the daylights out of Zaku Abumi. There were only 2 matches left. He silently prayed that Sakura didn't end up fighting against Neji. Hayate idly watched as the screen flipped through the 4 remaining names, finally stopping on Sakura Haruno vs Shin Tasai. Well, shit, thought the entire Team 7, Kakashi included. The genin because the team looked imposing, and power was literally rolling off of him. Kakashi on the other hand because he finally recognized the boy. Shin, Deathbringer, Tasai, probably the only genin in the shinobi world with an entry in the bingo book. A taijutsu expert rivaling Lee, except for the fact that he can use chakra. Unconfirmed reports place him with a lightning affinity. Over 100 confirmed kills of genin rank, 20 of chunin and even 1 junin. He sadly put a hand on her shoulder. Sakura, no one will hold it against you if you decide to surrender this match. Sakura looked up to him, but what he saw surprised him. The look of burning determination he had only seen in Naruto. I know, but I'm still going to fight, she calmly answered as she descended into the arena. Shin, her opponent, was perfectly calm, his look emotionless as he watched her. He was dressed simply, a pair of black cargo pants and a gray muscle shirt, along with ninja sandals. No kunai or scroll holsters. I commend your courage, he said in a polite tone, but it would not be wise to fight me. You could die. Sakura sighed. He was perfectly right, and a part of her believed that she could probably die in this match. But then again, she had accepted that possibility long ago when she made her first kill. I could die here, or on any other mission. I accepted those odds when I became a shinobi, she replied in a calm voice. Her determination crushed her fear, and the desire to prove herself to her teammates and sensei did the rest. Shin laughed. It was a warm and kind laughter, one which you wouldn't expect from a cold killer. Good, let's fight then, he said while still laughing. Begin, Hayate shouted while jumping back. The two of them both dropped into stances. So, how do I fight him? Kakashi-sensei obviously thinks that this guy is powerful, and he's probably right. No weapons, so that means either ninjutsu or genjutsu, and according to his build taijutsu, but most likely the last. Damn, the one area I'm weak in. Not trusting her limited skills in taijutsu, she pulled out a kunai in preparation for the attack. Seeing her hesitance to attack, Shin charged forth, preparing to slam his palm into her gut. Sakura barely managed to dodge the attack by twisting to the right, and the follow-up blow by his shoulder. Shin kept the pressure on her as he chained blow after blow, leaving just enough space for the girl to have a chance at dodging. What Sakura didn't know was that Shin respected her determination and sheer grit. And that he loved to fight a worthy opponent, which he considered her to be. Dodging blow after blow, Sakura actually managed to lay a few glancing cuts to her opponent, but in return, her left arm was completely numb from a single dislocating blow to the shoulder. No jutsu anymore, just pure taijutsu. My left arm might as well be gone, she thought as she watched for an opening in Shin's defenses. Kakashi was, for the umpteenth time this day, impressed by his team. Sakura was fighting far better than he thought possible. She certainly stood no chance against this opponent, even if he was holding back his strength, but even so, it was impressive. He might not have pressed them all into training like he should have, but they were still good. In fact, Sakura actually had talent for taijutsu and fighting with kunai. Sakura decided to go for her last resort, the fencing kunai. She leapt back, barely managing to unseal one of them from the scroll and once more taking up her stance. She wouldn't stand down or surrender. Not anymore. Several figures smiled at her actions. One was her opponent, another two were her two teammates joined by her sensei. She just doesn't give up. All the better, Shin mused as he waded past her elongated kunai. Sakura was now low on chakra. She could probably maintain the chakra shell around the blade for a few more minutes, but that was it. After that she'd fall unconscious. Her mind was racing, desperately grasping at ideas, until she remembered Naruto's match some time ago. What exactly did he do? He made the shell around the kunai break off. Wait, I could cut off the flow of chakra while swinging at the enemy. That should break it, right? She desperately thought as she kept dodging and trying to slash her enemy. Praying for this last move to work, she channeled the last remains of her chakra into the blade, before swinging it at Shin's chest. Shin was having fun, pure, unadulterated fun, the likes of which he hadn't had in years. While he had to go at a third of his actual strength, the girl was going all out, pulling every trick she knew, and a few she probably didn't even figure out she was pulling. When she slashed at him, his smile faded as a blade of pure chakra broke off from the elongated kunai, heading straight for him. He grunted as the blade cut straight through his clothes and into his flesh, leaving a centimeter-deep gash in his skin, now bleeding. Sakura was barely conscious. "Proctor, the match is over," Shin said in a calm voice as Sakura nearly fell onto the ground, only to be caught by Shin. "Winner Shin Tokai," Hayate announced, as the medics picked Sakura up from the red-haired youth. Naruto watched him in interest. First he gave Sakura a chance by holding back, now he didn't finish her off when he was supposed to be a cold-blooded killer. Interesting indeed, he mused. There was only one match left, and a few people cringed when they saw the names. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Hinata shakily started going down into the arena, as her teammates and sensei wished her luck. She made a short look at Naruto, only to see that he noticed and silently mouthed something. Kick his ass, she recognized the words and smiled, a bit of her confidence returning. From his perch, Naruto watched the two enter the arena. He was well aware that Hinata had a crush on him, but that was most likely a passing thing, although that didn't mean he couldn't cheer for her. The girl had a lot of talent, but was almost afraid to use it. He could only hope that she would fight properly now. Neji watched his cousin walk towards him with no small amount of hate. He disliked the main branch of the Hyuga family with a passion since his father died. And he blamed the girl in front of him for it. To his surprise, the normally shy and withdrawn Hinata was currently standing in the most aggressive of the Juken stances either of them knew. So she has some backbone. Not that it will help her. Why do you even try, Hinata-sama? Fate has decreed that you will be defeated here, he said in a cold, emotionless tone. Hinata winced, but didn't reply. Both Kurenai and Guy watched the match with growing horror as Neji proceeded to nearly kill Hinata, who to his surprise gave nearly as good as she got, leaving her cousin mostly disabled, but not injured unlike her. Naruto growled as he gripped the stone of the railing, his fingers making the structure crack from the pressure. How could that idiot do something like that to his family? Hinata was probably the kindest person he knew. What could she have possibly done to deserve such hatred? How little people appreciate things until they lose them. I never had a family, but that fool has a cousin that cares for him very much, and what does he do? Besides, aren't branch members of the Hyuga clan supposed to have a control seal? Does he understand that she could have used it the moment the match started to kill him? He mused sadly as the match continued. Hinata had blood leaking from her mouth by now and was barely standing. Neji was once more surprised. His worthless cousin was actually far better than he expected. In fact, if she wasn't aiming for non-lethal spots unlike him, he would have probably gotten badly wounded by now. So why didn't she? She could have also used the seal that would have fried his mind within seconds, yet he didn't even consider it. They both panted as they made a short break, eyes focused on each other's, each waiting for the other to move first. Why? Neji asked between pants, his analytical mind for the first time stumped at the behavior of the young clan heiress. She looked at him sadly. For a moment he growled, thinking she pitied him, but quickly realized otherwise. What could she possibly be sad about? Because I miss my brother, she said softly as the melee resumed. It finally struck him what she meant. While she knew how, she couldn't use the seal. She wouldn't, just like she wouldn't harm him, even if it cost her her life. For the first time since his father had died, his eyes softened a bit. He still held a lot of pain and anger, but now there was a new feeling for his sister. Respect. I see, he replied in a monotone as he once more took to the offensive, this time avoiding any life-threatening blows, the rage that possessed him slowly receding. He did always love a good challenge, and it seemed that Hinata would prove to be one. The crowd was surprised as the match started picking up speed once more, the two locked in a majestic yet deadly dance as chakra visibly flared around them both. This time it was Hinata on the offensive, gracefully wading into his guard and finally managing to disable one of his arms with a quick strike to the pressure points on his shoulder. Neji managed to retaliate as she pulled away by sending a quick Juken blow to her left leg, bringing her down. He was getting tired. The match he had expected would be one-sided had turned into a battle of attrition. He had decided before the match that he would keep all his tricks up his sleeve, hidden until the finals unless desperately needed. Proceeding to end the match, he bypassed her guard and placed 3 consecutive strikes on both her shoulders and her other leg, completely disabling her. Both nodded to the proctor before Hinata finally lost consciousness to her exhaustion. Winner Neji Hyuga. Hayate loudly announced the victor of the final match while Neji watched over Hinata until the medics arrived to pick her up. He couldn't stop the smile that formed on his face in response to her own. Next day, 6 a.m., Uzumaki residence. Rain yet again. Naruto was considering whether the gods had a sense of humor as he kept exercising his body while 100 clones were practicing chakra control on the roof. Push-ups were a generally easy exercise for him, so he tried Kakashi's version, by doing it on one finger with weights on his back. Although he seemed calm, his mind was racing, planning his course of action for the next month. This year, the old man decided going against the usual public drawing of the pairings for the finals, leaving the pairs unknown until everyone was there. But, as usual, his mind returned to current matters, such as studying the remaining 3 life seals in the book, acquiring more medical plants, studying new jutsu, and generally preparing himself. He was also quite proud of his achievements during the past week. He survived in battle against Orochimaru while destroying the cursed seal that was placed on him. He managed to keep most of his abilities hidden while finishing his scrolls on time and even figuring out a way to break an enslavement seal Ibiki asked him about, also providing him with the last detail he needed to break another. So much to do, so little time, he sighed sadly. Even Kyuubi stayed silent these days, though he was wondering why. The fox was probably planning that training he talked about. His musings were stopped by a loud knock on his door. Yes? Orders from Hokage-sama, answered a familiar voice. Tiger. He opened the door revealing the masked man, whom he knew as Tenzo. He almost smiled at the man for remembering that it wasn't wise to enter his home without permission as there would be some unpleasant consequences due to the thorough sealwork placed inside. You are being summoned to the Hokage's office, Uzumaki-san, he explained quickly. Hi, tell the old man I'll be there in a few minutes, he replied. Tiger nodded and left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto quickly closed the door, before summoning a few extra clones to pack everything up and activate the protection barriers. It was the first thing he made when he came home yesterday, a set of barriers that were meant to protect his work from others. With the security he had set up during the last month, there were precious few who could enter his home without his permission, but he still preferred to play it safe. Drying off the sweat from his exercises, he kept releasing the clones 10 at a time while dressing up. Finally putting up his reed coat, he buttoned it up while sealing the sword into the seal on his arm. Time to talk to Sarutobi, he thought, wondering why he was summoned. 7 a.m., Hokage's office. The tension was palpable as Naruto entered the esteemed office of the third Hokage. Inside were only 2 men, Jiraiya of the Sannin and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. Both were apparently apprehensive of what was about to happen. Naruto was confused and concerned. No scenario he could fix up in his mind made sense of the situation, so he decided to just go with the flow and hope things turned out of the best. Naruto. Sarutobi started in a serious, but worried tone, take a seat, I have a few things to tell you. And I can only hope that you don't hate us for the decisions we made, he sullenly thought. He could say that he was one of the few people who knew Naruto well, but even he couldn't predict the boy's reaction to the news he had to tell him. Naruto sat down while studying the faces of both men. Both wore a concerned expression mixed with a hint of hope and pride. Naruto, you remember what I told you about your parents? He asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious at where this was going. That you couldn't tell me for my own safety but that they loved me very much, he answered. Hiruzen nodded. The reason why I couldn't tell you was that your parents had many enemies, who wouldn't think twice to make their revenge on their offspring. He continued in a serious voice. So, who were they? Naruto was getting impatient. The desire to learn just who his parents were was overwhelming. He accepted the story his Ji-san told him, but he had to know more. With a deep sigh, Hiruzen started. Your father was Minato Namikaze the Yellow Flash and the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and your mother was Uzumaki Kushina, the Crimson Wind and daughter of the late daimyo of Whirlpool Country. He finished quickly, feeling a pang in his heart at the emotions that the boy's face went through. Naruto's mind was in turmoil. The fourth Hokage was his hero, the man he respected more than anyone in the world, the man who sealed Kyuubi into his body to save Konoha at the cost of his life and soul, was his father. "So my father is dead," he said in a somewhat hollow tone, "but what happened to my mother?" Both Sarutobi and Jiraiya sighed at the question. It was Jiraiya that answered. "We don't really know, kid. Kushina is listed as dead. She was in the hospital, barely alive from giving birth to you when one of Kyuubi's tails came crashing into the part of the hospital she was in. Her body was never recovered," he explained sadly. I see," Naruto stuttered as tears began welling up his eyes, and a soft sob escaped his lips. "Gone. Both of my parents, so I truly am without Kain." His tears kept flowing as he felt someone embrace him. "It's okay, Naruto, let it all out," he heard Sarutobi's calming voice as the dam broke completely. Nearly an hour passed before he finally calmed down as his tears dried up. A cup of sake also helped calm his mind a bit, the burning liquid clearing his thoughts as it surged down his throat. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, the new discoveries finally taking root in his mind. The cogs that had slowed down due to the sadness that engulfed him once more started turning as his mind analyzed and put each piece of the puzzle together. The book on sealing belonged to his father, and that was probably why it made so much sense. Sarutobi most likely gave it to him, knowing that he would have the talent to understand it. Keeping his mother's name would attract less attention than his father's, meaning that the numerous enemies Minato made wouldn't hunt him down, and placing a number of bodyguards would have only painted an even bigger target on him. Now that most pieces of the puzzle were fitted in, one currently remained out. Why the hell was Jiraiya there? Feeling a bit better? Sarutobi asked in a kind voice. "Yeah, but it's a bit much to take in," he answered in a much calmer voice. "Unfortunately, the news don't end there." Naruto closed his eyes and steeled his will. "I'm ready for it," he replied. "I'll explain the rest, Sarutobi-sensei," Jiraiya said in a quiet tone, and Sarutobi nodded. "I have a bit to say, and I ask you to listen to what I have to say before you say anything, okay?" Naruto nodded. With a deep sigh, Jiraiya began. "First of all, you should know that I'm your godfather." Naruto's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to ask a question, but closed it quickly. "I was also your father's mentor when he was a genin and much later. I promised him that I would watch over you as best as I could. Sadly enough, that proved to be difficult, as your burden also made you a target for a certain group of people." Jiraiya stopped for a moment, thinking how best to explain the following part. "The group is called Akatsuki. At this point we remain unaware of their objectives but have found out that they plan to gather and extract all 9 Biju from their containers. For the past 16 years, they have been trying to locate every single Jinchuriki, so far only failing to locate 3 according to my spies. Until a few months ago, you were among them. Sarutobi-sensei went to great lengths to conceal the fact that you were a Jinchuriki when we found out about this, and I've spent the better part of the last 13 years trying to hide your existence from them and to buy you some time to at least have a normal childhood, but I obviously failed at that. And I am deeply sorry," he finished, bowing his head in shame. Naruto thought for a second, his mind once more analyzing, gathering the information and piecing things together. His words made perfect sense, except for the small detail that somewhere in the back of his mind he remembered that he had seen Jiraiya before. During some of the frequent visits to the hospital he remembered that he was there checking on his seal while they thought he was asleep and leaving a small gift afterward. It was usually something simple, like the frog wallet that he affectionately called Gama-chan, and that he now held in his bedroom, along with the rest of the things that were important to him. As UCH as he wanted at one point, he couldn't hate either of them. They made their mistakes, but at least they tried for his sake. "I forgive you," he said in a soft tone, "if you help me with my training," he added with a chuckle. Jiraiya's head snapped up so fast that both Naruto and Sarutobi thought it would snap off. He stared at the blonde brat incredulously before bursting out in laughter, quickly joined by the other two. "You? Ha ha ha. Really are their son Naruto," he said, finally calming down from his laughter. "Only Kushina and Minato would have had the guts to downright blackmail me into training. You've got yourself a deal, Naruto. I'll tell you everything else tomorrow. Meet me at the hot spring, 9 o'clock sharp. See you later, Sarutobi-sensei. I'm off to do some research," he said, the final words finished with a giggle which sent chills down Naruto's spine, while Sarutobi merely shook his head at his former pupil's antics. Now Naruto, there are two other things we need to discuss. First, is your parents' legacy, he said in a serious tone. Naruto sat up straight, carefully listening what the Hokage had to say. Your parents lived in a small estate between the Aburame and Inuzuka estates. It remains whole, but sealed, waiting for you to enter. Minato said that he and Kushina left a pair of scrolls there for you when you were ready. He also asked me not to tell you who your parents were until you could defend yourself from any would-be assassins. Sarutobi explained, before chuckling, although I doubt he expected you to become this strong so soon. Naruto returned the chuckle. While he didn't like it one bit, it did make a lot of sense. I think it would be wise to keep my parentage under wraps for a while longer. At least until the finals, he finally said, making the old Kage nod proudly. He wouldn't have refused the boy his last name if he asked now, but this would be far better for both him and Konoha. Would you mind though, if I visited the place? I don't intend to move in yet, but some of my father's scrolls are there and they would be helpful. Sure, I can take you there tonight. Just be here around 8. Now to the second subject. Anbu, he called, and two masked nin instantly showed up. Get me Neji Hyuga and Shikamaru Nara. Hi, they both said simultaneously before vanishing. Both sat quietly, Naruto opting for another saucer of sake before the two other genin arrived. Within minutes, the two Anbu returned with Shikamaru and Neji. Shikamaru looked calm, but a bit surprised at Naruto's presence, and Neji was just plain surprise, but hid it well beneath a mask of indifference. You called us Hokage-sama? Neji asked in a polite tone, curious as to why he was summoned and what Naruto of all people was doing here. Have a seat you two. Shikamaru, you are aware why you were called here, he said in a very serious tone. Naruto instantly focused, listening intently to whatever was about to happen. So these two get the job. Can't say I'm surprised even though it's troublesome, Shikamaru answered in a lazy drawl. Will you explain? Once more, Sarutobi shook his head, this time at the laziness that seemed hereditary in the Nara clan. Knowing 3 generations of said family, he was now completely sure of that. By combining the knowledge gathered from the two people you brought in Naruto, along with information from Jiraiya's spy network, we managed to ascertain that Otogakure, under the leadership of Orochimaru, will invade Konoha during the finals of the Chunin exams. Also, Suna has been mobilizing a number of troops recently, and I believe they are likely joining in as well. Naruto kept thinking at every word that he heard, his mind now perfectly calm. So, when do we put in the preemptive strike? He asked in a serious tone, while all 3 looked at him in surprise. What? We can't really just wait for them to attack, can we? It only makes sense that we weaken them as much as possible before the invasion actually begins, and I'm betting that if Suna is joining in, Orochimaru plans to use Gaara, or more precisely Shukaku, to help him. The astonishment never left the 3 at the perfectly accurate description of what Jiraiya, Sarutobi and Shikamaru expected Orochimaru to do, along with the comment about a preemptive strike. Why? Yes, Shikamaru finally said, as you so well explained, we intend to weaken the sand teams during the exams, and with the information from the former sound team that joined us, we can prepare for the invasion by luring them into a trap. The pairings for the matches are fixed up so that those that are capable can fight the trio from sand. Shino will be facing Kankuro, while Sasuke has been paired with Gaara and I have been paired with Temari. These pairings make sufficient sense that no one will make a fuss about it and reveal what we know. Neji, you and Naruto will be fighting the first match. Make it a show, but don't hurt each other badly, we need you both for the battle that will follow. Kakashi-sensei and Kurenai-sensei are focusing heavily on training the two, while other sensei are helping their teams. Both nodded. Shikamaru was pleased that he finally finished explaining, and could do something constructive, like watching clouds. Heiji-san, I have a question for you, Naruto slowly said, both other genin watching incredulously at the blunt disrespect he showed for the Hokage, but since he didn't even react to it, said nothing. Yay Naruto? Why did you choose us of all people? I mean, I understand Shikamaru, he and his dad are the best strategists in the village apart from you, but why Neji and me when there is probably no reason for us to know all this? Neji once more looked surprised, wondering why he didn't ask themselves the same question, and figuring out just how much he had underestimated the blonde's intelligence. Shikamaru and Sarutobi smiled, because this is your first mission as Chunin, Hiruzen quietly explained, all 3 of you have shown all the skills necessary for a Chunin, along with good leadership skills and tactical capacity. As such, you are now an officially Chunin, to be promoted after the invasion. During the battle that is certain to come, you will be leading teams to defend Konoha as needed. Guy, Kakashi and Asuma have been notified of your status and will confirm it when needed. You are all dismissed, go and train for the finals. As the three started leaving, he remembered something. Naruto, I have a commission for you. Commission? Yes, since your friend Kin, who by the way is now living in your apartment building along with her 2 teammates, informed me that the so-called Sound 4, Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, specialize in barriers. I need you and Jiraiya to come up with a way to break them. Barrier breaking, eh? I'll see what I can dig up. Oh, and thanks for leaving me my dad's notes to work on, he added with a smile as he left. Sarutobi could now finally sit down and relax. The day went a lot better than expected, now he could finally relax a bit and… Hokage-sama, while you were in the meeting, this paperwork piled up, his secretary came in pushing a cart, loaded with piles of paper. Suffice to say that the Hokage spent the rest of the day considering alternate uses of various fire jutsu. 8:30 p.m., Clan District of Konoha. 2 shadowy figures silently moved towards the estates of the Aburame and Inuzuka families. The 2 fortified holds were probably the only ones that were built more to protect outsiders rather than those who live inside, as the insects and dogs weren't overly fond of uninvited guests. However, between the 2 holds was a forest, which the 2 clans used as a hunting ground. At the heart of said forest was a small estate surrounded by a tall stone wall. The 2 figures silently proceeded through the forest, unimpeded by the numerous beasts that inhabited it. The iron-wrought gates of the estate now loomed in front of them, the black bars completely covered in small golden seals which served both as protection and decoration. Wow, was all Naruto could say as he observed the simple family home, that was better protected than the Hokage Tower. Being a seal master had its perks. It sure is something. I still remember the day Minato first showed us the home that he had built for himself, Kushina and you. It was finished only a month before you were born. Come on, place a bit of your blood on the plate and push your chakra into it. He prodded him on, glad to give the boy what was rightfully his. Now that both of them thought about it, no one apart from the Inuzuka and the Aburame would ever notice if he came here, and Sarutobi knew that both were his supporters in the council, and would gladly play dumb as to his visits here, if for nothing else, to annoy Danzo and his supporters. Absently biting his thumb, Naruto smeared his blood on the lock plate, while channeling his chakra into the seals. With a soft click, the gates opened to let them in, swiftly closing as soon as they entered. Naruto was taking in every part of the estate that had once belonged to his father and was now his. He had noticed that the walls had plates similar to the ones on the gate, made from wrought iron and covered in intricate golden seals, every couple of meters. He wondered for a second how did he manage to make so many, but reminding himself of all the benefits of shadow clones. The estate was relatively simple. A large walled-off field, with a 2-story house near the gate, leaving a large backyard. He wondered if the house had its own hot spring, considering how frequent they were in fire country. The small cobbled path that led towards the doors was surrounded by beds of flowers, which were, to his amazement, in perfect condition, without any weeds. He once more blamed his father's knowledge of seals for this, as he had done similar things in his apartment. It was getting very interesting to compare his father's thoughts to his own, their apparently similar way of seeing things now becoming even more obvious. The house projected a feeling of warmth, the soft brown tones of the walls fitting quite well with the trees that easily reached the roof, probably granting shade to the path during day. The 2 of them walked in silence to the door, Naruto once more placing his blood on the door before entry. The mahogany doors opened to reveal a large corridor with polished wooden floors covered with silk rugs. The corridor continued opened into a large living room which overlooked the backyard. A large fireplace with a sofa in front of it seemed to be the centerpiece of the room. Along the sides, he noticed a pair of stairs leading to the second floor, and the numerous windows left the room glistening in moonlight. Along several small coffee tables, he spotted quite a few pictures, most of them of his parents. With a soft sigh, he decided against exploring the entirety of the house this night, opting to find the bedroom and sleep here tonight. Ji-san, I think I'll sleep here tonight, he said in an equally soft voice. He could feel the aged Hokage nod behind him. The bedrooms are upstairs. Dare I suggest you use the master bedroom? Jiraiya picked out the bed, he said with a near-silent chuckle which Naruto gladly returned. It had been a long day, and he had too many emotions in his head to think straight. He had found out about his parents, discovered that he had a living godfather, who was willing to train him, learned that there was an impending invasion, a likely war, and officially became Chunin. Saying goodbye to his adoptive grandfather, he walked him off to the gates, before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Back inside, he sleepily walked up the stairs. They converged at the top, leading to another door, which presumably lead into the second floor. The corridor that greeted him actually had several other doors, 3 on each side and 1 straight in front. Heading to that last door, he opened it and found himself in the master bedroom. A massive 4-post bed stood in the middle of the room, flanked by 2 nightstands on each side, a small lamp on each. The right wall was entirely covered by a large mirror, the reflection of the entire room adding even more to the sheer feeling of size in the room. To the left he noticed 3 large dressers, and between them a door. Also, he saw a small desk in the corner. But what brought him to tears lay in the corner, a crib. Minato and Kushina had prepared everything for his birth. A quick check revealed that the door led to a luxurious bathroom. Quickly brushing his teeth, he considered one of the things he noticed. There was no dust anywhere, like the whole place had been sealed, which it probably was. He spat out the toothpaste before rinsing his mouth, and went back to the bed. Taking off most of his clothes, he carefully folded them and placed them on the chair next to the desk before lying down. His eyes remained open for the better part of an hour, his mind refusing to settle down to the bliss of sleep. He couldn't believe it and actually feared that all of this was some cruel illusion. He was home. With the feeling of security that the knowledge brought, he closed his eyes and finally drifted to sleep. Naruto woke up next morning to the rays of light which fell on his face. It had been years since he slept so peacefully, or felt so rested. With a groan he stretched his muscles as he got up. There was a lot of work to do today, but first of all, he wanted to explore this house a bit, before leaving. He silently decided to permanently move in here once the exams were over. The upper floor contained nothing but bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. After a short stroll, he got down to explore the ground level. He was impressed to say the least. The kitchen was something that would fit in the palace of a king. A large room, half on the ground level, half beneath it, was the library, in which he saw thousands of books and scrolls on various subjects. One of the things he didn't see last night was a small walled-off area, a private bath fed by a warm spring rerouted to it. After a while, he came across his father's study. It was a room of decent size, with a large desk. On the sides he saw multiple shelves, each and every one of them stock-filled with scrolls. A short search revealed them to be a mixture of jutsu scrolls, reports, research materials and plans. However, it was the 2 scrolls on the desk that drew his attention. 2 ornately decorated scrolls, tied with a yellow ribbon and a note attached to them. For Naruto, from his parents. Naruto made a small smile and untied the ribbon. To his surprise, both scrolls slipped out of his hands as if guided by some invisible force and fell to the floor, unfurling in an X shape. His interest turned to shock as 2 ghostly figures appeared above the scrolls. A man and a woman. His parents. He realized that this was a recording of sorts as he watched the 2 of them begin to move, Minato fixing up his coat and Kushina fussing over it. "Is this thing working?" she asked in a somewhat annoyed voice. Her voice was naturally soft, he noted, but still had an edge beneath it, the result of years of fighting. He also noticed her large belly, realizing that was him inside. "Yes, love, it's working," Minato answered patiently. "Now come, we're leaving this for our son." He turned towards Naruto. A part of the boy wondered how the hell he knew where to turn. "Hello, son. We are both deeply sorry that you only get to see us like this. I wished for nothing more than to watch you grow up. By the time you even have a chance at watching this, I will be dead from sealing the Kyuubi into you, and from what the medics tell us, Kushina will most likely die from childbirth," he said sadly, tears visible in both of his parents' eyes. Naruto teared up as well. "Regardless, we wanted you to know that we loved you more than anything," Kushina now continued, "and don't let anyone tell you otherwise," she shouted while pumping her hand in the air. He couldn't help but laugh at their antics. He watched as Minato shook his head with his hand covering his eyes. "Now, since you're here and reading this, there are a few things that you should know. First of all, I've left a few scrolls for you in the safe in my study. Most of them deal with the finances you inherited. Second, I would suggest you start reading any books you can find on the laws and politics of Konoha. Ask the old monkey to help you out. You'll need them because as the former Hokage, I have a seat in the council which you inherit." And third, my research room is located in the basement. Now it was Naruto's turn to grin wildly. The same council which made so much trouble. And should they doubt your ancestry, here both Minato and Kushina grinned, kindly remind them that both of us left blood samples with Sarutobi, Tsunade and Jiraiya. That should be more than enough for you to prove things. Suddenly, both went quiet, and Naruto noticed that Kushina was holding her belly, her face contorted up in pain. Minato first looked worried, then sent an amused look at Naruto. I'd love to stay and blabber on, but apparently, you just chose to get born. Take care of yourself and know that we'll always love you. He tried waving only to get grabbed by Kushina. Stop talking to that damn scroll and get me to the hospital. She shouted as she grabbed his shoulder for support. The image of the pair vanished after that, leaving the young boy in thought. Well, things are going to get interesting. 8:30, small plateau outside of Konoha. Kakashi and Sasuke stood facing off as they sparred. He was directly ordered by the Hokage to train the Uchiha boy as best he could and was told why. While he didn't like the situation, there was little that he could do but train the boy and make sure he was ready. You okay, sensei? Sasuke asked in an uncharacteristically caring voice. Kakashi could only smile. The boy had changed greatly, from a stuck-up Avenger, into a much kinder and caring man. Although he could still use some work around the edges. Yeah, just thinking about something. He said with his usual eye smile. Now get back to work. 9 o'clock, Konoha Hot Springs. Jiraiya was having a good day. First of all, he had managed to get into the tree next to the hot spring unseen, using his transparency jutsu. Then he noticed an abundance of rather attractive ladies. He was scribbling notes in overdrive. He had almost forgotten that there was a student he was supposed to train today, and probably would have, had he not felt something poking him in the shoulder. He turned to face the person, only to find that there was no one there. Turning back, he found that his notes were gone. Nice work, Ero-sensei. He heard a jovial voice speaking from the branch above him, where he found Naruto sitting in his usual clothes, reading his notes. But you got the measurements wrong. Jiraiya mumbled something about annoying blondes as he swatted the notes from Naruto's hands. So, when do we start with the training? Naruto's playful banter instantly vanished when Jiraiya started grinning. First, I need to see just how strong you are. Follow me. With a short jump, both found themselves on the ground. Naruto followed Jiraiya outside of Konoha, reaching an isolated training ground. The barren circular field surrounded by trees on one side, a lake on the other and finally a cliff face on the third was probably one of the most private training grounds in Konoha, well hidden from the rest of the world. Jiraiya suddenly stopped and summoned what Naruto assumed to be a shadow clone. Alright Gaki, I want you to fight this clone of mine. Don't hold back even a bit, he has half of my chakra and he's not afraid to use it, he quickly explained as he got back to a safe distance. Anything goes, right? Naruto asked with a grin. Anything, Jiraiya replied. Naruto immediately took a stance and began rapidly going through hand seals. Wait seals. Release, he shouted, as a small flash of chakra flared from his body. Suppression seals. Release. This time, the flare grew stronger than before as two suppression seals were deactivated. Finally, he unsealed the Kabikari Hucho and prepared for combat. For a moment the two figures stood in absolute silence, although if anyone was nearby, he or she would have probably fainted from the sheer amount of killing intent that was unleashed. Jiraiya's clone tried to overpower him with it first, but Naruto easily returned that by using first his own considerable ki and then lacing it with Kyuubi's. On the sides the original whistled at the deed. Neither stopped as Naruto charged with his blade, intent on making it impossible for the near-legendary ninjutsu proofs of the Toad Sannin to come into play. The Jiraiya clone kept dodging and parrying the attacks with a kunai laced with chakra. There was no doubt about it, the fast swings of the massive sword, coupled with the boy's speed and constant addition of kicks into the mixture made standing long enough to use hand seals impossible. However, what worried both the original and the clone was the fact that Naruto wasn't using his chakra to enhance his speed or to use jutsu. He seemed to prefer relying on his sword and his reflexes. What seemed even more fascinating was the fact that his eyes constantly darted over the clone, seemingly studying it, while the body kept fighting. Jiraiya dodged another overhead swing, only for it to be followed up by a kick which finally landed. Now, it was Naruto's turn to be surprised. So, a shadow clone that didn't break from one hit. I'll have to ask him how did he do it. But now, it's time to bring out the big guns. Without slowing down for an instant, three clones joined in the fight, making the clone Jiraiya start using his chakra to move even faster in an attempt to dodge, although now he had just enough speed to use jutsu. Naruto observed while fighting. He might not have the Byakugan, but training his skills to sense the use of chakra through radiance revealed an interesting fact to him. Unlike him, Jiraiya kept using the chakra to improve his speed and/or strength in short bursts. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, such a way would be far more efficient than constantly covering himself in chakra. He also noticed that Jiraiya placed his hands in a single handseal jutsu. Which one? Wild Lion's mane, whispered the Toad Sage as his hair rampantly grew, before thick bundles of hair shot at great speeds, far too fast to be dodged by the nearest clones, wrapping itself around them and crushing them instantly. Shit, Naruto whispered as he sank into the ground, replacing himself with a clone which got attacked within seconds. Moving as fast as he could, he popped out behind the man, and prepared a paralyzing palm to strike into his back. As expected, Jiraiya dodged with ease. A single landed blow, he dodged almost every attack I tried. So, open attack don't work. A distraction then? Or multiple ones? Jumping back to avoid a quick swipe from Jiraiya, he returned to using his favorite jutsu. Jiraiya had already been going through hand seals preparing a new jutsu. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld, he shouted as he slammed his hands into the ground. Much to Naruto's shock, all of his clones were caught, and so was he. The fight was over. Not bad, kid, the original Jiraiya commented as he dispelled the clone in the swamp. Can you tell me where you got it wrong? Naruto looked at him curiously at the question before thinking. I overestimated my skills for starters. Instead of going for overkill from the start, I gave my opponent a chance to plan and observe my skills. In the end, that cost me the chance to use my more powerful attacks. Also, I took too much time to make my plans and too long to execute them. Good, now, what can you say about your skills? Jiraiya asked again. By now he was grinning. The boy knew his failings. My kenjutsu is good, but still has a lot of room for improvement. Ninjutsu is weak. I don't know many jutsu, but those that I do know are mastered to the point that I can do them without hand seals or names. Chakra capacity is easily cage level thanks to the fox sealed inside me, and my daily training has brought my chakra control to about low Junin level. Speed and stamina are over Junin level, that much I know. My Fuinjutsu skills are growing at a rapid rate, and at this point I probably know more about seals than anyone in this village except for you, Gigi, and a few seal experts in Anbu. Jiraiya nodded, and began his own speech. You got a few things wrong, and Clear forgot a few things. Your natural speed and stamina are Anbu level at least, and aside from Sarutobi-sensei and me, you are the best seal user in town. Also, you failed to note that your reflexes have already reached superhuman levels and that you can see without using your eyes. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly at the last comment. Yeah, I kinda keep that a secret. You see, about 2 months ago, I started talking with Kyuubi, and he gave his word to help me with my training since I started taking all of this ninja business seriously. Among the things he taught me was radiance, the ability to project one's chakra outside one's body but still control it when it's outside. The first form is a shell of chakra that extends to certain distance, dependent on skill, and that serves as an artificial sixth sense. I'm as of yet unaware of the other forms. Jiraiya nodded. This was going to be a long day.